blessing in disguise. And the other thing is cherish the moment, man, right? Like when do you have the opportunity to kind of be, the game of games, right? Number 2 and 25 or 3 and 25, whatever they are, and where we're matched up. And like you said, every eye is on you today, man. It doesn't really get better than this. If you want big stakes, big games, all those things, I think so cherish that, because I can tell you from a guy who's looking on it from the backside, it happens a lot quicker than you think. So go out there and play as well as you can. And here's the part: very few people have any idea how good we are, or that we could even give the Irish a run today. But the truth is, we play our game, and it can be a really exciting moment for not only today for this team, but for all the guys like me who are freaking pulling hard that we put this upset on them and put the Tar Heels back on the map.
Yeah, Tar Heels have been in a weird place this year, from I think being over talked about maybe at the beginning of the season to under talked about here at this point of the year. Clearly Carolina with a growing team, and one that is becoming more relevant on the national stage, which is something that Mac Brown said was one of his goals when he returned to Chapel Hill. And Jeff, Carolina coming off, of course, it was a while ago with the bye week last week, but that dramatic win against Wake Forest a couple of Saturdays ago. I think we knew Carolina's offense was going to be good this year, but, school record in yards, school record in passing yards, Sam Howell with the most passing yards, most passing touchdowns in Carolina history. What is it in your mind and I understand you're watching from afar, but what is it about this offense that has made it so good this season for the Heels?
Well, I think, let's just start with Sam Howell and give him a little credit, right? I mean, and look, I'm one of those guys who think quarterbacks get way too much credit for wins and too much credit for losses, but he has been so impressive to me, and just the way he's played this entire season, and he has been very disciplined. Most guys that would have started their career like he did last year and then pushed into this year, especially with all the attention that has come on, to your point, this offense and how good they are, it's been very balanced. We have run the ball effectively well. He's never griped about it. It's never been about just him and numbers and the receivers. And I think when your quarterback has that, I think the rest of the guys on the offense understand it, right? And so now it limits the amount of talk, whether it be a receiver or a back or whoever, of, hey, man, I'm not getting my touches, because everybody's getting their touches, right? And everybody's getting their opportunity. And I just think the maturity of this football team, I mean, you're watching it develop, and it's been so fun for me to watch, because it hasn't been a group of me's and I's. It has been a group of we's. And I think that's been the greatest part from a guy from the outside looking in, and why I think they continue to just excel is because everybody's for everybody, man. And that's a lot easier said than done. And I just think I've been so appreciative to be able to watch it. And again, I just hope it turns out again today, man, where you never know who's going to be the hero. You don't know who's going to get the shot to make the play. But it just seems time and time again we continue to make it.
Carolina and Notre Dame coming in at Chapel Hill today. Big ranked matchup between the Tar Heels and the Irish. Jeff, man, thank you again, as always, for your time, and look forward to talking with you again next week.
Thanks, Jones, and go Heels.
All right, that's Jones with Jeff Saturday for this week's conversation. After we take a break, we'll come back with two more former Tar Heels, Brian Simmons' conversation with Bucky Brooks. But before we do that, a quick reminder that every sack is a sack to give back. For every sack the Tar Heels make this season, Food Lion Feeds will donate 1,000 meals to feed our neighbors in need right here in Chapel Hill. Again, we'll come back with Brian Simmons and Bucky Brooks. We've still got the Continental Tire Coaches Corner to get to as well. Big day of football coming up here on the Reed's Jewelers pregame show from Learfield IMG College.
Duke Energy is honored to recognize 2020 social justice and racial equity grantee Cops and Barbers for their work to address social justice and racial equity in our communities. In addition, Duke Energy is committed to overcoming racism in our state and has pledged to offer an annual social justice and racial equity grant cycle in North Carolina. Visit duke-energy.com/racial equity to learn more.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12. Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Maureen Prendergast of Pamlico County Middle School in Bayboro. Her project, Let's Do Science, is sponsored by Tideland EMC in Pantego. If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers of Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. They continue to strive hard to keep that honor. Come on in and see for yourself. Take a look at the all-new design 2021 F-150 or reserve an all-new 2021 Bronco coming in the spring. Don't miss out on the automobile you've been wanting at the Sisk Family Ford price. Take your pick while the picking is good on Oak Street in Forest City.
Brought to you by Duke Energy, building a smarter energy future for you. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. And by Wells Fargo, official retail bank sponsor of Carolina Athletics. This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show.
Dave Nathan welcoming you back to this afternoon's broadcast. It's Carolina and Notre Dame coming up just past 3:30 here on the Tar Heel Sports Network. Brian Simmons checked in with us a little earlier. He's back with us right now in his weekly conversation with a former Tar Heel presented by Graduate Chapel Hill, now open on Franklin Street today. Brian is joined by Bucky Brooks.
Through your time at Carolina, playing under Coach Brown, through his teachings of not only on the football field, but the things he taught off the football field, what are some of those things that you carry with you now that's made you successful?
It's funny because there are three men in my life that have been the greatest influences. My dad, my high school coach, Earl Smith, and then Coach Brown. All of them brought different things. But when I get to Carolina and my interactions with Coach Brown, having played for him, it was just all about doing things the right way and doing things the right way on and off the field, preparing to be the best that you can be and really setting the standard of excellence in your performance. And like when we talk about being excellent, it's not just the way that I am as a player, but how do I prepare for these moments? How do I put the time in the weight room? How do I put the time in the classroom? How do I put the time in when it comes to building relationship with others? Am I the first one in? Am I punctual? Do I really get to know the person so I can add value to them as they also impact me? And so I learned that. But then I really think the biggest thing that I learned from Coach Brown is, man, how you treat people. And right. I just remember the way that he treated us as players and the way that he empowered us as players, the way he encouraged us and really poured a lot of confidence into us. I think that left a lasting impact on me. And I really try to take that whenever I'm around people. I say three things that I want to do. I want to encourage, enlighten, and inspire. And I think I got those things from watching Coach Brown. He always encouraged us. He always enlightened us and taught us things. And then he always inspired us to be the best that we possibly can be. So those are the things that I learned from Coach Brown in my Carolina experience.
And that is Brian Simmons with Bucky Brooks in today's pregame interview brought to you by Graduate Chapel Hill, now open on Franklin Street. We'll head back to the booth and catch up with Lee Pace for today's Carolina Injury Report brought to you by Breakthrough Physical Therapy, Carolina's trusted choice for safely keeping you in the game of life. Lee, let's rewind a few days back to Monday. It seemed like there were some positive strides for some injured Carolina players to make a go of it here today. Kyler McMichael certainly in that mix. Storm Duck, Brian Anderson, Bo Corrales, also discuss what's the latest on that latest trio.
Well, Dave, 3 out of 4 are dressed up and look like they are going to play today. Brian Anderson, number 68, is running with the ones. Looks like he just had a 1-game miss from that lower body injury sustained at Duke 2 or 3 weeks ago now. Bo Corrales is dressed out. He will play at one of the wideout positions. Don't know if he will start. Emory Simmons has played very well in his stead. Kyler McMichael is dressed out. Looks like he may well start at one of the cornerbacks. However, I do not see number 29, Storm Duck, dressed out and running with the cornerbacks. So it might have been that even though he was back in practice this week and hopes that he may be able to play, that perhaps that did not come to fruition. One other note, Dave, it's good to see big number 88, Miles Murphy, a true freshman who has played a fairly good bit the last few weeks, now has a club off of his right arm, and so he'll now, or his right hand, and so now he'll be able to grasp people with it and hopefully be a little bit more effective in the trenches on the defensive side of the ball when he plays.
All right, good stuff from Lee Pace concerning the injury report today for Carolina. As number 2 Notre Dame is in town to take on the Tar Heels, Jones will begin his pregame conversation with Coach Brown about that next. In the Continental Tire Coaches Corner, Carolina and Notre Dame. Top 20 matchup today in the ACC. From Learfield, IMG College.
Good things come to those who wait. At Jersey Mike's, they also come to those who don't. Download our app, order ahead, and skip the line. Cut to the Chase by Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina resolves to help you stay healthy during COVID-19. Just a few simple steps called the 3 W's go a long way in protecting you and your loved ones. Wear a cloth face covering. Wait by standing 6 feet apart from others. And wash your hands often. Together, by practicing the 3 W's, we can resolve to improve the health of our state. Learn more at bluecrossnc.com/3W.
Good things come to those who wait. At Jersey Mike's, they also come to those who don't. Download our app, order ahead, and skip the line. Cut to the Chase by Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
This is your radio home for the Tar Heels on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
For more than 30 years, been caring like family, listening to learn and doing what's right as they stand up for you. This year more than ever, they are proud to support Carolina athletics and Tar Heels everywhere. Whether studying or teaching from home or on campus, we are all in this together as one Carolina family. Follow Crumley Roberts on Facebook and Instagram to find out how Tar Heels and the Crumley Roberts family are working to make a difference in the world today and how they continue to stand up for you. Go Crumley Roberts and go Heels.
Hey, all you Carolina fans, Nationwide agents are just like you. They support the Tar Heels, too. They are also proud to live in the Triangle, where they help families like yours with auto, home, business, farm, and life. Don't drop the ball. Get the professional coaching you need to win at life. Give Pete Seagroves in Chapel Hill a call at 919-942-8733 or Terry Nobles in Raleigh a call at 919-833-3803 and go Tar Heels. Nationwide is on your side.
Carolina hosting Notre Dame this afternoon. The Irish ranked number 2 in the most recent college football playoff rankings. The Tar Heels in at number 19. Of course, the Irish at the top of the ACC standings as well at 7-0. Carolina sitting at number 4 in the ACC at 6-2. That'll set the table for this afternoon's Continental Tire Coaches Corner, brought to you by Continental Tire. We'll send things over to Jones with Coach Brown.
Inside the Continental Tire Coaches Corner with the head coach of the Tar Heels, Mack Brown. Carolina hosting Notre Dame in Chapel Hill. And Coach, Carolina coming off the bye week, which followed that dramatic win, of course, against Wake Forest nearly 2 weeks ago. Considering the bye, team was dealing with exams as well for the end of the semester. How have you and your group tried to navigate through these last 2 weeks?
Jones, everybody's handled it really, really well. I've been so impressed with these young people all year. I mean, they've handled social injustice. They've handled a pandemic. They've handled online classes. Now they've handled school being moved back up, and we're actually taking finals the entire week that they were, quote, off. And then they had finals this week while we were preparing for Notre Dame, and we had 2 or 3 kids miss practice every day. But They're here to get an education, and that's just part of it. But I've not heard one young guy gripe about anything. They've worked really hard in practice, and they're going to play hard today.
Coach, going back to the win over Wake, one of the keys was your defense standing tall in the second half, 5 consecutive stops. What kind of things happened during that defensive stretch that you would like to see on a more consistent basis?
We were fundamentally sound, and we didn't have young guys that were leaving their gaps and trying to go help somebody else do your job. And I do think with the uniqueness of the offense that Wake Forest runs, patience is so key. And young guys don't have very much patience. So we were getting in the wrong gap, and we were losing our contain. And all of that stuff was better in that second half stretch where we stopped them 5 straight times. And when you stop their run, they're not as good at protecting. That's not who they are. They got to stay on schedule, and we were able to get to the quarterback more in the second half.
Today's game, Coach, 2 ranked teams, a lot of attention nationally just with the time and the opponent and the date. You've been in a lot of these type of games. This team has not. Have you told them anything about how to best handle this moment?
Yeah, Notre Dame would be considered the best team by everybody, 100%. So very few people would give us much chance to win. I've told the guys that's fact. They're 10 years into their program. They've got 16 seniors. They are the number 2 team in the country, like Clemson last year. So people aren't expecting us to win. If they do have the best team, it doesn't mean they're going to have the best team today. We just have to have the best team today, like we did for most of the game against Clemson. And the other thing, Jones, for us to win, we've got to be who we are. Give me 100%. That's all I want. Don't try to do too much, because if you start trying to do things that are out of your wheelhouse and that you're not regularly doing, you'll mess it up. So let's be us. Let's play hard. Let's try to keep this thing a game in the fourth quarter. Pressure's on them. It's not on us. So that's what I've told the kids.
Notre Dame's really good, and we'll talk about the Irish a little later in our pregame show.
That's part 1 of this afternoon's Continental Tire Coach's Corner, brought to you by Continental Tire. For a dealer near you, just go to ContinentalTire.com. And when we come back, we'll flip the script and hear from Notre Dame head football coach Brian Kelly from Learfield, IMG College.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12. Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Maureen Prendergast of Pamlico County Middle School in Bayboro. Her project, Let's Do Science, is sponsored by Tideland EMC in Pantego. If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
How are you the ultimate UNC fan?
Because I got this air horn installed in my throat. Pretty sick, right?
Yes, you look really sick. What doctor would even do this?
Doctor? I did this myself. I mean, I can't swallow whole food, but still.
Wait, what?
Just gotta plow through it. Hey, can I get a couple of soups up here? What about some chamomile tea?
Don't be that guy. Get a fan card. The smart way to be the ultimate Tar Heels fan. Just go to unccards.com.
This is your radio home for the Tar Heels on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
Right now, you can get 5 cents off every gallon of fuel every day. That's 5 cents off every gallon with Make It Count rewards from Marathon. Plus, you can earn points for additional savings on fuel, airfare, hotels, and more. It's quick and easy to join. Just visit makeitcount.com/radio or download the free app. So start saving today with Make It Count from Marathon. Offer valid only at participating Marathon locations. Marathon, fueling the American spirit.
Justice, Rosenbluth, LT, Jordan, Hansbrough, Geo. This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. Certain names in Tar Heel athletics resonate across generations, bringing to mind an unmatched commitment to excellence. When someone mentions Smith's Drugs of Forest City, I think of a similar commitment to excellence. Since 1939, Smith's Drugs has served Rutherford County with the highest quality customer service and care. The friendly staff at Smith's Drugs not only provides you with prompt service, they give you the individual attention needed to understand your medication and how it works. This same level of care is exhibited by the staff in the Smith's Drugs Home Medical Equipment Department. And don't forget about the old-fashioned soda fountain, where you'll be served up the best pimento cheese sandwich in North Carolina. Call on Smith's Drugs of Forest City at 828-245-4591. Located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City, where they've been putting the customer first since 1939.
To plan your visit.
One of the most anticipated games in many years in Kenan Stadium was the 2008 encounter with Notre Dame, the Fighting Irish's first trip to Chapel Hill in 33 years. A standing room only crowd held its collective breath as the Irish clung to a 24-22 lead late in the third quarter when Carolina's Alaric Mullins stripped quarterback Jimmy Clausen and recovered the ball at the Irish 42-yard line. The Tar Heels drove to the Irish 4 and faced a 3rd and 2 call. The Notre Dame defense and most everyone watching expected the Tar Heels to use their jumbo package and hand the ball off to their bullish fullback, Ryan Houston. That's exactly how the play set up, but quarterback Cam Sexton faked the handoff to Houston, rolled to his right, found enough daylight, and sped into the end zone for what would be the game-winning score.
Here's Sexton, play action fake, turning, going to pull it down and run. Touchdown, Carolina! McCarthy came up and tried to make the tackle, and Sexton went airborne on the right side of the end zone.
The final was 29-24 in favor of the Tar Heels, who went on to an 8-4 regular season in Coach Butch Davis's second season in Chapel Hill.
That's today's Kenan Moment, and you can check out Lee Pace's Football in a Force, the life and times of Kenan Memorial Stadium to relive more Kenan moments just like that. Well, Brian Kelly has 100 wins as the head coach at Notre Dame. One more victory will push him into second place on the all-time Irish wins list behind only Knute Rockne. If that win is going to come today in Chapel Hill, Kelly says his team has to play its own brand of football while keeping Carolina from doing what it's done offensively to this point in the season.
We want to be who we are. You know, we want to be physical. We want to control the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. That's how we play. And they're going to play how they play. We have to minimize big plays. I mean, look at, you know, obviously the most important thing in this game is who can keep the points down. You know, if you look at their scores over the last few weeks, it's big points. And so, you know, keeping the points down. So defensively, we've got to really do a great job of minimizing big chunk plays. And you start by, you know, minimizing those and controlling the line of scrimmage. They do a great job running the football. I think they're averaging maybe a yard per game more than we are in terms of running the ball, and so they run the ball equally as well. So this will be a great challenge for us, and one that, you know, we're excited about and looking forward to.
And that's Notre Dame head football coach Brian Kelly. As we close in on 15 Minutes to Kickoff, 15 Minutes to Kickoff is presented by Geico, and 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. We'll take a break and come back with a drive around the ACC and a look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau's scoreboard. Big one brewing today in Chapel Hill between number 2 Notre Dame and number 19 Carolina from Learfield, IMG College.
Good things come to those who wait. At Jersey Mike's, they also come to those who don't. Download our app, order ahead, and skip the line. Cut to the Chase by Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
Geico presents Left Brain versus Right Brain.
You know, we should switch to Geico.
I'm picking up what you're putting down, buddy.
We could save hundreds of dollars a year on car insurance.
Ooh, with that kind of scratch, we can get the band back together for a reunion tour.
A, we were never in a band. B, Glenn let us play the tambourine on stage one time. And C, we will, however, put that savings towards a new interview suit.
Look what I found. Huh? Still got it.
Oh, no.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Good things come to those who wait. At Jersey Mike's, they also come to those who don't. Download our app, order ahead, and skip the line. Cut to the Chase by Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
100.9 FM. Walking down memory lane with classic oldies.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
At McCurry Deck Motors, you can browse a selection of vehicles that includes all of the top models in Chevrolet, Buick, and GMC lineups. The McCurry Deck Motors lineup of vehicles checks all the boxes, ensuring that they will have the perfect vehicle for any car shopper that visits their lot. Come visit and see what's in store for you and your family with the McCurry Deck quality reputation of fair deals and customer service. Try the Chevy. Find new roads with Chevy. At McCurry Deck Motors, we're the home of Chevy, Buick, and GMC. 1740 U.S. Highway 74A, Forest City.
Number 19, Carolina, and number 2, Notre Dame. Let's get to our Lee's 24-hour towing drive around the ACC. Lee's 24-hour towing is the preferred hauler of Carolina football equipment. And our game, the only game taking place today in the ACC. But tomorrow, the action begins at noon with North Carolina State going to Syracuse. Then at 3:30, it's Pittsburgh traveling to number 3 Clemson. At 4 on Saturday, Boston College hosting Louisville. At 7 o'clock, Duke in Atlanta to play Georgia Tech. And at 8, Virginia is at Florida State. Over to the top 25, a couple of games already in progress, one nearing a conclusion, at least that's the hope. 53 seconds to play in the fourth quarter from Austin, Texas, and Iowa State with a 3-point lead on the Longhorns, 23-20. Again, inside a minute to go, Texas has the ball near midfield, but it's Iowa State leading by a field goal, 23-20. Nebraska, number 24, Iowa, tied at 20 with 5:47 left to play in the third quarter. And coming up later tonight at 7:30, they used to call this the Civil War. This year, it's just number 15, Oregon, and Oregon State. A basketball score of interest to pass along from the ACC. Number 4, Virginia, drops its first game of the new season to San Francisco. San Francisco goes on a late 8-0 run to take down the Cavaliers 61-60. And that'll do it for your look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Helping you is what they do best. We'll hit the pause button one more time and come back with part 2 of the Continental Tire Coach's Corner. That's with Jones and Coach Brown when we come back after this from Learfield IMG College.
Texting while driving takes your eyes off the road for an average of 5 seconds. That's like driving the length of a football field with your eyes closed. Research shows you're 3 times more likely to get into an accident when distracted by a cell phone. I'm joining Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents to urge you and your family to put down your phone. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
To learn more, visit your local Trusted Choice Independent Agency, Insurance Service Associates in Forest City, or go to insureisa.com.
When you're craving delicious, crunchy snacks, reach for the brand you grew up with. Utz. Delicious snacks like Utz Ripple, Wavy, or Kettle Classic chips, sourdough pretzels, or cheese curls. Utz snacks have been made by the same family for nearly 100 years. Cooked craft style with only the highest quality ingredients and delivered quickly for the freshest snacks ever. Utz Snacks. Freshness you can hear and authentic flavor you can taste with a satisfying crunch. Everyone loves Utz.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers of Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. They continue to strive hard to keep that honor. Come on in and see for yourself. Take a look at the all-new design 2021 F-150 or reserve an all-new 2021 Bronco coming in the spring. Don't miss out on the automobile you've been wanting at the Sisk Family Ford price. Take your pick while the picking is good on Oak Street in Forest City.
Tar Heel fans, put your game face on and practice your 3 W's. Wear, wait, and wash. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina, we resolve to help North Carolina stay healthy. Time for part 2 of the Continental Tire Coach's Corner with Jones and Coach Brown, brought to you by Continental Tire. Innovative technology, driving confidence. For a dealer near you, just go to ContinentalTire.com.
It's the 21st meeting between Notre Dame and Carolina. I'm inside the Continental Tire Coach's Corner with the head coach of the Heels, Mac Brown. Coach Boyd, Notre Dame's defense just jumps off the film and the stat sheet and the way that it has consistently held opponents down this season. As you've studied Notre Dame, what is it that makes their defense so good?
Well, they're older. They're really strong. Their front seven's by far the best we've played this year. And they stack the box and say, you are not going to run the ball. They're giving up 85 yards a game. And as I said, in a time where a lot of people said, you can't play defense this year, well, Notre Dame missed that memo because they're playing great defense. So I think that's the biggest thing. They're stopping the run. They're making you try to beat them through the air, and they're getting pressure on the quarterback. They've hit quarterbacks a lot, so we've got to do a great job of trying to find some running yards today. It's not going to be our normal day running the ball. And then you've got to protect your quarterback.
Speaking of quarterbacks, Coach, you say all the time the most important stat for a quarterback is the win-loss record, and Notre Dame QB Ian Book is 28-3 as a starter. What has allowed him to be so successful?
He's such a game manager. He's good with his feet. He's thrown 11 touchdowns and only 1 interception, so he's not beating himself. He scored on 6 running touchdowns, so he's really, really good with his feet. And he's kind of slight but fast. People say he's not very fast. Well, he outruns everybody all the time. So he is fast. He just doesn't look fast, or he's not considered fast. And he's been under the center a lot of times. He's had a lot of snaps, and he knows what he's doing. So the biggest thing he does is he knows how to win the game, and he does that for Notre Dame.
Coach, last thing. This is a big physical offense, and they like to play physically. What is important for your defense to handle that physicality today?
For us to get where we want to be, Jones, we have to become a physical football team. We were physical against Boston College, and they had the big, strong offensive line. We were physical against NC State. We were physical against Duke, but we haven't been consistently physical. So for us to win this game today, we have to line up and at least make them inconsistent in their running game. If they can line up and run it down our throat like some people have, then we're not going to have a chance to win.
Should be a great one. Gosh, wish there were more than 50,000 people here today. It would be a terrific atmosphere, but glad you're listening and watching today and excited for Carolina and Notre Dame. Coach, as always, thank you for your time.
Thanks, Jones.
And that's part 2 of the Continental Tire Coach's Corner with Jones and Coach Brown. We'll step aside again and come back with our keys to the game, and then it's the kick between Carolina and Notre Dame from Learfield IMG College.
Today tastes like game day at home, like assigned couch seating. Tastes like coffee table dining and an ice-cold Coke to cool down the heat. It tastes like the game you've waited for all week with friends you've known your whole life. Today tastes like watching football is supposed to, and it never tasted this good. Coca-Cola. Together tastes better.
Today's horoscope brought to you by Geico.
People will take note of your sunny disposition, Sagittarius. That's because you just switched to Geico and discovered you could save hundreds of dollars a year on car insurance. However, your newfound inner glow may prompt unfounded rumors. Did you get a promotion? Or you want a juice cleanse? Did they give you too much anesthesia at your dentist appointment? Your secret is safe with us, Sagittarius.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
This is your radio home for the Tar Heels on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
For more than 30 years, Crumley Roberts has been caring like family, listening to learn and doing what's right as they stand up for you. This year more than ever, they are proud to support Carolina athletics and Tar Heels everywhere. Whether studying or teaching from home or on campus, we are all in this together as one Carolina family. Follow Crumley Roberts on Facebook and Instagram to find out how Tar Heels and the Crumley Roberts family are working to make a difference in the world today and how they continue to stand up for you. Go Crumley Roberts and go Heels.
Quality equipment is homegrown, made up of your family, friends, and neighbors. Growing up with the smell of fresh-cut grass, the sound of touchdown victories in the yard, and the pride of owning a John Deere tractor. We work hard to provide your land with what it needs at a price you can afford, and we go above and beyond for what you need. Here, you're not just a sale. You're a part of the Quality Equipment family. Visit Quality Equipment for our best John Deere tractor deals, or better yet, stop by any of our 27 locations across North Carolina and Virginia.
The Reach Jewelers pregame show continues from our Tar Heel Sports Network studios here in Chapel Hill, as well as from Kenan Stadium. Notre Dame in town to take on Carolina. We've covered a lot of ground. We've got one more thing to get to, and that is Keys to the Game, brought to you by Crumley Roberts, personal injury lawyers serving North Carolina. Crumley Roberts, they'll stand up for you. Jones, my key for this one is pretty simple. Carolina's got to find a way to keep Ian Book in the pocket. If Notre Dame's going to stay unbeaten, make Book beat you with his arm, not his legs.
That's a good one, Dave. Jay Bateman said this week he's not as worried about sacking the quarterback as he is containing him and keeping him in the pocket. Lee, I'm going with just matching Notre Dame's physicality. They're physical on both sides of the ball. They will wear down the Tar Heels if the Tar Heels give them that opportunity today. Carolina has been physical at times this year. They'll need to do it for all 60 minutes this afternoon.
Well, Jones, you were spot on there. If the Tar Heels can hang in with Notre Dame, I think this game may well come down to the kicking game. And Michael Carter, Daz Newsome, neither one of them have really had a breakout play in the kicking game. Daz's longest punt return is 38 yards. Michael Carter's longest kick return is 28 yards. Jonathan Dorr of Notre Dame has only had 12 kickoffs that have been touchbacks, so there's going to be some opportunities, I think, for Michael Carter to build up a head of steam, and so I think it could come down to the kicking game today, Jones. Carolina can't make the kind of mistakes it has made in some respects, and it needs to pop a big play from one of its return guys.
Yeah, all should be important today as Carolina and Notre Dame just about ready to get started. Let's give you some of the starting lineups as we wait for the two teams to come on to the field. Let's start with Notre Dame. Ian Book, that graduate student graduate student at quarterback, 28-3, as we've said, as a starter. Just a terrific player, a captain playing his best near the end of his career. Kyron Williams, 5'9" sophomore from St. Louis, 4 times over 100 yards. He has fumbled 3 times this year for Notre Dame at the running back spot. Ben Skoranek, 6'3", graduate from Fort Wayne, Indiana. He's a Northwestern transfer, one of the 3 wide receivers, along with Javon McKinley, 6'2", out of Corona, California, and Avery Davis, 5'11", senior from Cedar Hill, Texas. Multiple tight ends will play. Brock Wright, Tommy Trimble, George Takis, Michael Mayer, all players at tight end who have seen time for the Irish this year. Left to right on the O-line, Liam Eichenberg, Aaron Banks, Zeke Correll, Josh Lugg, and Robert Hainsey. Told you the Irish missing their normal starter at center and at right guard due to injury. Defensively for Notre Dame, across the front, Dalen Hayes, Myron Tunga-Vailoa Amosu, Kurt Heinisch, and Ade Ogundeji. 3 linebackers, Shane Simon, Drew White, and Jeremiah Owusu-Koromoa. Nick McLeod, an NC State transfer, one of the 2 starters at corner, along with Clarence Lewis, Kyle Hamilton, and Sean Crawford, the 2 safeties. Now for the Tar Heels offensively, Sam Howell, of course, the record-setting sophomore quarterback, coming off that game with 6 touchdown passes, a touchdown run, and 550 yards, a school record. So are the touchdowns, by the way. Michael Carter, Javonte Williams will both see time at running back. As you know, Carter has traditionally been the man who gets the start. De'Ami Brown, Daz Newsome. We feel comfortable with those 2 starting at wide receiver. We'll see who the third is. It'll likely be Emery Simmons, the sophomore from Parkton, North Carolina. Garrett Walston from Wilmington, the starter at tight end. Left to right on the O-line, Asim Richards, Joshua Izudu, Brian Anderson. We expect to get that start at center. Marcus McKeithen, and then Jordan Tucker. Defensively for Carolina up front, Tamari Fox, Raymond Vahasek, Jalil Taylor. We expect to see multiple linebackers on the outside. Of course, Jeremiah Gimmel and Chaz Surratt on the inside. Hopper, Chris Collins, Tamon Fox, Des Evans will all play on the outside. Safeties, we believe it will be Don Chapman and Trey Morrison, and we have reason to believe that the two corners starting the game will be Kyler McMichael and the freshman Tony Grimes. We will know for sure when things get started. Carolina has won the toss.
North Carolina has won the toss, has elected to defer their option to the second half.
So Jeremiah Gimmel out there for the coin toss for the Tar Heels wins it by calling tails. It was indeed tails. He elects to defer, so Notre Dame will have the football first. Looks like the Irish will be moving from left to right. So Notre Dame 8-0, Carolina 6-2. Both these teams ranked in the college football playoff. Notre Dame at number 2 and Carolina at number 19. The Irish have won 14 consecutive games going back to last season. That is the longest win streak in the FBS. And if you go back to 2018, a couple of years ago, Notre Dame 31-3 in its last 34 games. So a team that is certainly used to success and feels as though it has a team that is capable of winning the national championship this year. We know the Tar Heels, just 5 total wins in 2017 and 18, making their climb back up here over the last few seasons. They feel like they're getting closer to this top level, and they'll find out where they stack up against one of the best today. Thanks so much for joining us. Hope you had a wonderful holiday. So glad that you're joining us this afternoon in Kenan Stadium. Chris Tyree and Jafar Armstrong, the two men back. Armstrong at about the 10 or 15-yard line on the far hash for Notre Dame. Tyree, the likely man to return it if there is a return, is back at about the 1 or the goal line. Of course, Jonathan Kim, the kickoff man for the Heels. 90% of his kickoffs this year have been touchbacks. Well, big one in Chapel Hill today. Thanks so much for being here, and we're underway in Kenan Stadium. Kim's kickoff will indeed be a touchback as it hits 5 yards deep in the end zone, and Notre Dame will start at its own 25-yard line.
Jones, we talked about Carolina's domination in the fourth quarter during the pregame analysis, but Tar Heels have also been dominant in the first quarter. They're outscoring their opponents 97-37. So let's see if Carolina can continue that trend here in the first quarter and get Notre Dame a little bit. Mack Brown has talked about they are playing with pressure today. There's no pressure on the Tar Heels. So if Carolina can get off to that strong early start, it will bode well for the afternoon.
It is indeed Tony Grimes and Kyler McMichael, the two starters at corner for Carolina, as Notre Dame sets up under center with the I formation. They will run the stretch play to the far side, and Kyron Williams, not much there. He's able to get out to the 27-yard line before Chris Collins, who is starting for the Tar Heels, and I believe Tamon Fox, those two combined on the hit. There are a lot of linebackers out there for the Tar Heels. Fox, Collins, Gimmel, Surratt, Hopper was out. Now Des Evans has come in.
And Kevin Hester has come in at the nose.
So Carolina bringing in some young players early as Notre Dame will be under center again. Book with the play action rolling out to the near side, being chased by Collins, and Book just has to tuck it and run out of bounds. Maybe gains a yard on the scramble, but that's it. And that'll bring up third down. In fact, he didn't gain anything, so it's going to be 3rd and 8 from the Notre Dame 27-yard line. Notre Dame is number 1 in the ACC and number 7 in the nation in third down conversions. In fact, these two offenses are the top 2 in the ACC in third down conversions. Notre Dame at 54% offensively, Carolina at 49%. This is a 3rd and 8, though, for the Irish. Notre Dame does huddle. They don't go very quickly offensively. They lead the league in time of possession. They're happy to hold on to the football. This will be a 3rd and 8. The play clock almost runs out. Book just able to get the snap away. He's caught in the pocket, scrambling out, and finally goes down. Chaz Surratt able to drag down the Notre Dame quarterback back near the 10-yard line. And early Duke Energy, powerful play of the game, brought to you by Duke Energy, building a smarter energy future for you. Lee, Carolina said they wanted to contain Book in the pocket, and they did exactly that. Hasek, one of several players that helped keep him in there, and then pushed Book out to Surratt for the sack at the end of the play.
What great effort by Chaz Surratt. He was double-teamed that entire time. He was picked up very well by the Notre Dame offense, but he just kept fighting and battling and got around and made the sack.
It's a short punt. Newsome has to come up to catch it at the 50, and he is drilled immediately by multiple players from Notre Dame, including Jack Lamb, one of the special teams men who made the hit. Should be Carolina's ball right around midfield. That was only a 36-yard punt by Jay Bramblett, the sophomore punter for the Irish. It is Brian Anderson who will come up and be the center for the Tar Heels, one of those positions that we were keeping an eye on to see who was going to be the starter and who would be available for Carolina. So Heels take over at the 50-yard line. Their first offensive play in a scoreless game will be a throw. Howell's going to scramble out of the pocket, right up the middle, and is able to drag a couple of Irish players with him to the 46-yard line. So a gain of 4 on Howell's scramble. A couple of defensive tackles helped combine on the hit for the Irish. Kurt Heinisch and Myron Tungavailoa Amosu helped drag down Howell. 2nd and 6. Heels will try and run with Carter. Pops through the near side. Steps through a tackle at the 40. Carter 30, 25. Angles to the sideline and is chopped down at the 20-yard line by Sean Crawford. A gain of 26 on the run by Michael Carter. Carolina has been so explosive in that run game. Notre Dame has held teams to just 85 yards per game on the ground. Carter, that's his 12th run of 20 or more yards this season. 1st and 10 at the 20. Heels keep it on the ground. This time Javonte Williams cuts back at the 20, dives forward to the 16, 17, right in that range. Dalen Hayes with the stop. It'll be a gain of 3. And Mack Brown has said this week, Carolina may not have the same consistent success rushing the ball. They hope to hit some big runs. They need to, in his words, find some yards on the ground. And that time Williams started right, cut back up the center for a gain of 3. Heels have it at the Notre Dame 17-yard line, 2nd and 7. Howell play action, pressure in his face, trying to dance out of the pocket, keeping his feet, coming to the near side. Howell at the 10. Howell at the 5, stood up there and taken down at about the 4. There was heavy traffic in the pocket for Sam Howell. He was able to keep his feet, step through a tackle, and eventually made his way all the way inside the 5-yard line. Kyle Hamilton eventually made the stop for Notre Dame. Dalen Hayes was the man who was really bothering Howell in the pocket. Sam able to step away. It's a scramble gain of 13, 1st and goal.
3 plays for the Tar Heels, Jones. There have been nothing there, but Howell has made nice gains out of 2 of them. Javonte Williams, a decent run out of 1 of them.
1st and goal for Carolina from the 4-yard line. Howell play action. In heavy traffic again and just throws it away. Faked the handoff to Javonte Williams and then had a bunch of people right there in his lap. And Howell just had to throw it out of the left side of the end zone, incomplete. Looking for De'Ami Brown, or at least De'Ami was the player over there. I don't think Sam had any intention of doing anything but throwing the football away on that one. 2nd and goal from the 4. Javonte Williams, the running back, in there for Carolina. Newsome comes in motion from left to right. Howell hands it to Javonte Williams. Starts left and nothing doing. Stood up, lost a couple, back to the 6. And it'll bring up 3rd and goal. So as the field has gotten small, things have gotten tough for the Tar Heels here as they try to hit pay dirt. Drew White and Justin Adamiola. White, a linebacker, Adamiola, a defensive end. As Notre Dame brings in 6 new players defensively. So they are really sending in multiple subs here, really between plays, although not normally that many. 3rd and goal for Carolina from the 6. First possession of the game for the Heels. Notre Dame had to punt on its initial possession. Howell immediately looks to the right, is hit hard as he throws, and it is caught. Touchdown, Carolina. What a grab by Emery Simmons in the back right corner for the score. Holy smokes, what a play by that young receiver, ripping it away from the defender, Tariq Bracy.
What a fine month Emery Simmons has had since Bo Corrales has been out, Jones. Just a terrific catch in the end zone. He leapt up over the cornerback and pulled the ball in. The cornerback was still trying to pull it out of Emery's stomach at the very end.
And tell you what, that was a heck of a throw by Howell as he was popped when he threw it, but delivered an accurate throw to that back right corner as the Tar Heels go 50 yards in 7 plays for the score. The officials are waiting for a moment. Now they say that, yes, it is a good score, and that the Heels can try the PAT. That's Simmons' first touchdown of the year, his second of his Tar Heel career. Atkins on to try and add the extra point, which he does to make it 7-0. So Carolina gets a 3-and-out defensively, including a sack on 3rd down. Then they go 50 yards in just 7 plays and 2:54 off the clock. It all finishes with a 3rd down throw, Howell to Simmons for the score. Tar Heels jump on top 7-0 from Learfield, IMG College.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we have a number of vaccines, including the Quad-Vac flu immunization at no cost with most insurance plans. If you have any concerns about the flu vaccination, please call our pharmacy and ask to speak to one of our pharmacists. We also have the Tdap, pneumococcal, and shingles vaccinations available. With COVID-19 continuing, we have masks, mask lanyards, hand sanitizers, disinfectant spray, and gloves while supplies last. Seating in our fountain is still limited to 65 patrons on a first-come, first-served basis. We are continuing to offer curbside pickup for the fountain and prescription pickup. Please utilize our drive-through prescription window at the back of the store. And remember that our back entrance is still closed to the public at this time. Please check our Facebook page for any updates on over-the-counter and gift shop items. Our home medical equipment department is ready to help you with any of your CPAP needs, mobility, bathroom safety, lift chairs, and any diabetic needs to include meters, test strips, and shoes. Please call us with any questions you may have about any of our services or message us on our Facebook page. We are located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City, and our phone number is 828-245-4591.
100.9 FM and 590 AM. Recommended by 3 out of 4 truck drivers. The 4th one? Well, he just stopped off for coffee. This is WCAB.
All fours.
Force Notre Dame into a 3-and-out on the initial possession, and then go 50 yards in 7 plays. Howell to Emery Simmons on a 3rd down throw for the score. For Howell, it is touchdown 24 of the season, 62 of his career. Told you Simmons' first score this year, 2nd touchdown of his Tar Heel career. A couple of big runs in there, too. Carter had a 26-yarder, and Howell had a 13-yard scramble. And the Heels convert their first 3rd down, a big 3rd down conversion, and also had a big 3rd down stop. And you can make a stop against the spread of coronavirus by practicing your 3 W's. Wear, wait, and wash. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina resolves to help keep North Carolina healthy. Also, at the end of Notre Dame's first possession, there was a sack and a sack to give back. Food Line Feeds donated 1,000 meals to feed our neighbors in need, and keep cheering on sacks all year long to help give back. For the Tar Heels, it was sack number 28 on the season. For Surratt, it was his 6th. So 7-0 Heels, and Carolina kicking it off. Jonathan Kim boots it away again, and that one's going to drive deep into the end zone. In fact, hit out of the end zone. So a long touchback off the foot of Kim. Notre Dame will start again on the 25-yard line. 21st all-time meeting between these two. Notre Dame has won 18 of the previous 20. First meeting since the 2017 campaign. These two teams are scheduled to meet in 3 consecutive years now. This season, then Carolina scheduled to go to South Bend next year, and then Notre Dame back to Chapel Hill 2 seasons from now. Book alone in the backfield, going 5 wide. And he throws complete over the middle to Javon McKinley. McKinley had gotten free. Tar Heel linebacker looked like he ran, not sure if it was Surratt or Gimmel, but he looked like he ran into the umpire as he tried to drag across the middle to defend the play. It was Surratt. He got caught up with the umpire, who is James Hyson. That allowed McKinley a couple of steps. Fortunately for the Heels, McKinley slipped after the catch. It is a gain of 8, 2nd and 2. Book in the shotgun. Sends a man in motion. McKinley from left to right. Notre Dame keeps it on the ground with Williams. Williams pops through the line and then is popped by Surratt. It is enough for the first down as Williams gains 6 to the 39-yard line. So Notre Dame with its first down. First down of the game. Easy for me to say. And the Irish drive continues. 9:03 to go, first quarter. Tar Heels up 7-0. 4 receivers, including the tight end Michael Mayer, will go out to the left. Now McKinley comes in motion from left to right. So 3 receivers out to the left, 2 to the right. Now another change in formation. Book drops into the shotgun and brings one of those receivers, the running back Williams, beside him. He'll hand it to him, and Williams going around the left side, stopped by Surratt for a short gain of 3. So a lot of movement, a lot of personnel shifts leading up to the snap, and it eventually becomes a 3-yard run over the left side to the Notre Dame 42-yard line.
Jaquarius Conley in at the nickel back now, Jones, lining up against the Notre Dame slot guy. What an audition last week for Conley, and Tony Grimes is true freshman in the second half of the Wake Forest game.
Book looking to throw, has a man over the middle. It's the tight end Mayer, and he's into Carolina territory. First down, got a couple steps away between the hashes from Gimmel, and coming up to make the hit was Trey Morrison, who is playing safety today for Carolina. The completion moves it to the Tar Heel 41, and so a gain of 17 on the play. Mayer, one of multiple big receivers Notre Dame has. He's 6'5". Skoranek is 6'3". McKinley 6'2". They have some big personnel that they put in the pass game. Rushing on first down, and Gimmel makes the hit. Also, Miles Murphy in the game helped finish things off on the play, but it was Gimmel with first contact. No gain on the first down run. 2nd and 10 coming for the Irish.
And Notre Dame had 3 tight ends lined up in a bunch set over on the right side, Jones, and ran away from them. So drawing the Tar Heels to think that's where they were going to run, and they went in the opposite direction and really did good pursuit.
Murphy and Collins come off. Hopper comes onto the field for Carolina, as does, I believe, it was Tamari Fox. And now the officials blowing the whistles because Carolina took a timeout. So the Tar Heels take their first half timeout. It comes at the 7:17 mark of the first quarter. And it will also send us to a full break. So Carolina up 7-0, but taking a timeout as Notre Dame has shown them a lot of offense on this drive with a lot of different personnel and a lot of different formations. Carolina taking a time maybe just to talk about it here in quarter number 1. Heels up 7-0 midway first quarter in Chapel Hill. From Learfield, IMG College.
What does Julie, who runs a thriving local business, have in common with the starting quarterback? Well, they both know how to hustle. As a small business owner, you rise before the sun and push till well after it sets. Outpace and defy expectations. Every quarterback needs a great team. UPS is here to support the hustle with tools and expert advice to help you be unstoppable. Visit ups.com/pivot for details. UPS, the official logistics partner of Carolina Athletics.
Start with a foundation of toughness, then add exceptional intelligence and dominating power. That's how you build a winner. And that's how Ford builds their lineup of vehicles with features like EcoBoost technology for a winning combination of power and performance. Another reason why Ford is America's best-selling brand 10 years in a row. Leaders aren't born, they're built. And in the Carolinas, they're built for victory. Learn more at buyfordnow.com or contact your Carolina Ford dealer today. Based on 2010 through 2019 calendar year sales.
This season, Fox Sports South has your ticket to ACC football, including the UNC Tar Heels. Every week, get the latest with Coach Mack and UNC football with Carolina Insider on Mondays, followed by live ACC action every Saturday on Fox Sports South. Watch on most video providers, including Uverse Channel 1726, DirecTV Channel 646, and Spectrum Channel 50, or stream on the Fox Sports Go app. Fox Sports South, your home for ACC Saturdays.
7-0 Tar Heels, 7:17 to go in the first quarter. Notre Dame has the football, 2nd and 10 from the Carolina 41. Irish moving from left to right. Ball will be at the far hash. Carolina football brought to you in part by State Farm, and with surprisingly great rates, State Farm is the real deal when it comes to home and car insurance. Get the help you need and when you need it with personalized service from your local agent. Or use the State Farm mobile app when you're on the go. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. We need to break 10 quick seconds for station ID. Heels up 7-0 on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
You're listening to 100.9 FM, 590 AM, Carolina football on WCAB.
Here with you, joined by Jody Zorgner, our statistician and spotter, Ben Alexander, our chief network engineer. Heard from Brian Simmons in the pregame, Dave Nathan back in our Tar Heel Sports Network studios. And Lee, one thing Tar Heels anticipated and have seen is a lot of just different stuff from Notre Dame. Different formations, a lot of movement. Virginia was successful with that against Carolina. Tar Heel defense trying to diagnose.
Well, Notre Dame, like the Tar Heel offense, is very balanced, Jones. They can do a lot of stuff. They can throw it. They can run it. They got a lot of different dimensions, a lot of people, a lot of skill players that can score and move the football. So that's what they're doing now. They're hunting and pecking to see what they can find.
Book in the pistol, the short shotgun, gets the handoff, then gives it to Tyree, who fires through the left side. So Book got the snap and handed off to Tyree, and Tyree is quick. The 5'10 freshman from Chester, Virginia, had a big hole on the left side of the Notre Dame line and rocketed through it to the 25-yard line, gaining 16 before Jaquarius Conley made the stop for the Heels. More subs for Carolina. Des Evans and Chris Collins enter the game for Carolina for this play. 1st and 10 for Notre Dame, nearing the red zone at the Tar Heel 25. It is Tyree again in the backfield. Bunch set with 3 receivers to the near side. Notre Dame will throw it, though, as Book play action, and now he's coming out of the pocket with a lot of room near side. He's over the 15, over the 10, and Don Chapman comes up to make the hit. It'll be 1st and goal, though, at around the 7-yard line, as Book, after the play action, came around the right side and had a ton of space. He runs for a gain of 18.
Trey Morrison blitzed from the safety position on the left side, Jones, and he just didn't do a very good job coming to balance and forcing Book inside. Just had a right guy in the right place, a nice call, and just not good execution by number 4, Trey Morrison.
Book is the second leading rusher on this Notre Dame team, so he is very effective with his legs. He'll be under center. Nobody out wide, just a bunch of big personnel on 1st and goal. Handoff to Kyron Williams, and he's able to pop over the right side inside the 5 all the way to the 2, so a gain of 5. And it will be 2nd and goal. Gimmel coming up to make the hit for the Tar Heels. Notre Dame, when it chooses to be physical in the red zone, is pretty darn effective. There have been times where the Irish have tried to do something different and have had to settle for field goals. A lot of times when they just line up with big personnel like they are here and hand it off, they find success. Let's see what they do on 2nd and goal from the 2. Book under center. Carolina brings a blitz, but Williams able to avoid that and find the end zone for the touchdown. Surratt came through the line, but just overran the play. And once he did that, Williams was able to force his way into the end zone for 6.
4 tight ends in the lineup for the Irish on that down, Jones, which they've got 5 that they can actually play, so they love that big personnel and just grind it out inside the red zone.
9 plays, 75 yards for Notre Dame. And they take 4:37 off the clock. Kyron Williams, as the extra point is up and good. Kyron Williams with his 11th touchdown of the season. It comes at the 5:19 mark, and with the PAT ties the game. So a very Notre Dame drive. Run heavy, but a couple of passes. Book with a key chunk of yards with his legs. That's what the Irish want to do offensively. We'll see how the Tar Heels adjust. 5:19 to go in the first half. Scoreboard here in Keenan still says 7-6, but it is 7-7.
knotted up, touchdown and a PAT apiece from Learfield, IMG College.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
At McCurry Deck Motors, you can browse a selection of vehicles that includes all of the top models in Chevrolet, Buick, and GMC lineups. The McCurry Deck Motors lineup of vehicles checks all the boxes, ensuring that they will have the perfect vehicle for any car shopper that visits their lot. Come visit and see what's in store for you and your family with the McCurry Deck quality reputation of fair deals and customer service. Try the Chevy. Find new roads with Chevy. At McCurry Deck Motors, we're the home of Chevy, Buick, and GMC. 1740 U.S. Highway 74A, Forest City.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Are you over the age of 60 and been diagnosed with lung cancer? If so, you and your family may qualify for a cash award. We can help make sure that you and your family are financially safe and medical expenses are covered. If you've been diagnosed with lung cancer and are over 60, call 24/7, 1-800-893-4016, 1-800-893-4016. Attorney advertising. William Stephacker Jr. is the attorney responsible for this ad. Main office, Scranton, Pennsylvania. May not be available in all states.
5:19, quarter number one. Carolina and Notre Dame each with a score. It is 7-7 on the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Notre Dame's had the ball twice, had to punt once, and then went on a methodical 9-play, 75-yard drive. Did not face a third down on that drive. 4:37 off the clock. 3 plays of 16 or more yards. 2 of them were runs. And Lee, like I said, I think that's what Notre Dame wants to do. That drive right there. That's just pound the run at you, mix in enough pass, have Book if he needs to, scramble and get some big yards. That is what has made Notre Dame successful on that particular drive. Was a snapshot of what they do well.
Well, that 34 minutes of time of possession average per game, one of the best in the country, the best in the ACC. That is very typical of what they like to do, and they will continue to try and do that all afternoon, all evening, and just they are physical, they're big, they run the ball well. We've seen 5 tight ends so far, and they like to line up and just in smash mouth and then pop it downfield after you're looking for the run. So we'll see how Carolina adjusts to that.
It'll be Michael Carter back to receive the kickoff from Jonathan Dorer. Dorer, a Charlotte native. And as Lee mentioned, Dorer, only 21% of his kickoffs have been touchbacks. So there may be some opportunities for returns today in the kick game, although there will not be one on this kickoff as it hits 4 or 5 yards deep in the end zone. And Carolina will start at the 25-yard line with the touchback.
Jones, it was interesting during that timeout, Jay Bateman was drawing up on the grease board to his defensive backs and had 3 managers holding signs and towels behind the seated players as if to make sure nobody in the stands, and there's only a few people in the stands, or anybody with a camera can't see what he's drawing up. So I wonder what has happened in an earlier game to make them think somebody might be trying to skunk what they're doing.
Carolina will start at the 25 on the far hash. Howell with a slow play action to Carter. Now he's going to dump it off on the near side to Daz Newsome. Makes a man miss, and now he's off to the races down the near sideline before being taken down from behind over the 40-yard line by Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. But it is a solid gain on the play. They're going to say Daz was down actually just before the 40 at the 39, but a gain of 14 on the play. Drew White had a chance earlier to take down Newsome for a gain of maybe 5, but Newsome just juked him right out of his shoes. 7-7 the score as Howell will, nope, I thought he was going to hand it off, but instead he's rolling out to the far side in a rare miscue on a throw by Howell as he had Newsome open at midfield, but just threw it a little too tall for the Tar Heels senior receiver. Newsome did not have a defender near him. Howell was rolling out to the right after the play action. And the pass just a little high and a little hot for Newsome to bring in. 2nd and 10.
7-7 the score. Clock stops at 4:41 to go in the first quarter. Howell claps his hands. It's a drop back throw. Has time to do so, lets it go, and cradling it in Notre Dame territory between the numbers in the hash near side is De'Ami Brown as he brings it in at the Irish 47 for a first down.
Irish like to play a lot of two high safeties, which they were at that time, Jones, and so there's going to be some room underneath, past the linebackers and beneath the safeties.
This time it's a run lead. Michael Carter physically pounds his way over the left side for a gain of 3 to the Notre Dame 44. Shane Simon with the hit for the Irish. 2nd and 7 for Carolina in Notre Dame territory in a 7-7 game. Starting to near the back portion of the first quarter as the clock at 4 minutes in the first frame right now. 3 receivers in the formation for Howell and the Tar Heels, but he'll keep it on the ground. Javonte Williams over the right side has good yardage. A late flag comes in. Javonte Williams near a first down at the 37-yard line. But
holding, offense, number 75, 10-yard penalty, 2nd down.
Well, that one hurts as Josh Ezeudu gets called for the hold. Carolina had a first down on the play. Ezeudu called as he was leading the way for Javonte Williams, called for the hold. Looked like it was against Justin Adamiola, one of the defensive linemen for Notre Dame. So the penalty will move it back over to the Carolina side of the 50 at about the 47, we'll call it 48-yard line, and bring up 2nd and now 16 for the Heels. Howell is going to throw. Lets it go deep. De'Ami Brown is there, brings it in at the 5. De'Ami dragged down inside the 1. Boy, those two have done that a couple times, haven't they? Brown is shaken up. He's coming to the sideline holding his left arm near his side, unable to move it. And he appears to be in some pain. Carolina, meanwhile, is moving quickly after the deep ball. 1st and goal at the 1. Howell play action to Williams, comes near side and pounds his way through a couple of Irish for the touchdown.
Physical game so far for Sam Howell. He took a major shot on that deep ball to De'Ami Brown.
He's the one who sought the contact on that touchdown run. Touchdown at scamper number 4 for Howell. That's not even a scamper. That's just a plow running over a couple of Irish. 5th rushing touchdown of Howell's career. Tell you what, though, it's going to be worth keeping an eye on De'Ami Brown.
He has gone into the treatment tent, Jones.
Yep, he was holding his left arm down by his side, unable to comfortably move it after making that terrific catch on the deep ball that sets up the touchdown. PAT good. Carolina leads at 14-7 with 2:59 to go in the first quarter. That drive for the Heels, 7 plays, 75 yards. Howell with the touchdown run from 1 yard away, capped off the 2-minute and 20-second drive.
Brown was leaning over, clutching his left arm, left shoulder, left hand as he went into the treatment tent, Jones. So we'll keep an eye out to see when he comes out. But what a great catch and a great throw by Sam Howell, and showing the Tar Heels balance as we've talked about. They've run the ball well today, and they've hit the deep ball, hit a few underneath us, and just mixed it up to a great degree.
51 yards on that play. Howell to Brown, which set up the touchdown. Carolina, of course, is deep at wide receiver, but De'Ami Brown having an all-ACC caliber year, such a threat. We'll have to wait and see. Kickoff fielded a yard deep in the end zone. Tyree coming out. He is hit at the 15 and is dropped before he can get to the 20. British Brooks, one of the Tar Heels involved on that special teams tackle. Looks like Kadri Jackson coming out getting some congratulations as well, helped finish it off. So Notre Dame will start inside the 20 at the 18-yard line with Carolina on top, 14-7 and 2:55 to go in the first quarter.
I like old Jonathan Kim, Jones, but I tell you what, when he doesn't drill it deep, Carolina's kickoff coverage is very good, and they've got some good athletes who are fast, defensive players who get down there in a hurry and have really bottled some opponents up. So 7 yards gained field position by not having the touchback.
Book is going to throw. Grimes coming on the blitz. Got a hand on him, but couldn't bring him down. Book throws deep. Oh, it looked like Don Chapman had a great chance for a pick, but he has it taken away from behind for the big gain by Javon McKinley as he elevated over the top of Chapman and makes the grab at the Carolina 39. As soon as Book threw it, in my mind I was thinking, oh boy, that's a pick. Don Chapman's going to have it, but instead it's a 43-yard gain for the Irish.
If he had jumped one fraction of a second later, Jones, I think he would have been in better position.
Book on a design quarterback run. Boy, got a big block. That gets him free. A stiff arm gets him away from Chapman, comes down the near sideline at the 10, and just like that, Notre Dame is going to have a 1st and goal.
That's what Jay Bateman was talking about this week when he cited all the friends in coaching that he called who played against Notre Dame, and they all to a man said that Ian Book is much more athletic than anybody gives him credit for, and he showed it there.
Boy, big block by Tommy Trimble, junior tight end. He came in and spilled Chaz Surratt out of the play, which allowed Notre Dame's Book to have a big hole, and he ends up gaining 33. So Notre Dame on just 2 plays has gone off its own 18 to the Carolina 6. And now the Irish taking a timeout.
Timeout.
With 1:49 to go in the quarter. So Carolina jumped on top 7-0 after forcing a 3-and-out by Notre Dame. Tar Heels went 7 plays and 50 yards for a touchdown. Howell to Simmons. Irish answer with a 9-play, 75-yard drive. Ends up in a 2-yard touchdown run by Kyron Williams. Tar Heels come right back, 7 plays, 75 yards in 2:20, finishing up with a Howell 1-yard touchdown after a big play to De'Ami Brown, a 51-yard pitch and catch. But now Notre Dame, on just 2 plays, has moved off its own 18 to the Carolina 6. 1st and goal. Already between the 2 teams, 275 yards of offense. Notre Dame has 130. Notre Dame with 140, Carolina with 135. So both teams moving up and down the field so far. I formation behind Book, who will turn and hand it off. Coming to the near side. It doesn't go much anywhere for the Irish. Let's see who it was for Notre Dame. The ball carrier was Kyron Williams. Kyron Williams was the ball carrier for the Irish. Vahasek with the stop for Carolina. It is a gain of 2 for Williams. It'll be 2nd and goal from the 4.
Big Miles Murphy in for the Tar Heels, Jones. His birthday today, number 88, and he's got that big boot, that big club off his hand, so he can maybe stop some players without having his hand wrapped up.
Snap is low to Book. He's able to go get it. Now circling around in the pocket, dumps it off in the flat right side to Williams, and he has it for the score. What a play by Book. The snap was poor. Book was able to pick it up, circle around away from the Tar Heels to buy time, and then found his running back Williams open in the flat. Miles Murphy was given chase on Book, but he just actually at one point had his back to the end zone where he wanted to go. Circled around, came back to Williams, who has his 2nd score of the day.
What a remarkable play by Ian Book. Boy, he's come a long way since he was a redshirt freshman, started here 3 years ago, Jones. But Carolina should have gotten a big defensive play out of that. Instead, Notre Dame scores the touchdown.
It feels like the Heels have been on the edge of some big defensive plays in this quarter, but unable to finish them. Just on that drive alone, looked like Chapman had a great chance for an interception that was taken away from him by the receiver Javon McKinley. And then Murphy, had he been able to stop Book, it would have been a loss of, around 10 or 15 yards. But Book able to keep the play alive and eventually score. So it's a 4-play touchdown drive. 1:05 the time on the 1st quarter, where Notre Dame ties it back up because the extra point was good as well. 4 plays, 82 yards, and 1:54 off the clock. Book to Williams. It will only officially be a 4-yard pass, although it was much longer than that because Book had to scramble away after the poor snap.
Interesting matchup today, Jones, between a couple of old friends in the coaching business. Mac Brown and Brian Kelly go back to having coached in the Hula Bowl together in 2003, and they've been good friends since. Kelly has won 271 wins over his career. Mac Brown, 257 wins over his career. They're ranked number 1 and number 2 among active coaches in football bowl subdivision.
Kickoff by Dorer will be in the middle of the end zone for another touchback. So Carolina has it at the 25. Game tied at 14.
Good to see that Brian Anderson appears to be no worse for the wear after sitting out last week. He has played at center and gone the entire way for the Tar Heels. He doesn't seem to be addled at all by his ankle injury from the Duke game several weeks ago.
And Lee, De'Ami Brown's out there. He's at one of the wide receiver spots. He'll be the wide receiver. Wide left, wide right is Emery Simmons. A couple of guys in the slot on the open side of the field, Walston, the tight end, and Daz Newsome. So 4 receivers in the formation for Carolina, but they'll keep it on the ground. And it's Javonte Williams coming to the near side. Good open field tackle by Kyle Hamilton. But Williams able to gain, I think, an even 10 to the 35. Yes, so they'll move the sticks on the first down run of 10 yards. So it'll be another first down for the Heels, this time snapping it from their own 35-yard line. Game tied at 14. Powell, play action this time, and he's sandwiched in the pocket. Actually was able to fall a little bit forward, back near the line of scrimmage. It'll end up being just a loss of 1. Howell was hit back 4 or 5 yards behind the play by a couple of Irish players, including Myron Tungavailoa Amosu and Ade Okundeji. Those two able to sack Howell. It ends up being just a loss of 1, though, as Howell able to move back forward. He'll keep it on the ground to Javonte Williams. Williams trying to work his way past a couple of Irish defenders. Gets 3 on the play, but a good tackle by Marist Leafau, the sophomore from Hawaii. And that will be the final play of the first quarter. So Williams gains 3 on that second down run. Carolina has it at its own 37, facing just what will be the second third down of the game for the Tar Heels and just the third down of the game in total. It will be a 3rd and long, 3rd and 8 when the second quarter begins. All knotted up at 14 through 15 minutes from Learfield, IMG College.
To celebrate State Farm's surprisingly great race, we gave this game day jam surprisingly great lyrics.
I saved a lot this year because I called the pros. I am calling State Farm. I gotta make a phone call. We got that coverage here. Protect your car at home. I am calling State Farm. I gotta make a phone call. You can just call now. There's a little bit of great rates with a little bit of great. Look at my quote now.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hey Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2020 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
This is your radio home for the Tar Heels on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
This holiday season at Dunkin', we're cheersing to all with drinks that will really get you into the holiday spirit, like the signature peppermint mocha latte, the signature gingerbread latte, and the new chai oat milk latte. Whether you're visiting friends or getting the whole family together on a video call. Now if some of them could just find the mute button. That's better. Bring the cheers in with holiday-inspired drinks from Dunkin' and make this season a little extra special. And now you can send a virtual cheers in via the Dunkin' app with an e-gift card. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer.
Hey, all you Carolina fans, Nationwide agents are just like you. They support the Tar Heels, too. They are also proud to live in the Triangle, where they help families like yours with auto, home, business, farm, and life. Don't drop the ball. Get the professional coaching you need to win at life. Give Pete Seagroves in Chapel Hill a call at 919-942-8733 or Terry Nobles in Raleigh a call at 919-833-3803 and go Tar Heels. Nationwide is on your side.
Did Did you know that right now Geico is offering an extra 15% credit on car, motorcycle, and RV policies? That's on top of what Geico could already save you. What are you waiting for? Visit geico.com and learn more. Well, a competitive first quarter to be sure, almost dead even. It is on the scoreboard, 14-14. The yardage just about even as well, as close as it can be. Carolina 147 yards, Notre Dame 146 yards. Carolina was 62 yards rushing, 85 passing. Notre Dame 75 rushing and 71 yards passing. Tar Heels had the football, but facing a 3rd and long, it's almost 3rd and 9. We'll call it 3rd and 8. The ball is marked between the 36 and the 37-yard line of Carolina. The Heels now moving left to right in the second quarter. And we'll be facing a big play here. Already 11 plays of 10 yards or more in this game. Carolina has 6, Notre Dame has 5. So each team has found some explosive action offensively to get to this 14-14 score. Howell's going to be in the shotgun with Michael Carter to his left. 2 receivers to the short side of the field, that's the left. De'Ami Brown and Daz Newsome. Garrett Walston slot right. Emory Simmons wide right. Still haven't seen Bo Corrales today for the Tar Heels, who was trying to work his way back in. Of course, Simmons had a great catch earlier. Howell has a clean pocket to throw. Dangerous one in traffic on 3rd down, and it is knocked away incomplete. De'Ami Brown had 2 defenders around him. It was Nick McLeod, the NC State transfer, and Kyle Hamilton. The ball was catchable, but even had Brown brought it in between the 2 defenders, he would have been short of the 1st down and could not squeeze it with all the contact. And so for the first time today, the Tar Heels are going to have to punt after going 4 plays, getting a 1st down, but having to kick it away. Notre Dame's blocked 2 kicks this year, Lee, and boy, they almost got to that one. Kiernan able to have the rugby-style punt, kept it low line drive that rolls all the way over the Notre Dame sideline on the far side of the field at the 16. That turned out to be a really good kick from Kiernan of 47 yards, despite the fact that he was under some heavy pressure.
And remarkable, that's only his 22nd punt of the year. Here we are in late November after Thanksgiving, 9th game of the season for the Tar Heels, and they only punted 22 times. So Tar Heels offense, you just don't feel like they can have a 3 and out or have to punt. They can't they can't lose serve, so to speak, against this very potent Notre Dame offense.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, this is bad field position. Notre Dame's starting at the 16, but it just hadn't mattered. Notre Dame's been able to move the football pretty effectively. Hand off to Kyron Williams very patiently, going right side, eventually gets all the way to the sideline and gets positive yards. It's going to be a gain of 5. There was just a whole mess of bodies in front of Williams, but he kept his feet, stayed patient, and eventually gains 5 on the play. And one of the first down, one of the first down markers on the sideline is bent. It broke. So the officials, they were ready for it. They're prepared too. They've got a couple of spare ones over there on the sideline, so they're going to bring out some new chains.
Please reset the game clock to 14 minutes and 33 seconds. 14:33.
That's the voice of Dwayne Haight. Haven't heard him very much today, the referee for this matchup, saying to please reset the clock, which the clock operator here in Keenan does. So it's 14 minutes, 33 seconds to go in the second quarter. Carolina and Notre Dame tied at 14. The Irish looking at a 2nd and 5 off their own 21-yard line. And Carolina jumps. Did a Notre Dame player move to force Miles Murphy offside?
Jeremiah Gimmel said he did, but
he's biased.
First down. Offside. Defense, number 98, making contact with an offensive lineman. 5-yard penalty. Results of the penalty, first down.
Well, I said Miles Murphy, who is 88. It was actually Kevin Hester, who is 98, who jumped off. So that will give Notre Dame a free first down. So Notre Dame quickly, a 5-yard run, 5-yard penalty. Have it out to the 26-yard line. Book, who has not thrown an incompletion today, still hasn't, as he completes it to that's to Joe Wilkins on the right sideline. He's ridden out of bounds by Kyler McMichael after the gain of 10. Well, gain of 9 to the 35-yard line. So it'll be 2nd and 1 for Notre Dame.
It's been McMichael and Grimes the whole way so far, Jones, at cornerback. Haven't seen Patrice Rene at all yet.
Book now 5 of 5 passing for 80 yards and a touchdown. Howell is 4 of 7, 85 yards and a touchdown. Second and short for the Irish, and they'll keep it on the ground. Kyron Williams stood up pretty quickly by Kevin Hester, but it'll be enough for the first down as he was able to gain 2. That was a second and short, second and just 1. So new set of downs for Notre Dame. They've moved off their own 16 to the 37. Game tied at 14, 13-24 and counting. Time of possession, Notre Dame has already held the football for 2 minutes more than the Tar Heels have. I told you they lead the ACC in time of possession. They will be happy to pound it all day long, and they'll try again here. Kyron Williams cutting back, finds resistance there, and is taken down at the 44. But it's still positive yards, gain of 7 on the run. Trey Morrison eventually with the stop.
Tar Heels seem to be alternating by pairs at defensive interior. Jaleel Taylor and Kevin Hester came out before that last play. Starters Ravo Hassick and Tamari Fox came back in.
Rucker and Chris Collins come off this time. That's Kamen Rucker, the freshman from Hartwell, Georgia. They came off the field after that last play. It's going to be a throw for Book. Again, he's 5 for 5 passing, but this time he doesn't get a chance to do so. Taken down from behind by Tamon Fox. The sack back to the 42, loses a pair, and will bring up third down. Second sack of the day for the Tar Heel defense. Moves it back to the Irish 42. This is just the second third down Notre Dame has faced today. And Lee, to your point earlier, you get them in third down, you got to get off the field. Felt like Carolina couldn't give up serve, as Lee said earlier. And it feels like this is a chance to get it back. Game tied at 14. Play clock at 5. Book gets the snap. Heels rush just 4. Book with pressure, scrambling around, keeping his feet, rolling out to the far side, being chased by Tamari Fox. Lets it go, caught short of the first down at the 45-yard line by, I believe, Kyron Williams, the running back it is. But it will be a couple of yards shy of the first. But, man, again, Book avoided 2 sacks as he scrambled around in the backfield. Irish will send out the punt unit to kick it away, it appears.
Well, fortunately, the Tar Heels came out of that one unscathed, Jones. Notre Dame is going to punt, but, boy, it sure would have been nice to have that 10 to 12 to 15 yards they could have had on the sack that they had within their grasp twice.
Tamari Fox was one of the men, and Tamon, I think his brother, Tyrone Hopper, all in the mix in that play. The flush Book out. Long punt. Fair catch called for as the ball, hits nicely at the 5, and it's going to be downed inside the 5 by the Irish. Tar Heels did the right thing. Newsom called for the fair catch and got out of the way. Didn't want to field it inside the 10, but Jay Bramblett, who had a poor punt in his first kick today, drops one beautifully to the 3-yard line of 51 yards. So the Heels will be pinned back when we return. 14-14 the score, 10:59 to go first half here in Kenan Stadium from Learfield, IMG College.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Justice, Rosenbluth, LT, Jordan, Hansbrough, Geo. This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. Certain names in Tar Heel athletics resonate across generations, bringing to mind an unmatched commitment to excellence. When someone mentions Smith's Drugs of Forest City, I think of a similar commitment to excellence. Since 1939, Smith's Drugs has served Rutherford County with the highest quality customer service and care. The friendly staff at Smith's Drugs not only provides you with prompt service, they give you the individual attention needed to understand your medication and how it works. This same level of care is exhibited by the staff in the Smith's Drugs Home Medical Equipment Department. And don't forget about the old-fashioned soda fountain, where you'll be served up the best pimento cheese sandwich in North Carolina. Call on Smith's Drugs of Forest City at 828-245-4591, located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City, where they've been putting the customer first since 1939.
Here on the Tar Heel Sports Network, and in addition to all of our wonderful local affiliates, you can also hear us on Sirius XM. You can get a free trial of ACC Radio and take the Tar Heels with you on your phone, online, or at home. Start listening at SiriusXM.com/ACCSXM. So, Lee Tar Heels have the ball. That's the good news. Game's tied 14-14, but Carolina starting 97 yards away from where they want to go. They'll have to snap it off their own 3 after the terrific punt by Bramblett.
Well, we've seen them do it before in the year. 98 yards, I believe it was. Maybe Virginia Tech.
Had a 99-yarder against State, too.
Yep.
Yeah, they've had some long drives, but I think this is the best defense for sure that Carolina has seen this year. Be interested to see if they can put together something impressive here. Tie game. 10:59 to go in the second quarter. Carolina and Notre Dame.
I've enjoyed watching Kyle Hamilton, number 14, the strong safety. He is 6'4", Jones. He looks almost like a basketball power forward out there playing safety.
Howell is in the end zone in the shotgun, and he'll hand off to Javonte Williams. Williams just kind of stutter stepping as he gets back to the line of scrimmage, maybe a yard to the 4. Myron Tungavailoa Amosa with the stop, and Javonte just never able to get ahead of steam. He kind of was chopping those feet, looking for somewhere to go, but ends up gaining just 1. It'll be second down from the 4. Carolina so far with 63 yards rushing. Notre Dame allows just 85 per game. Howell again will be in the shotgun, has a back to either side. Williams to his left and Carter to his right. And it's going to be a play action. Howell in trouble, is able to get out of the end zone, but is sacked at the 1. And he did all he could do to get out of that end zone and avoid the safety. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, the first man there for the Irish. And Carolina now as far back as they can go. It is 3rd and 12 from the 1. Foskey also, that's Isaiah Foskey. Late Owusu-Koramoah had the initial pressure, and then Foskey hit Howell as he made his way out of the end zone. 3rd and long from out of the end zone. Howell got to be careful here. Quickly dumps it off over the middle to Javonte Williams. It'll be well shy of the first down. But that was just get it out of the end zone, get it out of Howell's hands, see if somebody can make a play. And Williams taken down at the 9 by Kyle Hamilton. So the Tar Heels go 3 and out.
Well, I was going to say, you get cold sweat seeing Carolina come out of the deep end zone out of the west end against Notre Dame, because you got bad memories of that safety they gave up 3 years ago in the 2017 game.
Yeah, and in fact, that score was 14-7. Notre Dame had the lead. Carolina had the ball in similar field position late in the half, gave up a safety, and Notre Dame never looked back. Kiernan, a kick out of his end zone. He's going to get another good roll. Hits it around the 45 of the Tar Heels, but then rolls into Notre Dame territory and is going to be downed back at the Irish. It's going to be right around the 39 or the 40-yard line. We're going to call that a 51-yard kick unofficially by Kiernan, but does a good job at least moving Notre Dame back to the same general area it was when the Irish punted a little while ago. Need to take another break. 8:49 to go, second quarter. Each team has to punt on their last drive. Game still knotted at 14 from Learfield, IMG College.
For any surface and every season, there's a Continental tire that delivers superior performance. From ultra-high performance tires like the Extreme Contact Sport, to passenger touring tires, to all-terrain light truck tires like the Terrain Contact AT. Continental has a tire that gives you confidence no matter the road conditions. Whether you're looking for summer, all-season, or winter tires, Continental Tire has something to fit your needs. Visit ContinentalTire.com to find your ideal tire. Continental Tire, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
This is Carolina football on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
Right now, you can get 5 cents off every gallon of fuel every day. That's 5 cents off every gallon with Make It Count rewards from Marathon. Plus, you can earn points for additional savings on fuel, airfare, hotels, and more. It's quick and easy to join. Just visit makeitcount.com/radio or download the free app. So start saving today with Make It Count from Marathon. Offer valid only at participating Marathon locations. Marathon, fueling the American spirit.
Look around you right now. How many signs do you see? Probably dozens. Signs let you know whether you've arrived or departed, and often are the first impression someone has of your business. At Southwood, we strive to create lasting first impressions and let your customers know they've arrived. Whether indoor or outdoor, we specialize in commercial, multifamily, and hospitality signage. Southwood has served the Carolinas for 50 years and is proud to be the trusted signage partner of the Tar Heels. Visit southwoodcorp.com to learn more.
Has been tight the whole way. 8:49 to go, second quarter. Tar Heels and Notre Dame tied at 14. Irish about to start their fifth drive of the game at their own 40-yard line. Each team has had the ball 4 times. Each team has 2 touchdowns. Each team has 2 punts, including one possession that was a 3-and-out. Bramblett, the punter for Notre Dame, a 36-yarder and a 51-yarder. Kiernan, 2 good ones for Carolina, 47 and 51-yard punts for him. So again, Notre Dame moving right to left here in the second quarter. Game tied at 14, 8:49 to go before halftime. Ball will be at the far hash and at the 40-yard line. 171 yards for Notre Dame, 84 passing, 87 rushing. Carolina at 153, 93 in the air and 60 on the ground. Howe, 5 of 8, 93 yards and a touchdown. Book has not thrown an incompletion. He's 6 of 6, 84 yards and a score. Carter, the leading rusher for Carolina with 29. Book, the leading rusher for Notre Dame with over 30. As an incompletion in the flat near side, Tommy Trimble couldn't hang on to the throw from Book. Trimble had plenty of space to catch the ball. Don't know how much yards he would have gained after catching it, as Surratt and some others were closing in. But Trimble couldn't hold on, and it will be 2nd and 10.
Best field position for anyone to start today, Jones, as a result of the kicking game, the punting game. That great Notre Dame punt pinned Carolina in at the 3-yard line, and they couldn't move the ball and had to punt.
Book, it's going to be a design quarterback draw. Book able to pick his way around, and then it is drilled by Jaquarius Conley at the 45-yard line. The freshman from Jacksonville gets up pounding his chest after making the big hit. Patrice Renee out there for Carolina, along with Day Hollins. They're the 2 corners. First time we've seen the Heels make a change at that position today. It'll be 3rd and 5 after the gain of 5 on the design quarterback run.
When Jacarius Conley showed up this summer, Jay Bateman and Mac Brown looked at him and said, he looks different, and I think that's why. You can see his power and his speed and his ability to hit and punish the quarterback.
Big 3rd down here. Book to throw and complete. Finds his tight end Mayer in front of Hollins for the first down on the far sideline. Gets it to the Carolina 43-yard line. So a gain of 12. That is Notre Dame's first conversion on 3rd down. And it will keep the drive alive. Carolina making multiple subs. Tamari Fox and Chris Collins enter the game for this first down play.
Looks like the Tar Heels have subbed in couples here with the cornerbacks, as both Patrice Renee and Day Hollins have come in for Tony Grimes and for Kyler McMichael.
Yep, staying on the field, at least for now. Book will be under center. Turns and hands off to Kyron Williams, going to the far side and dragged down. Tried to use a stiff arm to get Tyrone Hopper off of him, but Hopper wouldn't let go. Took down the talented Notre Dame back after a gain of 1 to the 42-yard line. So 2nd and 9, 7:05 and counting. Second quarter, game tied at 14 apiece. Here comes another sub. Off goes Collins. In comes Conley as the Tar Heels go to the nickel formation for 2nd and 9. Clyde Pender, one of the men on the defensive front for the Heels, along with Tamari Fox. Book will turn and hand off to Tyree, and there's Pender to catch him and drop him. No gain on the play, Lee.
Pender would not be blocked. He reached around the center who was trying to block him and pushed the center into the running back and still made the tackle.
Man, Tar Heels are excited about Pender. The freshman out of Seffner, Florida, had to hold off the Gators late in the recruiting game to keep him. He was slowed by a hand injury early in the year, but has started to see some more time. They feel like he can be one of many of these young names we're starting to say more and more on defense that are a big part of the future. Big third down here. 3rd and 9. Notre Dame converted a third down earlier on this drive. Book has time to throw, plenty of time to throw. Now he's rolling out to the near side. Lets it go incomplete down the sideline as Gimmel able to bother the catch attempt by the tight end Mayer. No flags anywhere on the field. Looks like Notre Dame is going to have to punt. That time, Book with lots of time to throw. And honestly, Mayer had a good chance to catch it. Gimmel able to just get an arm in late and bother it just enough to force it incomplete.
2 straight scoring possessions by each team, 2 straight defensive stops by each team.
Little pooch punt from Notre Dame. Newsom calls for the fair catch late, but a beautiful bounce and stop by Notre Dame will stop the Heels down at the 4-yard line. Newsom called for the fair catch late, let it bounce over his head. When it did so, hit right at the 9, but it was perfectly positioned by Kyle Hamilton, or excuse me, that's J.D. Carney, another number 14, who had circled to the back end of the play to down it, and the Heels will have to be inside the 5 again. They'll mark it at the, they're going to say the 3, where the Heels will start again. 5:50 to go in the first half. Heels have bad field position again. See if they can do something here with a tie game after this from Learfield, IMG College.
What does Julie, who runs a thriving local business, have in common with the starting quarterback? Well, they both know how to hustle. As a small business owner, you rise before the sun and push till well after it sets. Outpace and defy expectations. Every quarterback needs a great team. UPS is here to support the hustle with tools and expert advice to help you be unstoppable. Visit ups.com/pivot for details. UPS, the official logistics partner of Carolina Athletics.
This is your radio home for the Tar Heels on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
Elora Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. It's all about you. Elora Bridal offers unique collections with more than 300 styles, which are as unique as you are. Visit Reed's Jewelers to try on diamond rings from their timeless couture, blush, and harmony collections. Or you can custom build your own ring from their design collection. Elora Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. It's your style and your choice. Reed's Jewelers, official partner of the Tar Heels.
It's fall, and that means the competition is on for the best tailgate at home. Let Cruiser stock all your food and beverages for your next home gate, garage gate, yard gate, heck, even a balcony gate. Cruisers is your quick one-stop shop for cold beer and drinks, hot food, fresh grab-and-go items, and game-time snacks. Show us how you home gate with Cruisers. Share a pic on Cruiser's Facebook page, and one legendary home gator will win a $50 Exxon gas card. Cruisers, let's go.
Bit of a rinse and repeat here for the Tar Heel offense. Started the last drive at the 3, went 3 and out, had to punt it away. Defense got a stop, but another great punt by Notre Dame's pinned the Heels right back to that 3-yard line. 5:50 to go first half. Game tied at 14. Heels have it going left to right. Ball on the far hash with a lot of space to move as they need 97 yards for a touchdown. Right now, they'd be happy to get just some yards, get out of the shadow of their own end zone, and see if they could get some offensive momentum on this drive. Buffalo Wild Wings has new boneless wings. More meat, less breading. They'll turn any boneless hater into a boneless believer. Get to B-Dubs and try their new boneless wings. Hal is in the shotgun. Claps his hands. He'll hit a quick screen to the near side, and Newsom shakes a tackle. He's over the 10, over the 15, and there you go with some breathing room, as the Tar Heels just quickly get the ball into the hands of one of their playmakers and say, hey, go get us some yardage. And Daz does just that. Gain of 14 out to the 17-yard line.
Don't believe the Tar Heels have substituted at all along the offensive line today, Jones.
Howell in the shotgun again, as he traditionally is. Play action to Javonte Williams. Rolls out, and his pass is tipped. Knocked down by Drew White, the Notre Dame linebacker. Howell was rolling to the far side, trying to hit his receiver wide left, who is De'Ami Brown. But White knocked it down. Howell now 6 of 10 on the day, 107 yards and a score. Book is 7 of 9, 96 yards and a touchdown. So both quarterbacks have found success. 2nd and 10 from the 17. Clock stops at 5:18 on the incompletion. Newsome circles around the play. Notre Dame bringing a blitz. Howell in trouble in the pocket, and he's going to go down. Boy, he goes down way inside the 10 as Notre Dame brought pressure off the jump. And Howell looked like, which is something he rarely does, looks like he saw the pressure and felt it and just could never really get moving. Riley Mills, Marist Leafau combined to take down Howell. A loss of 8 on the sack.
And they came up the middle and got over and by Brian Anderson, the center there in particular, Jones.
Some heavy booing here from the Carolina crowd. They must have seen something on the replay they didn't like. 3rd and really long. Quick screen out to Newsome on the far side. I tell you what, Newsome has some space, and he has the first down as well. Great block out in front. Garrett Walston and De'Ami Brown were both out there in front of Newsome. Just a little quick hitter. And then Newsome, with some help from his friends, was able to sprint to the 29 for a gain of 20.
And the 2 plays that have worked on this drive, Jones, have been the quick hitters, one to the left, one to the right.
Carolina now 2 of 4 on 3rd down. Carolina keeps it on the ground to Carter, and just nothing doing. Dalen Hayes with the stop for no gain. And we told you, Notre Dame absolutely sells out to stop the run. They have held 6 of their 8 opponents coming into this game under 100 yards rushing. That includes Pitt gaining just 44 and Clemson just 34. The Tar Heels have 52 yards rushing right now. Had some early success on the ground, but unable to replicate it as the game's gone on. Howe with flags down, chucks it deep down the field. De'Ami Brown makes the catch at the 22, but this one's coming back. I believe there's going to be a hold on the Tar Heels.
Holding, offense, number 73, 10-yard penalty, 2nd down.
Frustrating day so far for the O-line, giving up several sacks and had 2 holding penalties so far.
Yep, Carolina has been sacked 3 times. And that erases what would have gotten the Tar Heels near the 20-yard line of the Irish. That's now 3 penalties, 25 yards on Carolina. Notre Dame has yet to be flagged today. It's going to move it back, lead to the 19.
McKeithen did extend his arm, but he didn't even hardly make contact. There was an attempt to hold, but there was no holding.
2nd and 20 after the holding call. The Tar Heels living on the wrong side of the field offensively this entire quarter. Game tied at 14. Carolina trying to get some offensive momentum. Boy, what a tough throw, and should have been a catch, but Emory Simmons couldn't bring it in, falling to the ground on the sideline near side at the 33. That was a really big-time throw from Howe, but Simmons couldn't bring it home, and it will be 3rd and very long.
That's the first one I can remember in a month since Emory Simmons took over for Bo Corrales that he has not brought in a ball that has been catchable.
Yeah, when it hits his hands, he normally catches it, but unfortunately not that time. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right for 3rd and 20 for Carolina. Javonte Williams will be to Howell's left. Notre Dame rushes 4 quickly. Ooh, Josh Downs gets popped as he makes the catch. And here come multiple flags. That's going to be a targeting call as Howell was drilled in the helmet by Kyle Hamilton, the star safety by Notre Dame.
And Hamilton is either shaken up himself, very slow to get up, and aggravated over the call, I believe, as he looks up at the...
The ruling on the field is a catch, personal foul, targeting, defense, number 14. That play is under further review.
Hamilton is looking up at the video replay board, Jones, trying to get a look at what happened, and here it comes.
What a catch by Downs to hold on to the ball as he took the shot right up in the helmet area by Hamilton. There is clear helmet to helmet there, at least in my view. Ball at the 29-yard line after the completion.
Hamilton seems to be resigned that that call will hold up the way he's addressing his teammates and walking off the field.
We've taken a full break here in the stadium, so let us take it too. We'll tell you about the result of this call if it comes during the timeout. 3:03 to go. First half, Heels and Irish tied at 14. Well, I tell you what, we're going to get the ruling before the break here.
After further review, the ruling on the field of targeting is confirmed. Number 14 is disqualified from the game. 15-yard penalty, first down.
All right, so Hamilton is ejected. Carolina gets the 15 yards in addition to the 10 on the catch by Downs. And so ball will be out at the 44 when we return. 14-14 the score, 3:03 to go from Learfield, IMG College.
Start with a foundation of toughness, then add exceptional intelligence and dominating power. That's how you build a winner. And that's how Ford builds their lineup of vehicles with features like EcoBoost technology for a winning combination of power and performance. Another reason why Ford is America's best-selling brand 10 years in a row. Leaders aren't born, they're built. And in the Carolinas, they're built for victory. Learn more at buyfordnow.com or contact your Carolina Ford dealer today. Based on 2010 through 2019 calendar year sales.
Texting while driving takes your eyes off the road for an average of 5 seconds. That's like driving the length of a football field with your eyes closed. Research shows you're 3 times more likely to get into an accident when distracted by a cell phone. I'm joining Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents to urge you and your family to put down your phone. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/go Heels.
To learn more, visit your local Trusted Choice Independent Agency. Insurance Service Associates in Forest City, or go to insureisa.com.
Off their own 3 out to the 44-yard line. Had a big third down conversion earlier in the drive on a screen pass to Newsome. Got some great blocks from Walston and Brown to help him get a big chunk of yards. And then on 3rd and 20, Carolina gets the first down on the pass to Downs, and then the targeting call against Kyle Hamilton. Doesn't count as a third down conversion for Carolina because of the penalty, but it extends the drive, of course. 1st and 10 from the 44. As the Tar Heels will have it right between the hashes at their own 44-yard line. And Hamilton, that's a big loss, Lee. 2nd team preseason All-America. One of the leaders on this Notre Dame squad, and he'll have to go for the rest of the day.
Mac Brown cited him and Koromahu as the 2 guys that were really fun to watch in one of his press conferences this week. So for them to lose Hamilton is a severe blow to the Irish.
The safeties out there right now for Notre Dame. Houston Griffith, a junior from Chicago, and Sean Crawford, who is the traditional other starter for Notre Dame at that safety spot. Michael Carter exits the backfield. Howe will throw a quick screen to him on the far side. Carter crosses the 50, makes a man miss, still on his feet, goes down the far sideline and inside the 35. Michael Carter made Houston Griffith miss. Griffith comes into the game and has to try and tackle Carter in space. That's tough for your first play of the day. Carter gets it to the 33 of the Irish.
Putting athletes in space with the ball or chasing grass, as Phil Longo likes to say. That's what this offense is all about. Just get an athlete the opportunity to try and make a play one-on-one against another athlete.
Yep, just a little swing screen type of pass there as Carolina gets the completion. Pressure coming on Howell. He's able to avoid it. Rips it down the near side. Caught by Simmons. He is immediately hit by Clarence Lewis. But it is a gain of 5 on the play. So Howell, after seeing Book make so many impressive plays for Notre Dame with his legs, keeps that one alive, avoiding the pressure that Notre Dame was bringing from Owusu Koromoa. 14-14 the score, 2 minutes to go in the first half, 2nd and 5 for Carolina. Heels working off the 28. Handoff to Javonte Williams. Good hard run to the 25. Over the right side, gain of 3. It'll bring up a third down. Isaiah Foskey and Marist Leofow combine on the hit.
Got to go with the quick stuff to the outside, or the play action and the quick slants is what's working. That last one by Sam, where he did make something out of it, but nonetheless, that was a straight drop back, and Notre Dame is really collapsing the pocket on those straight drop backs.
Clock moving, 1:23 to go first half, 3rd and 2. Carolina going to keep it on the ground, and, man, they get 1, but they needed 2, and Notre Dame's going to take a timeout. Handed off to Javonte Williams, and he was in heavy traffic. He gained maybe half a yard on the play. So it'll be 4th and 2. I had said 1, but he didn't even get that. Maybe got the length of a football before Kurt Heinisch with the stop. We need to break 10 seconds. Station identification. Game tied at 14. We'll see what the Heels choose to do here on 4th and Short from Learfield, IMG College, and the Tar Heel Sports Network.
You're listening to Tar Heel Football on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Mack Brown said this week that he was likely going to be aggressive during this ball game, but he's sending out the field goal unit here as on 4th and 2 with 1:15 to go. He wants to see if his team can take a late first half lead. Grayson Atkins setting up for the kick of what would be 42 yards. $1:15 to go. Snap back, spot down. Atkins does kick it away, and it is good. Tar Heels have the lead, 17-14. Atkins with the 42-yarder. And the Tar Heels have the advantage with 1:10 to go.
Grayson Atkins has settled in, Jones, since his miscues back about a month or so ago. So has Mack Brown's confidence, and obviously there, no wind. It's about upper 50s now after starting in the mid-60s. It's cooled off some, and the sun has gone down, but no wind. So it was a pretty easy shot from 42 yards.
12 plays, 72 yards, 4:40 off the clock. That brings the time of possession a little closer. Notre Dame still with a significant advantage at 15:28 to Carolina's 13:22. So still more than 2 minutes advantage for Notre Dame in time of possession. But again, the Tar Heels just held the ball for 4:40 to get that field goal. Notre Dame has 1 timeout remaining and 1:10 on the clock. Carolina has 2 timeouts as Kim ready to kick it off. Tyree back to return, but he doesn't get the opportunity to do so.
Giving up touchdowns late in the first half has been a nemesis and a bugaboo for the Tar Heels, not only this year, but dating back to last year, Jones. Been an emphasis of the Tar Heel coaching staff. 75 yards, 1 minute, 10 seconds. Let's see if the Tar Heels have gotten any better at getting off the field at the end of the first half.
That's a great point, Lee. It's something that Mack Brown's been really, I think, frustrated with, just trying to figure out what is it that has caused things to go that way in these type of situations. Let's see if the Tar Heels can come up with a big stop. Up 17-14, 1:10 to go before the half. Book will throw out of the shotgun. Carolina showing some pressure as Book rolls out to the right, and Book has to just throw it away. As here comes a late flag. Tyrone Hopper pushed Book down, but the flag's in the secondary. That ball was nowhere close to catchable. The officials conferring.
Holding, defense, 10-yard penalty, automatic, first down.
So they did not give a number on who was called in the secondary for holding. Believe that was McMichael over there for Carolina. And so instead of 2nd and 10, it's a 1st and 10 plus 10 yards for Notre Dame out to the 35. 1:03 on the first half clock. Surratt blitzes late. Completion to the far side at the numbers to Skoranek. And he is knocked out of bounds near the 40. Officials say, though, that Conley and Renee stopped Skoranek, his forward progress, before he got out of bounds, so the clock's moving after the gain of 6. 41 seconds and counting. Book gets the shotgun snap. Corner blitz coming, but he's able to dump it over the blitz to Kyron Williams on the far side. And Williams able to cross the 50 to the 48. I said corner blitz, but it was actually Surratt coming off. He just had lined out way wide defensively and was trying to crash in on Book. So Notre Dame now at the Carolina 48, 1st and 10 with 35 seconds left. One timeout. Heels up 3 late in the first half. Book trying one deep down the far sideline, and a nice catch. It was brought in by McKinley for a gain of 10 to the 38. That was a longer throw than the yards gained as Book threw it from over on the near hash to the far sideline. Notre Dame surgically moving down the field here late. Under 30 seconds to go in the first half. Book just has to throw that one away. He had some pressure heading his direction.
Both Gimmel and Surratt blitzed through the middle, Jones, and applied some of that pressure you were talking about.
So that will stop the clock, and it'll be 2nd and 10 from the 38 with 24 seconds left in the first half. Tar Heels lead it 17-14. Off comes McMichael. In comes Hollins. So Hollins and Grimes, 2 young players, will be the corners. But Notre Dame's going to keep it on the ground to Kyron Williams. Well, everybody thought he was down, but the officials never blew their whistle, and he was able to get nearly 10 yards on the play.
That was 12 or 13 yards more, Jones, from where he looked to be down.
Got the handoff going to the far side, but Williams did a great job getting his hand down and not hitting the ground after the initial contact, and kept the play alive to the 29-yard line for what will be a gain of 9 in total. And Notre Dame will take its last timeout as well. They're going to reset the clock. It currently says 14. Now they change it to 16 seconds.
Cornerbacks coach Dre Bly was not happy with Kyler McMichael, and that's why he took him out and put Day-Day Hollins back in. So Tar Heel defensive staff the last few weeks have been very quick to substitute, not only to get players experience, give them a blow, but also if you make a mistake, you're going to get pulled. And it's good that Carolina is developing some depth that they can do that more now than they could before.
In the range for Doerer for a field goal. His season long is 48. His career long is 52. Ball's at the 29-yard line with 16 seconds left. Notre Dame is out of timeouts now, as that was their last. And this is 3rd down, 3rd and short. The Irish 1 of 4 on 3rd down thus far. Book is going to throw it. Steps up in the pocket. He's going for the end zone, and a flag comes in as Don Chapman was battling with the tight end Mayer, and Chapman's going to be flagged for pass interference.
Pass interference. Defense, number 2. 15-yard penalty, automatic. 1st down.
So that moves it down to the 14-yard line. And with 10 seconds left, Notre Dame maybe one play here to try to get a touchdown before potentially kicking a field goal. Certainly don't know what they would try to do, but don't have much more time than that. Off the 14, 4 receivers in the formation, 2 to either side. Book's going to try the left side of the end zone, incomplete. Tried to just lob it up for Skoranek, one-on-one with Grimes. And the Irish will send out the kicking unit with 5 seconds left.
Nice play by Tony Grimes here, Jones. What a great story he is. He still should be playing high school football right now, but because of the pandemic in his high school in Virginia Beach area being canceled for football, he just decided to come on to Carolina.
So Doerer will try a 32-yard field goal off the right hash. He is 4 of 5 from 30 to 39 yards this year. And Carolina takes the timeout. Doerer in total this season has been good, 12 of 16, including 9 of 10 from 39 yards and in. And again, this will be from about 32. 5 seconds to go. Game tie, or excuse me, Notre Dame trying to tie the game before halftime. Tar Heels lead it 17-14. It's been a very even first half. 225 yards for the Irish, 220 for Carolina. And the score, 17-14 Heels.
And the symmetry is further remarkable, Jones, by the fact that 2 touchdowns for each team, 2 defensive stops for each team, a field goal for the Tar Heels, and now a field goal attempt by the Fighting Irish.
Dorr to try to knot things up here before the break. Off the right hash from 32. Carolina got some good pressure on him, but was able to hook it in there to knot it up. There's still 2 seconds left. So Carolina will have an opportunity here on the kickoff.
Good. The clock was stopped when it should not have. Time expired in the half. That is the end of the first half.
I don't think that really makes a big difference. Tar Heels likely wouldn't have done anything with the ball. It's considering they're scheduled to get it to start half number 2 as it is. The officials will now go over and speak at length to Brian Kelly and the Notre Dame coaching staff as they're chatting with Coach Kelly about something he's unhappy with. His team is tied up with the Tar Heels at 17 in what has been a very even first half, including on the scoreboard. Boy, Brian Kelly still just having a personal conversation with Dwayne Haight, the referee, as those two still out on the field, heading to halftime. Now finally it breaks up, and we'll head to half. 17-17 the score. Notre Dame goes 7 plays and 61 yards on that final drive, but 25 of the 61 yards were Tar Heel penalty that helped the Irish get in field goal range. All tied at 17 through 1 half in Chapel Hill. From Learfield, IMG College.
He bounces outside. No one's going to catch him. He's at the 10. He's at the 5. Touchdown. Oh, man.
Throws downfield. The ball is tipped. It's intercepted. He's going to score.
He's scrambling. Man open in the end zone. It's a leaping one-hand grab. He got it. Touchdown.
Keep the excitement of game day going in a Nissan. With game-changing tech, every drive is guaranteed to get your adrenaline pumping. Get to Nissan, proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
From the mountains to the coast, 2.5 million North Carolinians are members of an electric cooperative. And as a co-op member, you are part of exciting efforts to build a brighter future in the Tar Heel State through new energy services, support for local communities, and innovative energy programs that make the electric grid more efficient and sustainable. Learn more at ncelectriccooperatives.com/brighter.
This is Carolina football on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
It's never lost on Window World that your home is your largest physical investment. Window World's integrity will be noticed from your very first moment of contact. The clean, professional installation of premium windows, siding, doors, and more are designed to last while leaving your home looking amazing. Window World and their lifetime warranty will always be there when it really matters. They're America's most trusted remodeler and a proud partner of Carolina Athletics because the difference is integrity and always in the details.
Pandemic pain? Is this pandemic adding frustration, pain, and increased stress? Great news, there's hope without the use of pills or surgery. The experts at Breakthrough Physical Therapy have a cutting-edge program for that pain and stress. Call the location nearest for free information. Contact Breakthrough, Carolina's choice for keeping you in the game of life today. Breakthrough-pt.com.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield IMG College under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of North Carolina. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield IMG College. Announcers are provided by Learfield IMG College and approved by the university.
Halftime at Kenan Stadium with Carolina and Notre Dame tied at 17. Pretty clean half of football for both the Tar Heels and Irish, and competitive throughout. Tar Heels have held leads on 3 separate occasions. The game has now been tied 3 times as well. Notre Dame has not had an advantage on the scoreboard through 30 minutes of football, and the Tar Heels will get the ball to begin the second half. That's kind of the skinny on where we've been. We've got highlights and stats coming up a little bit later, but right now, look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Helping you is what they do best. Again, Carolina and Notre Dame tied at 17. Only game of the day in the ACC here in Chapel Hill. Tomorrow, though, the action gets started at 12 noon with North Carolina State going to Syracuse. At 3:30 tomorrow, third-ranked Clemson hosts Pittsburgh. Later at 4, it's Louisville and Boston College from Chestnut Hill. At 7, under the lights, Duke in Atlanta to play Georgia Tech. And at 8, Virginia plays at Florida State. Over to the top 25, a little busier on the North Carolina Farm Bureau's scoreboard as Iowa State and Texas got locked up in a good one. Texas had a chance to tie the game with no time remaining on a 57-yard field goal, but it was just wide to the left, and Iowa State holds off Texas 23-20. Other action taking place later tonight, it's Oregon and Oregon State. That should kick off around 7:30, and another one that's gone final, number 24 Iowa beats Nebraska 26-20. College basketball in full swing after the openers on Wednesday. Here we are a couple of days later, and already a top 5 upset with San Francisco getting a late 8-0 run to knock off number 4 Virginia 61-60. San Francisco gets the win over UVA. Other finals today, number 17 Houston gets by Boise State 68-58. 6th-ranked Kansas levels its record for the year 1-1 with a 94-72 win against St. Joe's. 8th-ranked Illinois got a scare from Ohio, but the Illini prevail 77-75. Texas Tech 84, Sam Houston State 52. West Virginia comes from behind to knock off Western Kentucky 70-64, and number 1 Gonzaga rolls over Auburn 90-67. That'll do it for your look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Helping you is what they do best. Again, our score from Kenan Stadium, Carolina 17, Notre Dame 17. We'll get you up to speed on our halftime highlights and stats after this from Learfield IMG College.
Texting while driving takes your eyes off the road for an average of 5 seconds. That's like driving the length of a football field with your eyes closed. Research shows you are 3 times more likely to get into an accident when distracted by a cell phone. I'm joining Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents to urge you and your family to put down your phone. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/Go Heels.
To learn more, visit your local Trusted Choice Independent Agency, Insurance Service Associates in Forest City, or go to insureisa.com.
He bounces outside. No one's going to catch him. He's at the 10. He's at the 5. Touchdown. Oh, man.
Throws downfield. The ball is tipped. It's intercepted. He's going to score.
He's scrambling. Man open in the end zone. It's a leaping one-hand grab. He got it. Touchdown.
Keep the excitement of game day going in a Nissan. With game-changing tech, every drive is guaranteed to get your adrenaline pumping. Get to Nissan, proud partner of Carolina Athletics. The Tar Heels on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
Don't put away your golf clubs, Tar Heels. There's plenty of golf to be played on the Tar Heel package at Pine Needles, Mid Pines, and Southern Pines Golf Club. Play 3 of the top courses in North Carolina with unlimited golf, accommodations, and breakfast starting at just $145. Take on your choice of 3 Donald Ross courses, one of which will host the 2022 U.S. Women's Open Championship. Call Pine Needles, Mid Pines, and Southern Pines Golf Club at 800-747-7272 and ask about the Tar Heel package. Rates per person, double occupancy, 2-night minimum, taxes not included.
It's fall, and that means the competition is on for the best tailgate at home. Let Cruiser stock all your food and beverages for your next home gate, garage gate, yard gate, heck, even a balcony gate. Cruisers is your quick one-stop shop for cold beer and drinks, hot food, fresh grab-and-go items, and game-time snacks. Show us how you home gate with Cruisers. Share a pic on Cruiser's Facebook page, and one legendary home gator will win a $50 Exxon gas card. Cruisers, let's go.
It's the Wells Fargo Halftime Show, brought to you by Wells Fargo, official sponsor of Carolina Athletics. Our score, tied at 17. Both teams put up a couple of scores in the first quarter. Both teams with field goals in the second. And just a quick note on that second stanza, Notre Dame has been accustomed to blowing away the opponents in the second quarter this year, outscoring opponents by 92 points, 117-25. So that's certainly a feather in Carolina's cap to keep this game at 3-3 in the second quarter, so to speak, as, again, Notre Dame usually runs away from the opponent right before halftime. Not the case here today, and quite frankly, the Irish, aided by a couple of Tar Heel penalties on their final drive of the half to get that 32-yard field goal to tie the game at 17, which is where we stand right now as we push the rewind button and go back to play some halftime highlights as Carolina, again, forced a punt from Notre Dame, a 3-and-out, as a matter of fact, on the game's first drive. Got the ball back around midfield, drove 7 plays, and scored with Sam Howell tossing his first touchdown of the ball game.
Howell immediately looks to the right, is hit hard as he throws, and it is caught. Touchdown, Carolina. What a grab by Emery Simmons in the back right corner for the score. Holy smokes, what a play by that young receiver.
That's Simmons' first touchdown catch of the season, second career TD for the sophomore from Parkton, and with 9:56 to go in the first quarter, it was 7-0 Carolina. About 4 minutes later, Notre Dame would tie the score at 7. Williams' first of 2 touchdown runs makes it 7-all game with 5:19 to play in the first quarter. But later on, the Tar Heels went right back to work. Howell didn't throw a touchdown, but he did get a 51-yard reception from De'Ami Brown.
At about the 47, we'll call it 48-yard line. And bring up second and now 16 for the Heels. Howell is going to throw. Lets it go deep. De'Ami Brown is there, brings it in at the 5. De'Ami dragged down inside the 1. Boy, those two have done that a couple times, haven't they?
That pass play got the ball from the Carolina 48 down to the Notre Dame 1, and on the ensuing play, Carolina took another lead.
First and goal at the 1. Howell play action to Williams, comes near side and pounds his way through a couple of Irish for the touchdown.
2:59 left to go in the first quarter. Carolina with its second lead of the ball game, 14-7. That lead, though, will be short-lived because with 1:05 to go in the quarter, Notre Dame's Williams gets his second touchdown of the ball game. This is a 4-yard touchdown reception, capping a 4-play, 82-yard drive. And at the end of the first 15 minutes, we're tied at 14. The second quarter would be competitive, but not a lot of scoring. Teams would exchange punts back and forth up until the waning stages when the Tar Heels would retake the lead on a Grayson Atkins 42-yard field goal.
1:15 to go. Snap back, spot down. Atkins does kick it away, and it is good. Tar Heels have the lead, 17-14. Atkins with the 42-yarder, and the Tar Heels have the advantage with 1:10 to go.
That capped a prolonged Carolina drive. 12 plays, 72 yards, took 4:40 off the clock, and after Carolina started that drive at its own 3, certainly made tracks down the field to take the 17-14 lead. But Notre Dame would get the ball back and drove down the field in 7 plays and 61 yards and would notch a 32-yard field goal with no time remaining to tie the game at 17, which is where we stand at halftime. A look at the game stats when we come back after this. Tar Heels and Irish locked up at 17 from Learfield IMG College.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers of Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. They continue to strive hard to keep that honor. Come on in and see for yourself. Take a look at the all-new design 2021 F-150 or reserve an all-new 2021 Bronco coming in the spring. Don't miss out on the automobile you've been wanting at the Sisk Family Ford price. Take your pick while the picking is good on Oak Street in Forest City.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea.
It's bow time.
Dave Nathan welcoming you back to the Wells Fargo halftime show from our studios here in Chapel Hill. Carolina and Notre Dame tied at 17. Take a look at the first half stats. Total yards, pretty competitive. The Irish have 225 to Carolina's 220. Of those yards, the Heels have passed for 165 and rushed for 55. The Irish have gotten 123 through the air and 102 on the ground. Penalties, Carolina 5 for 50. The Irish just that one, but it was a targeting penalty. And so, again, at the half, game tied at 17. Both teams have taken good care of the football. No turnovers to this point in the game. The Irish hold a time of possession advantage, 16:38 to 13:22. Individually, Sam Howell, 10 of 15 passing for 165 yards and 1 TD through the air. Howell also has 1 on the ground. He's carried 6 times for 6 yards. Carter with 3 carries for 29 yards, and Javonte Williams 8 for 20. So, again, Notre Dame's rush defense, #1 in the ACC and among the best in the country, holding up to form against the Tar Heels, who run it to the tune of 233 per contest. Through the air, De'Ami Brown has a couple of receptions for 65 yards. Daz Newsome 3 for 48. Carter has 1 for 23. Emory Simmons, you heard that earlier touchdown a moment ago, has 2 catches for 11 yards. Downs and Javonte Williams also have receptions. For Notre Dame, Ian Book, 10 of 14 passing, 123 yards, 1 touchdown. Kyron Williams has a touchdown both through the air and on the ground. He's carried 12 times for 45 yards and caught 3 passes for 19 yards. Ian Book has carried 6 times for 41 yards, and Chris Tyree has 2 rushes for 16 yards. Michael Mayer has 2 receptions for 28 yards for the Irish. Javon McKinley, though, your high man in the receiving stat column for Notre Dame, 3 receptions and 61 yards. It all adds up to a tie game here at the half. Carolina 17, Notre Dame 17, and that'll do it for your first half stats and the halftime show, brought to you by Wells Fargo, official sponsor of Carolina Athletics. We'll take our final halftime break and send things back over to Kenan Stadium. Jones and Lee will take you through the play-by-play of the game's second half, again at the half, tied at 17 from Learfield, IMG College.
Texting while driving takes your eyes off the road for an average of 5 seconds. That's like driving the length of a football field with your eyes closed. Research shows you are 3 times more likely to get into an accident when distracted by a cell phone. I'm joining Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents to urge you and your family to put down your phone. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/Go Heels.
To learn more, visit your local Trusted Choice Independent Agency, Insurance Service Associates in Forest City, or go to insureisa.com.
Start with a foundation of toughness, then add exceptional intelligence and dominating power. That's how you build a winner. And that's how Ford builds their lineup of vehicles with features like EcoBoost technology for a winning combination of power and performance. Another reason why Ford is America's best-selling brand 10 years in a row. Leaders aren't born, they're built. And in the Carolinas, they're built for victory. Learn more at buyfordnow.com or contact your Carolina Ford dealer today. Based on 2010 through 2019 calendar year sales.
This is your radio home for the Tar Heels on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
Duke Energy is honored to recognize 2020 social justice and racial equity grantee Exodus Foundation for their work to address social justice and racial equity in our communities. In addition, Duke Energy is committed to overcoming racism in our state and has pledged to offer an annual social justice and racial equity grant cycle in North Carolina. Visit duke-energy.com/racial equity to learn more.
Safe, accessible, reliable. Breakthrough Physical Therapy, proud partner of Carolina Athletics, promises that your care will be safe, accessible, and reliable, making sure you're back to your daily activities sooner. Contact Breakthrough, Carolina's choice for keeping you in the game of life today. Breakthrough-pt.com.
Really even first half in Chapel Hill, and only fitting the scoreboard says that as well. 17-17 the score. Carolina due to get the ball to start half number 2 here in just a moment. 21st meeting between the Heels and Notre Dame. Lee, let's do our trusted choice of the game. Brought to you by the Trusted Choice, independent insurance agents of North Carolina. They want you to stay safe behind the wheel and encourage you to put down your phone while driving and have a hands-free NC. Go to trustedchoice.com/GoHeels. Find an independent insurance agent near you to learn more. And one number that stands out, Lee, is penalties. And I think the Tar Heels and certainly the Tar Heel fans here were frustrated with a couple of the flags in the first half. But 50 yards of penalty yardage for Carolina on 5 flags. Notre Dame has just 1 flag thrown against it. Heels will need to clean up those penalties for sure.
Well, that pass interference, that defensive holding on Notre Dame's last scoring drive. Otherwise, Tar Heels may have been able to get off the field and have a 3-point lead here going into the third quarter.
As it is, it's knotted up at 17 as the kick is off the foot of Dorer. And a fair catch is made. It was Toe Groves who was back there in front of Carter.
Number 4 who caught the ball, first down at the 25-yard line.
So Groves at the 10 made the fair catch. Carter was coming up from the goal line, had not signaled for the fair catch. Looked like he wanted to try to receive and run, but Groves had called for the fair catch and makes the squeeze. So Carolina will have it at the 25-yard line.
I said at the beginning of the game, Jones, I thought Michael Carter might get the opportunity because Dorer does not nail them deep in the end zone, and unfortunately, Toe stepped in front of him and took the ball.
So that will be a fair catch. Tar Heels starting at the 25. A quick hitter on the first play on the play action and whipping it between the hash marks to Daz Newsome for 10 yards is Sam Howell. So Newsome with the grab will move the ball to the 35. And a quick first down for Carolina. Newsome now with 4 catches as the Heels keep it on the ground. And a nice play from behind. Drew White is able to roll down Carter from behind after no gain. In fact, a loss of a couple back to the 32. So it's going to be 2nd and 13. Tar Heels had some success early running the football, but for the most part have been going backwards on the ground since then. Heels have 52 yards rushing, came in averaging 233.5 yards per game. Notre Dame shows pressure at the line of scrimmage. They bring it. Carolina hands off to Carter, and he has some space. Angling back to the far side. Boyd just tripped up as he tried one more cut to the sideline at the 40. But Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah able to trip up Carter at the 41. It's a gain of 9, but had Carter step through one more, I think he was off to the races. But as it is, it'll bring up 3rd and 4.
Nice job cutting against the grain. He was stopped to the left, used his quickness and dexterity to dart to the right. Nice gain for Michael Carter.
2 receivers to either side as Carolina goes right to left. Big 3rd down here, and flag comes in.
All start. Offense, number 25. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
That hurts, and it's on one of Carolina's best guys, Javonte Williams, who had checked in, was in the backfield with Howell, and just got his momentum rocking forward too early. That's going to move the ball back to the 36. So now all of a sudden, what was a third and manageable 4 yards is a third and difficult 9. Carolina 2 of 5 on third down. That is penalty number 6 on Carolina for 55 yards. Heels came in averaging about 8 for 75 yards per game into the ball game. Carolina going to keep it on the ground, and Javonte Williams gets nothing. It looked like he had some space, but he tripped. Let's see who he tripped on. He just lost his footing.
I think he just tripped on the turf, Jones.
Yep, didn't step. I thought maybe somebody had stepped on his foot or had gotten tangled up, but not the case. He just lost his footing. He had some momentum and some room, but ends up being no gain.
Very odd. There should be no reason to lose your footing on this turf. It's totally dry, outstanding surface, good traction.
So Carolina has to kick it away, and Kiernan rockets one down the field, hits it to 14, rolling inside the 5. It will be down at the 3. As going down to down it was Emery Simmons. So maybe Jaquarius Conley, both wearing number 0, of course. Conley goes down and downs the 61-yard punt. And Notre Dame will have its worst starting field position of the day.
Ben Kiernan mobbed by his teammates. Everybody happy, and Kiernan jumps and skips over the sideline after that. That's he's obviously not hitting the high hanging aimed punts. He's all going for the rugby style, the low style that hits and rolls from there, and he's done 3 of them today and gotten good results on all of them.
So Notre Dame will have to start deep in its own territory. Tie game at 17. Irish keep it on the ground and nothing doing. As Tyrone Hopper with the first contact against Williams. At best, it is no gain for Notre Dame. Maybe even be loss of about half a yard. 2nd and 10. Irish coming left to right here in the third quarter. 3 minutes gone by in this third quarter. Tar Heels had to punt on the initial possession of the half. Game tied at 17 apiece. Book's going to throw out of the end zone, and making the catch at the 15 is McKinley on the far sideline. McKinley with Grimes trying hard to catch up. Was able to angle to that sideline, keep his feet down, and make the grab. Good strong throw and catch there. Not bad defense as Grimes was in the area, but it's going to be a gain of 12 and a first down. Book moving with a little more pace here, going with the jet sweep to the near side, and Carolina blows it up as Tamon Fox trips up the ball carrier. On the jet sweep, it was Lawrence Keys, a reserve wide receiver, who gains just 1. Nice job by Fox to not get fooled and tackle the athletic Keys in space. 2nd and 9 from the 16. Ball on the near hash. Night has fallen here in Chapel Hill. Cool, clear evening. Notre Dame and Carolina tied up at 17. 2 ranked teams. Been in a dogfight thus far. Handoff to Williams, caught by Surratt as he tried to pop up the middle for a short gain. Gets to the 18 for a gain of 2. And it'll bring up a big third down. Neither team's had a lot of success on third down. Carolina 2 of 6. Notre Dame 1 of 4. This is 3rd and 6.
Had the glasses on big Miles Murphy on that play, Jones. He wasn't a factor on the play, but boy, he whipped at the offensive guard opposite him. He's got some size and girth that Carolina just doesn't have quite on the interior defensive line.
Murphy will be out there for this third down play. Heels have 6 men at the line of scrimmage, and they bring them. The snap's a little low. Book able to pick it up, throw to the far side, and it was caught but short of the first down at the 24. What a terrific catch by Avery Davis as Morrison was applying heavy defensive pressure on the play, and Notre Dame is keeping the offense on the field for 4th and 1 deep in its own territory. Carolina making a sub, bringing in Tamari Fox. Boy, this is a gamble here. Now Book is going to come up under center after starting in the shotgun. Play clock under 10. And there's some movement up front. Carolina says Notre Dame moved. Notre Dame says Carolina moved.
Ray Vohasek adamant that Notre Dame moved.
The officials talking about it. Carolina was adamant that the Irish had moved.
Offside. Defense. Jumped forward, causing the offensive line to react. 5-yard penalty. Results in a penalty. First down.
I'm not even sure Notre Dame was really going to snap that ball. They might have just been trying to do just that, which is draw Carolina off. And the Tar Heels and the Tar Heel fans getting very frustrated with the flags, as it has been very one-sided in that regard. Notre Dame's been flagged just once. Book backpedaling, incomplete, dangerous throw, as he had Gimmel chasing him, tried to hit Skoranek crossing across the middle of the field, threw it behind him, and it falls incomplete. Bring up 2nd and 10. Those flag totals, 7 of 460 yards against Carolina, 1 for 15 against Notre Dame.
It's a lot of fun to watch 44 and 12 just come full throttle through the middle of the line, Jones, through the A gap, or sometimes they'll come together, but Gimmel and Surratt are really ferocious on those blitzes up the middle.
That was also the 4th Notre Dame first down that has come via penalty. Book rolling out to the near side. Skoranek is open, gets it to him short of the 40 down the sideline, and hit out of bounds near midfield by Kyler McMichael, but it will move the chains and gain a chunk. Gain of 21 yards to midfield.
Tar Heels had Chris Collins out in coverage on that, which is a little odd that he would be covering somebody that far out in front of the Carolina boundary.
Tamon Fox bid on the play action, lost the edge, which allowed Book to roll out and eventually hit the completion. 8:50 to go third quarter. Notre Dame chewing up some clock on its first drive of the second half. Game tied at 17. Book going to try one deep, dangerous throw, and broken up. McMichael with a big collision between the numbers and the sideline near side. Slams into the intended receiver, who was tight end Tommy Trimble. It'll be 2nd down.
Dre Blythe there to applaud. Blythe 4 yards out on the field now, talking to Kyler McMichael, who's just a few yards away from him.
Trimble had the ball hit his hands at about the 28, but then McMichael came in for the big contact to knock it free. Clock stops, 8:39 to go third quarter. Game tied at 17. Notre Dame from midfield, 2nd and 10. McMichael blitzing off the edge. Book able to get away, rolls out near side, and then Book just has to throw it away. Good pressure by the Tar Heels. Started with the initial blitz by McMichael, and then Surratt continued to dog Book the entire play until the Notre Dame QB just had to throw it into the Tar Heels sideline to bring up 3rd and 10.
Nice job by Notre Dame picking up McMichael coming on the blitz, but McMichael had enough of a head of steam that he ran the tailback back into Book and forced him out of the pocket.
3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Notre Dame going left to right. Ball near hash at the 50. Game tied at 17, 3rd and 10. Now Williams is going to come back and settle next to Book for the shotgun snap. Tar Heels rush just 3. The pass is short to Mayer, but he's able to get the first down as he had a step in front of Conley on the drag route across the middle of the field. Caught it a good 3 or 4 yards shy, but advances it over the 40 to move the sticks. Ends up at the 35 for a gain of 15. Just the second third down that Notre Dame has converted today. They are now 2 of 6, but man, that's a big one. As this drive started back on the 3, there was the costly offside and controversial offside on 4th down, which allowed it to continue for the Irish, and they're now at the Tar Heel 35. Time of possession really starting to wear down as well. Book, play action, rolling out. Morrison hanging on to him, and Book just has to sling it into the sideline to avoid what would have been a big loss on a potential sack. 2nd and 10 coming up. You know, Lee, he reminds you a little bit of Jurkovec, the quarterback at Boston College, talking about Book here, about how he never seems to be out of the play. With guys hanging on him or scrambling wildly, keeps the play alive. And, of course, Jurkovec, a Notre Dame transfer, reason he left, he couldn't beat out Book.
Tar Heels have 2 sacks. They need to get 3 here.
2nd and 10 from the 35. Game tied at 17. Snap a little high. Book able to squeeze it. Goes down the sideline to Grimes, and here comes the flag. Grimes defending on the play, I should say, as he was one-on-one with McKinley. McKinley slipped and fell. Grimes ran over him and will earn the flag.
15-yard penalty, automatic, first down.
The penalties are just absolutely killing the Tar Heels, as now that is 8 penalties for 75 yards, including 2 huge ones on this drive. The offside on 4th down, and now that one that gets the ball down to the 20.
Grimes never turned and looked for the ball, and that's catnip with an official. He's going to call that if you don't turn and at least look for the ball.
Surratt blitzes late. Book able to throw it away, or throw it to the sideline where it's caught by Wilkins. And it will be short of the first down at the 13, but a gain of 7. Wilkins making the grab in front of Grimes. So Notre Dame has moved off its own 3 to the Tar Heel 13. If the Irish score a touchdown, it would be their longest drive of the season yardage-wise. They had a 96-yard touchdown drive against Duke. Of course, the Heels want to avoid that at all costs. 2nd and 3 from the 13. That clock is melting, too. It's at 7:10 in the third quarter. Jet sweep to Skoranek coming to the near side, has some blockers, and finds the end zone. Notre Dame has its first lead of the day.
What a dagger that was, Jones. 97 yards. Carolina almost got off the field on that 4th down. Big penalty there. Obviously going after a true freshman cornerback.
13 plays, 97 yards for Notre Dame, and 5:22 off the clock. That gives the Irish the 23-17 lead and make it 24-17 with the PAT. So Carolina, for the first time today, finds itself trailing. Time of possession starting to really heavily weight toward the Irish as well. 22 minutes of possession time for Notre Dame. 15:55 thus far for Carolina. Heels are getting the ball back, though. But now they find themselves down a touchdown. 7:05 to go, third quarter from Learfield, IMG College.
Hello, this is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates. Are you on disability? Or maybe you're on Medicare? Or maybe both? Come see me, Dwayne Hunt at Insurance Service Associates, about a Medicare Advantage product brought to you by Humana. Please give me a call, 245-5301 at Insurance Service Associates, 127 East Trade Street, Forest City.
Justice, Rosenbluth, LT, Jordan, Hansbrough, Geo. This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. Certain names in Tar Heel athletics resonate across generations, bringing to mind an unmatched commitment to excellence. When someone mentions Smith's Drugs of Forest City, I think of a similar commitment to excellence. Since 1939, Smith's Drugs has served Rutherford County with the highest quality customer service and care. The friendly staff at Smith's Drugs not only provides you with prompt service, they give you the individual attention needed to understand your medication and how it works. This same level of care is exhibited by the staff in the Smith's Drugs Home Medical Equipment Department. And don't forget about the old-fashioned soda fountain, where you'll be served up the best pimento cheese sandwich in North Carolina. Call on Smith's Drugs of Forest City at 828-245-4591, located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City, where they've been putting the customer first since 1939.
WCAB, the golden music's on us.
Football brought to you in part by the College Foundation of North Carolina. Visit cfnc.org for everything you need to plan, apply, and pay for college this application season. Now in an updated format. Well, first 8 minutes or so, 7:55 exactly of the second half, have not gone the way the Heels wanted. They got the ball first, but had to punt after just 4 plays, including on a 3rd and 4, getting a false start to make it 3rd and 9, and eventually having to punt. And then Notre Dame, starting on its own 3-yard line, goes on a 13-play, more than 5-minute drive, aided incredibly by Tar Heel penalties. Most notably, an offside call on 4th and 1 when we'll never know for sure, but not even 100% sure Notre Dame was actually going to snap it. They, I think, were just trying to do what they did, and that's entice Carolina to jump. That extended the drive. Notre Dame eventually scores on Skoranic's rushing touchdown on the jet sweep, his first rushing touchdown of his career. And Notre Dame has its first lead of the day. Michael Carter fielding the ball, called for a fair catch. I was worried there for a second as Michael had caught it at the 3 and then stumbled, lost his momentum, caught it and fell back into the end zone. I thought that was going to be dangerous, but he had called for a fair catch. Thank goodness that I didn't see. It is going to send us to another full timeout, though. 7:05 to go in the quarter. Tar Heels find themselves down 7, needing something offensively. Heels scored touchdowns on their first 2 drives, but on their subsequent 4 have 3 punts and a field goal. Carolina down 24-17, 7:05 to go, third quarter from Learfield, IMG College.
Texting while driving takes your eyes off the road for an average of 5 seconds. That's like driving the length of a football field with your eyes closed. Research shows you are 3 times more likely to get into an accident when distracted by a cell phone. I'm joining Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents to urge you and your family to put down your phone. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
To learn more, visit your local Trusted Choice Independent Agency, Insurance Service Associates in Forest City, or go to insureisa.com.
Start with a foundation of toughness, then add exceptional intelligence and dominating power. That's how you build a winner. And that's how Ford builds their lineup of vehicles with features like EcoBoost technology for a winning combination of power and performance. Another reason why Ford is America's best-selling brand 10 years in a row. Leaders aren't born, they're built. And in the Carolinas, they're built for victory. Learn more at buyfordnow.com or contact your Carolina Ford dealer today. Based on 2010 through 2019 calendar year sales. Start with a foundation of toughness, then add exceptional intelligence and dominating power. That's how you build a winner. And that's how Ford builds their lineup of vehicles with features like EcoBoost technology for a winning combination of power and performance. Another reason why Ford is America's best-selling brand 10 years in a row. Leaders aren't born, they're built. And in the Carolinas, they're built for victory. Learn more at buyfordnow.com or contact your Carolina Ford dealer today. Based on 2010 through 2019 calendar year sales.
24-17 Notre Dame. 7:05 to play, third quarter. Carolina about to start on its own 25-yard line. You know, field position hasn't necessarily played a huge role. Both teams have had opportunities backed up, but Carolina has not had great field position after the initial drive started at the 50. Scored a touchdown on that drive. Since then, the 25, the 25, the 3, the 3, the 25, the 25. So, both teams have had long fields to go, but Carolina looking at another one here, down 7. And Lee, after a long time on the field, that Tar Heel defense was getting some instruction from Jay Bateman during this stretch of back-to-back full timeouts.
Boy, you could almost see the steam coming off Coach Bateman's head from way up here in the press box. He had a long conversation with outside linebackers coach Jovan DeWitt, who was in the press box here to our right. Jay then grabbed his grease board, got in the middle of the defensive ends, outside linebackers down on the field, lectured them for about a minute, and then came back and grabbed the board and got in front of his defensive backs and safety. So a lot to clean up and a lot of aggravating. Jay Bateman will be interesting to get his thoughts on what went wrong on that 97-yard scoring drive for Notre Dame.
Obviously a big possession here for the Tar Heels, trailing for the first time. Notre Dame brings pressure. Howell stepped up through it, spins through a tackle, but is eventually tripped up. Back at the 23-yard line. Notre Dame player lost a helmet. And Howell, again, just didn't have much time to do anything. Riley Mills eventually tripped up Howell for a loss of 2. But that puts the Heels behind the chains. This Notre Dame defense, we told you, they're one of the best in the country, and they have really been flexing their muscles as this game has gone along. Howell fakes the clap, sees Owusu Koromoa trying to blitz off the edge, so he looks to the sideline, see if The Heels want to change the play. They keep it on the ground to Javonte Williams, physically pounding his way up the middle. Really good run there by Williams to the 30 to gain 7 and make this a manageable third down. Owusu Koromoa eventually made the stop. But this is a 3rd and 5 and a big one with the Tar Heels down on that North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard, 24-17. Clock ticking under 6 minutes. Owusu Koromoa had a big game against Clemson. Had a touchdown on a mishandled toss. Also had a forced fumble in the game. Had one of the sacks in double overtime that eventually sealed it for the Irish in that win over the Tigers. 3rd and 5. Carolina needs it. And Howe under pressure misses high to Javonte Williams. Howe was having to back up as Tungavailoa Amosa was applying some pressure on Howe. Williams was there, but the pressure forced the inaccurate throw. And Lee, that is a 3 and out. The Tar Heels this half have only run 7 plays and will have to punt back to Notre Dame, who now has an opportunity to go up 2 scores.
Left tackle Awesome Richards got beat badly on that snap, Jones.
Another rugby-style punt and another good one by Kiernan. This will have an opportunity for a return for Notre Dame on the far side. Matt Salerno is dropped at about the 30-yard line. And that's going to take us to another full timeout. Well, Carolina on its heels a bit. They've seen Notre Dame take the lead. Eugene Asante, by the way, with the tackle on that punt return. Seen Notre Dame take the lead, and the Irish will have the ball at the 29-yard line. So a big spot here for what has to be a little bit of a tired Carolina defense. Heels teetering a bit, down 7, 5:25 to go, 3rd quarter from Learfield, IMG College.
Don't put away your golf clubs, Tar Heels. There's plenty of golf to be played on the Tar Heel package at Pine Needles, Mid Pines, and Southern Pines Golf Club. Play 3 of the top courses in North Carolina with unlimited golf, accommodations, and breakfast starting at just $145. Take on your choice of 3 Donald Ross courses, one of which will host the 2022 U.S. Women's Open Championship. Call Pine Needles, Mid Pines, and Southern Pines Golf Club at 800-747-7272 and ask about the Tar Heel package. Rates per person, double occupancy, 2-night minimum, taxes not included.
It's fall, and that means the competition is on for the best tailgate at home. Let Cruiser stock all your food and beverages for your next home gate, garage gate, yard gate, heck, even a balcony gate. Cruisers is your quick one-stop shop for cold beer and drinks, hot food, fresh grab-and-go items, and game-time snacks. Show us how you home gate with Cruisers. Share a pic on Cruiser's Facebook page, and one legendary home gator will win a $50 Exxon gas card. Cruisers, let's go.
Elora Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. It's all about you. Elora Bridal offers unique collections with more than 300 styles, which are as unique as you are. Visit Reed's Jewelers to try on diamond rings from their timeless couture, blush, and harmony collections. Or you can custom build your own ring from their design collection. Elora Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. It's your style and your choice. Reed's Jewelers, official partner of the Tar Heels.
Notre Dame trying to grab control of this game. Irish lead 24-17. 5:25 to go in the 3rd quarter, but the defense for the Irish has clamped down on the Heels this half. Tar Heels have 2 possessions, 7 total plays, and 2 punts. Meanwhile, Notre Dame went on a 13-play, 97-yard touchdown drive, aided by several Tar Heel penalties. And now Notre Dame will start at its own 29-yard line to try to get to a 2-score lead. Out there defensively for Carolina, some young players. Miles Murphy, Kevin Hester, Kamen Rucker will be up front. Gimmel and Surratt, the veterans, at inside backer. Collins and Hopper at outside backer. McMichael and Tony Grimes, the freshmen, at corner. Cameron Kelly and Trey Morrison will be the 2 safeties. So several young players out there. Kelly, a sophomore. Grimes, a freshman. Murphy, a freshman. Hester, a redshirt freshman. Rucker, a freshman. Collins, a sophomore. So a lot of young players out here for the Tar Heels in a big spot, trying to hold down Notre Dame as the Irish has a 7-point lead.
Don Chapman is not out there, Jones. He's gone the whole way, and Cam Kelly is in for him at one of those safety positions. Don't know if that could be a lingering injury from Chapman from a couple weeks ago or just not happy with his play on that last series.
Book will be in the shotgun, fakes the handoff to Tyree. The back has time to throw and will try to go deep and complete at the Tar Heel 25 to Javon McKinley. McMichael able to catch up and make the tackle, but not before Notre Dame gets down to the Tar Heel 18-yard line. So a big explosive play for the Irish of 53 yards as they try to go up 2 scores here. They're already inside the red zone after 1 play. Book rolling out, completes in the flat left side, but a good quick tackle by Gimmel. Dropping down Tommy Trimble, the Notre Dame tight end, for no gain. 2nd and 10. Boy, the Heels could use a turnover here. Big negative yard play, just something to stop this Notre Dame offensive momentum. As the Irish threatening here, late 3rd quarter, 4:17 and counting. Notre Dame up 24-17. Ball on the far hash as the Irish go left to right. Heels bring some pressure. They flush Book out, throws off his back foot, and it is well out of bounds, incomplete. As Surratt and Book ended up on the deck at the end of the play. Good pressure there from the Heels, forced the veteran to throw it away and bring up 3rd down.
Once again, Gimmel and Surratt up the middle are just deadly for the Tar Heels, Jones. They put a lot of heat on Book, but they've not been able to force that fumble, not been able to force the interception, not been able to get many sacks, just 2 sacks.
3 receivers bunched to the far side of the field for Notre Dame. 1 receiver, McKinley, to the near side, matched up one-on-one with Grimes. 3rd and 9, about 9.5 for Notre Dame. Big play here, and it's going to be a Book run. Steps through 1 tackle, but the contact by Tamari Fox enough to trip Book up. And he does fall forward to the 14. That's going to bring out the field goal unit. So after the big play on the first play of the drive, the Tar Heel defense settles down and forces a field goal attempt. But this would still make it a 2-score game. And what is a relatively routine field goal straight away from 32 yards. Doerer made a 32-yarder at the end of the first half to give Notre Dame a 10-point lead. Carolina darn near blocked it, and he missed it. Missed it wide right. Grimes came flying in to bother the kick.
There's no foul for running into the kicker. The defender was blocked into the kicker. The field goal is no good.
You heard the official Dwayne Haight say no flag because Doerer and Grimes did get tangled up at the end of the play, but Grimes blocked into it. And the missed field goal keeps this a 1-score game. Before the Heels take the football, let's break 10 seconds. Station ID down the lines on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
You're listening to North Carolina football on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Tar Heels will be starting on their 20-yard line after the field goal miss by Notre Dame.
First substitution of the night on the O-line, Jones. Kieron Johnson, who played all against Wake Forest 2 weeks ago, in for Brian Anderson at center.
We'll see if that play looms large as the North Carolina native, Jonathan Doerer, originally from Charlotte, misses the field goal to go up 10. But that Tar Heel offense, which has been stymied here in the second half, see if it can get to work. Handoff to Carter, cuts and has some space. Makes the man miss at the 30, finally dragged down by a couple of Irish players over the 35. An explosive run of 16 by Michael Carter. Owusu Koromoa with the stop. Carolina trying to play with some pace now. Howell is already up in the shotgun and getting the snap. Again to Carter, almost the same play. Cuts right up the middle and gets good yardage again. 5 yards to the 41. Isaiah Foskey with the stop. Last 2 plays, Carter has started going right and then cut right up the gut for positive yards. 7-point Notre Dame lead, 24-17, 2:40 to go third quarter. Clock is moving. Howell in the shotgun. Still Carter in there, but Howell's going to throw and tipped as he tried to get it out to Chaufrey Brown on the far sideline. Dalen Hayes, tall guy at 6'4", was able to elevate and slap down the pass. That's twice we've seen a Notre Dame player do a really good job jumping and knocking down some of those quick hitters that the Tar Heels like to try on the offensive side. Another third down now, 3rd and 5. Heels just 2 of 7, including 0 of their last 3 on third downs. They'd love to keep this drive going, down 7, third quarter. It's going to be a handoff. Coming to the near side, Javonte Williams tried to make a move instead of just kind of continuing to go against Ogundeji, and that slowed all momentum. He ended up gaining just 1. I was surprised, Lee, that Javonte didn't just keep trying to come to the near sideline and get that corner turned. Of course, Javonte's been a lot more successful than me running the football, but instead of trying that, he tried to kind of start chopping his feet and make a juke move, and unsuccessful.
I had booked that first down in my mind there just for an instant, but you're right. He got sloppy with it and tried to be too cute.
Kiernan punts it away. It'll hit at the 22, takes another good Tar Heel bounce and skips out of bounds on the near sideline inside the 15 at the 14-yard line. So that's where Notre Dame will go again after the Tar Heels have to punt yet again. That was a 44-yarder. Tar Heels have run just 11 offensive plays in the second half with 3 punts.
And when have you seen this offense stymied to this degree as they have been here in the third quarter, Jones?
Yep. Notre Dame's defense, elite, one of the best in the country. And now they're moving the ball back to the 11-yard line. Originally had it marked at the 14, but moving it back to the 11. And that's where the Irish will snap it. And flags go down. And there might actually be a flag on Notre Dame.
False start, offense, number 88, 5-yard penalty, first down.
And you can hear the big cheer from the Carolina crowd. That's just the second flag against the Irish after several costly ones versus the Tar Heels.
8-2 is the advantage in penalties so far, Jones. That's the reason for this sarcastic outcry from the 3,500 Carolina fans here in attendance.
Ball now at the 6-yard line. 24-17 Notre Dame, 1:44 to go third quarter. It's going to be a tossed sweep to the far side. Cutting back, but not getting a whole lot due to the tackle by Chaz Surratt is Kyron Williams. Williams gets 2 to the 8-yard line. So it'll be 2nd and 13 now for Notre Dame. Time of possession, Irish at more than 24 minutes. Tar Heels at a little more than 19 minutes. With the clock running, 1:12 right now, 1:11, 1:10 in the third quarter. Book in the shotgun, 2 receivers to either side, 2nd and 13. Irish up 7, and another flag. I think it's another false start.
False start, offense, number 3, half the distance to the goal, second down.
You know, both these false starts have been on receivers for the Irish. That one's on Avery Davis. Half the distance moves it back to the 4. And of course, Kenan Stadium nowhere close to full due to the COVID protocols, but the student section making as much noise as it can in that west end zone, trying to bother the Irish. Book in the shotgun. He's now standing in the end zone for this second down snap. Here comes pressure. Book able to flip it ahead to the 10 to Skoranek. He was shoved out of bounds by McMichael at about the 11-yard line. Nifty play by Book to get any positive yards as he underhanded it, almost like an option pitch forward for what ended up being a gain of 7. It will still be 3rd and long, though. 3rd and 10 off the 11-yard line.
And Jay Bateman's defense, Jones, everyone's a blitzer, including Jeremiah Gimmel and Jacorius Conley on that play.
bunch set, 3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far. 3rd and 10. Tar Heels down 7, trying to get the ball back. Book scrambles out of the pocket to the near side. Tamari Fox applying pressure. Book's going to run, and he does go out of bounds into the Tar Heels sideline. Everybody kind of spills there as Surratt and Book and Tamari Fox all got tangled up. Nobody getting heated, though. They're just going to get untangled and go to the respective sidelines as the Tar Heels get a big defensive stop at the end of the third quarter. So Book scrambles for a gain of 3, but not nearly enough for the first down. We'll go to the 4th. Mac Brown has said multiple times this week, if his team could get this game to the 4th quarter and be in shouting distance, he feels like they have a good chance. They're down 7 with 15 minutes to go from Learfield, IMG College.
Listening to this Allstate commercial about savings might be the hardest thing about getting those savings. Save for simply becoming an Allstate customer. Save more for adding DriveWise. And save even more for driving safely. Visit Allstate.com or contact your local agent for a quote today. Allstate. Minimum effort, maximum reward.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Established in 1995, Lee's 24-hour Towing is a family-owned and operated small business in Durham and Orange County, North Carolina. We have the equipment and experience to handle all size vehicles, whether it be your motorcycle, car, truck, SUV, family recreational vehicle, or even a tractor-trailer. We're prepared and available to upright, winch, and tow them all. We provide lockouts, jump starts, fuel deliveries, battery replacement on site with complete diagnostic equipment, and much more. Lee's 24-hour Towing, preferred hauler of Carolina football equipment.
Have you been injured in an auto accident and need to know your rights? Dial 919 all fours. Have you been hurt at work? Do you know if you're getting every single workers' compensation benefit within your rights? Dial 919 all fours. Fighting for disability benefits and need someone in your corner? Dial 919 all fours. Have you been injured by a prescribed medication? Dial 919 all fours. For all injuries and disability questions, call Hardison and Cochran Attorneys at Law. 919 all fours.
To the fourth quarter we go. One-score game. Notre Dame 24, Carolina 17. We are assuming Notre Dame is going to punt. Of course, don't know that for sure, but the Irish looking at a third, or check it, fourth, and they're going to mark the ball to 15, so it'll be 4th and 6. It would certainly be a risky play to go for it in a one-score game, and the Irish are sending out the punt unit. StubHub, easiest way to experience every Tar Heel game. Check the virtual view, score your seats, get your tickets delivered instantly. StubHub, official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Tar Heels. StubHub, be there. Third quarter only stats. Heels have just 43 yards and 2 first downs on 11 total plays in the quarter. Notre Dame has 147 yards and 7 first downs in the quarter. Punt is away. Newsom might have a chance for a return, but he's going to clear out of the area, and it's going to roll all the way down inside the 30, in near the 25. It'll be down right around the 27 or 28. That ball hit at around the 50. and rolled and skipped an extra 20 yards. We've seen both punters, Bramblett for Notre Dame and Kiernan for Carolina, effectively try those low skipping punts to gain extra yards on their kicks after it hits the ground. And the Tar Heels, after that 57-yarder by Bramblett, will start on their own 28-yard line. So can't get great field position despite Notre Dame having to punt from relatively deep in its own territory. Howe hands off to Carter, picking his way left side, gets one before Isaiah Foskey knocks him down. 2nd and 9. It has been hard sledding on the ground. That's 89 yards rushing for the Tar Heels in the ball game. Carter is the leading rusher with 56. Javonte Williams, 11 carries, just 28 yards. Howe, 7 carries, 4 yards. And, of course, sack yardage counts towards the quarterback rush total at the college level. Early fourth quarter, Tar Heels down a touchdown. Howe's going to throw. Little swing pass near side to Newsome, and he's able to get just one to the 30-yard line before Houston Griffith shoves him out of bounds. Well, I tell you, Dalen Hayes has really been causing Carolina trouble all day. Hayes and also Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. There have been others that have applied pressure, but it feels like those two in particular have been in the Tar Heel backfield a bunch. This is 3rd and 8 from the 30. Tar Heels just 2 of 8 on 3rd down. Notre Dame rushes just 4, but they get pressure on Howe. He comes out of the pocket and is tripped up shy of the first down at the 35.
Notre Dame pressure on the quarterback is the story of the game so far, Jones, at least to this point. They're just annihilating the Tar Heel pass protection and giving Sam no room at all to maneuver.
Yep, I agree with you, Lee. It's just been that physicality defensively up front for Notre Dame as they have continued to pressure Howe and really not allowed the Tar Heels any drop back passing. So when you combine, as Kiernan ready to punt, another rugby style and another good one. Fair catch called for and made back at the 15 by Salerno. So when you combine the fact that the Tar Heels have had trouble running with the fact that they can't get Howe enough time on the traditional drop back game, the only success they've had is quicker throws, but not enough to have the lead. Right now they're down 7, 24-17 with 12:50 to go, and Notre Dame will have the football from Learfield, IMG College.
Listening to this Allstate commercial about savings might be the hardest thing about getting those savings. Save for simply becoming an Allstate customer. Save more for adding DriveWise. And save even more for driving safely. Visit Allstate.com or contact your local agent for a quote today. Allstate. Minimum effort, maximum reward.
Not available in every state. New customer savings based on early signing discount. DriveWise is an optional feature. Savings vary based on how you buy. Subject to terms and conditions. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
At UNC Health, we're experts in primary care and caring. Our specialists don't just see a condition. We see you, the whole you, mind and body. Because when we know you better, we're better at getting you well and keeping you well. And with more experts in each office, same-day appointments, and more urgent care centers, it's no wonder it's the better way of primary caring. Find the right provider for you and your family at uncprimarycare.org.
This is your radio home for the Tar Heels on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
Tar Heel fans, when shopping for your game day celebrations, don't forget to pick up your favorite variety of Lay's potato chips and Tostitos to tailgate like the Tar Heels. Tostitos and Lay's are an essential part of the game day tradition and a proud partner of Carolina athletics. Whether you are at Kenan Stadium or hosting Heels fans at home, make sure Lay's and Tostitos are a part of your Tar Heels game day ritual. Go Heels! Established in 1995, Lee's 24-hour Towing is a family-owned and operated small business in Durham and Orange County, North Carolina. We have the equipment and experience to handle all size vehicles, whether it be your motorcycle, car, truck, SUV, family recreational vehicle, or even a tractor-trailer. We're prepared and available to upright, winch, and tow them all. We provide lockouts, jump starts, fuel deliveries, battery replacement on site with complete diagnostic equipment, and much more. Lee's 24-hour Towing, preferred hauler of Carolina football equipment.
24-17 Notre Dame. 12:50 to go in the fourth quarter. Irish will have the ball starting on their own 16, going from right to left. Carolina scored touchdowns on its first two drives, and in those two drives gained 125 yards. Since then, the Tar Heels have had 7 offensive possessions. They have 6 punts of those 7 possessions, 1 field goal. And on the 6 drives in which they've punted, they have run either 3 or 4 plays. They have just 145 yards in the 7 drives after the initial 2, which were touchdowns. First down handoff to Kyron Williams. Gets out to the 19. Gain of 3. Tackle by Raymond Vahasek. Brings up 2nd and 7. Tar Heels have had a great effort by their punter, Ben Kiernan. 6 punts for an average of 51 yards. His shortest punt has been 47 yards. His longest has been 62. That's helped give the Irish long fields. 24-17 Notre Dame with the 7-point lead in the football. 2nd and 7. Book in the shotgun is going to throw. Miles Murphy trying to apply some pressure, so Book dumps it off in the flat far side to Kyron Williams. Bounces off a tackle at the 19 to keep the play alive, but is only able to get a yard to the 20. Maybe the 21. Nope, it'll be right there on the 20. And a big third down here. 3rd and about 6 for Notre Dame. Big opportunity here for the Tar Heel defense, trying desperately to get the ball to the offense. So hopefully get this thing knotted up. Chris Collins and Jeremiah Gimmel were the ones who combined to stop that last play. 3rd and 5. Can the Tar Heel defense make a big play? Book under some pressure, scrambles out to the near side, just has to flip it wildly down the field. It's caught! Caught for the first down as Book threw it underhanded, flipping it like an option pitch to his tight end Mayer at the 31 for the first down. Well, what are you going to do about that?
Book just has a remarkable effort, Jones, just to get away, to make the play, to put it where it needs to be. He's done that over and over again, and Miles Murphy was one of the first ones to flush him out of that pocket and put some pressure on it, and he just kept running, and
I mean,
total desperation.
Yeah, Surratt was almost dragging him to the ground. So the Tar Heel defense got to recover here as Kyron Williams going to the far side, hits the brakes, cuts up the field, and gets a couple to the 34. Gain of 3 will make it 2nd and 7. We'll watch the clock, 10:34 and counting. A lot of time. Tar Heels down 7, 24-17. Both teams have all 3 of their second half timeouts remaining, as the Irish, which has held the ball for more than 26 minutes, would love to milk this clock away. 2nd and 7 for Notre Dame. Moving right to left in the fourth quarter. Tar Heels defending in the white helmets, Carolina blue tops and white pants. Book in the shotgun, and with 3 on the play clock, Notre Dame calls a timeout. First called timeout of the half by either team will send us to a full break as well. 10:03 to go. Tar Heels down 7, trying to get the ball back from Learfield, IMG College.
Today tastes like game day at home. Like assigned couch seating. Tastes like coffee table dining. And an ice-cold Coke to cool down the heat. It tastes like the game you've waited for all week with friends you've known your whole life. Today tastes like watching football is supposed to. And it never tasted this good. Coca-Cola. Together tastes better.
When you're craving delicious, crunchy snacks, reach for the brand you grew up with, Utz. Delicious snacks like Utz Ripple, Wavy, or Kettle Classic chips, sourdough pretzels, or cheese curls. Utz snacks have been made by the same family for nearly 100 years. Cooked craft style with only the highest quality ingredients and delivered quickly for the freshest snacks ever. Utz Snacks. Freshness you can hear and authentic flavor you can taste with a satisfying crunch. Everyone loves Utz.
Texting while driving takes your eyes off the road for an average of 5 seconds. That's like driving the length of a football field with your eyes closed. Research shows you are 3 times more likely to get into an accident when distracted by a cell phone. I'm joining Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents to urge you and your family to put down your phone. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
To learn more, visit your local Trusted Choice Independent Agency, Insurance Service Associates in Forest City, or go to insureisa.com.
Tar Heels looking to knock off their third-ranked team of the season. Of course, this would be the, by far, best team that Carolina had defeated. Virginia Tech and NC State were both ranked this year, but Notre Dame at a different level. Tar Heels, 1 win, 38 losses, and 1 tie, all time against teams ranked in the top 5. That 1 win against Miami in 2004, the Connor Barth field goal game. Tar Heels won that one 31-28 on October 30th. This game within reach, but it's Notre Dame with the lead. 24-17, 10:03 to go in the 4th. Notre Dame has the football as well, 2nd and 7 at its own 34. Just converted a remarkable 3rd down a couple of plays ago when Ian Book threw a pitch forward as he was being pressured out of the pocket and ended up converting the first. Book, terrific player, came into this game with 195 straight passes without an interception, and he's thrown 30 today to add to that total. And he has looked every bit of what you heard he was, and that's a veteran player who just does what it takes. Might be something different every week, but his ability to scramble in particular to keep plays alive, either to just throw it away or convert, has been a huge difference maker today. He'll set up in the shotgun with 5 receivers, 2 to the right and 3 to the left. 2nd and 7. Collins applying pressure off the backside. Book rolls out, whips it down the sideline, and caught. Skoranek, first down at the 45. And Lee, I would think at some point Jay Bateman's got to be getting frustrated here. He's called a lot of things that has achieved close to what he wants. You know, get Book on the move, make him make great throws, make him do this, make him do that. But the problem is he keeps doing it.
I get the feeling, digesting all the Notre Dame press and media and fan sites this week, that Book is not held in quite the high esteem as people like Brady Quinn and Jimmy Clausen, but boy, he is he's a demon. He's just a beast. You can't stop him, and he comes up with a play in every situation. And you're
Early
right.
on the field, the pass was completed for a first down. The previous play is under further review.
And you're right, Coach Bateman has got to be very frustrated because the Tar Heels have been in the position so many times and just haven't been able to make the play.
So we're going to check and see if Skoranek made this catch on the sideline. I think he cleanly caught the ball. I think the question is, was he out when he caught it? Or was he in the field of play? Again, I don't think the question is whether or not he caught the pass. I believe that is clear. In front of McMichael, who was defending on the play. We'll have to wait and see. We need to take another timeout. We'll do it here. 9:30 to go in the 4th quarter. Tar Heels down 7 from Learfield, IMG College.
Texting.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
In 95, I helped tow your trailer. And in 09, it was sparks from me, your chains, dragging behind your truck that accidentally started a wildfire.
Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com, brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Just as we come back to Kenan Stadium, Dwayne Haight was finishing up explaining that the call is overturned. Ben Skoranek, the Northwestern transfer, did catch the ball, but stepped out and then caught it, and that's a foul for illegal touching. You can't go out of bounds and then be the first man to touch it when you re-enter the field of play. So it's a loss of down. Notre Dame back to the 34-yard line, and it brings up a 3rd and 7. The Irish have already converted a 3rd down on this drive. 24-17, Notre Dame with the lead. 4th quarter in Kenan Stadium, 9 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Tar Heels trying to get the football. Down 7. Book, who's been a magician today, has 2 receivers to either side. Carolina shows pressure, comes with it. Book throws down the near sideline and just a little too far for his intended receiver, Avery Davis. Carolina applied some pressure to Mon Fox, Jeremiah Gimmel, both bearing down on Book. And Fox actually popped Book right as he let the ball go. So the big call on the replay forces Notre Dame into the 3rd down, and then Carolina gets the incompletion.
Big stop for the Tar Heels there, Jones. It's been a long time since Phil Longo and Sam Howell have been battened down for this long, this consistently. Let's see if they've been able to cook anything up here on the sidelines.
Bramblett, who's been a big part of Notre Dame's success today, punts it away, and Newsome, falling to his knees, makes the fair catch at the 33-yard line. This football season, no matter where you are or how you pregame, we are Tailgate Nation. You can find game day recipes and savings for $20 off team gear at wearetailgatenation.com. Best starting field position for Carolina since the opening drive of the game when the Tar Heels started at the 50. They're starting at their own 33-yard line after just a 32-yard punt. Bramblett's been very good today. That one was not his best. Heels going from left to right here in the 4th quarter, trying to make something happen. Down by 7. Howell is going to throw. Rare time that he has time, but eventually he just has to push it in the flat to Javonte Williams near side, and he gets a pair to the 35.
Interesting how you go an entire game like this, Jones, without any turnovers and neither team being able to get any momentum from those turnovers. It's just very odd. Just not having that change in momentum and that jolt that you get from pass interference or a pass interception or a fumble.
Tar Heels had close to an interception early, but couldn't bring it in. How to throw. Over the middle, caught. And De'Ami Brown has the 1st down, sitting down in the NC logo at the 46-yard line, gain of 11. Tar Heels down 7, 8:24 to go. 3 timeouts to work with here in the 4th quarter. Howell now 14 of 21, 189 yards and a touchdown. Quick bubble screen to the far side to Newsome. Good block in front of him by his teammate De'Ami Brown. Allows Newsome to wrap around into Notre Dame territory before being pushed out at the 49, gain of 5. That has been by far Carolina's most successful option in the second half, is quick hitting passes to wide receivers on screens and swings, things like that. Newsome with 6 catches now, 64 yards. 2nd and 5. Heels down 7. Howell, another quick throw. to the far side to De'Ami Brown. Gets the first down as he stiff arms his defender away. That was Nick McLeod, who De'Ami Brown shoved off of him before he went out of bounds at the 41 for a gain of 8.
Nice job by Sam there, throwing over the outstretched arms of the onrushing defensive end from Notre Dame. And several passes have been blocked, knocked down, and batted down, so good job by Sam.
1st and 10. Howell to throw again. Has time. Rips one and behind the intended receiver, De'Ami Brown at the 27. A rare inaccurate pass by Sam Howell. DJ Brown laid a big hit on De'Ami Brown after the ball was incomplete, but certainly nothing extra about that hit. It was just in the course of play. It'll be 2nd and 10.
Through all this, Sam Howell has shown no displeasure, no aggravation, no emotion at all, Jones. He's not pointed any fingers, not gotten aggravated with his teammates.
Tar Heels down 7, 7:13 to go. 2nd and 10, and it's going to be a design quarterback run, but man, oh man, like a missile. Drew White closes in and slams down Howell for a minimal gain. They're going to say no gain, 3rd and 10. Drew White, the senior middle linebacker from Boca Raton, Florida, saw it, diagnosed it, and stopped it.
It's like he had a homing device in his helmet that he knew where Sam Howell was going.
3rd and 10. Are you in 4-down territory if you're the Tar Heels? Notre Dame showing pressure at the line.
I think they are.
They rush just 4, though. Howell cocks his arm, can't let it go. Being ping-ponged around, and finally forward momentum is stopped at the 43. A loss of 2 on the play.
Well, 4th and 12. Maybe you don't, Jones.
Yep. Does that sack change your thinking? And indeed, here comes the kicking unit. Howell had cocked his arm to throw, but couldn't pull the trigger. As now a flag comes in. I don't know, De'Ami Brown is way on the Notre Dame side of the field, not the sideline, but he was down 10, 15, 20 yards away from where the ball was going to be snapped. He wasn't near a Notre Dame player.
After the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct, number 2 of North Carolina, 15-yard penalty. That is number 2's first unsportsmanlike conduct of the game. 4th down.
So Notre Dame, again, gets a big penalty from Carolina, an unsportsmanlike. And that's costly just in the field position game. And, of course, now you're not going to go for it on 4th down, even if the Heels have thought about trying something tricky. That's 9 penalties for 90 yards. Again, never saw Brown in any physical altercation, but he was so far away from the rest of the play. It was an odd play, to be sure. Kiernan with the punt, hits at the 19. Another terrific kick by the Tar Heel punter. Skips over the far sideline at the 10. Out of bounds, so Kiernan actually enjoyed a little extra room as he punts it 48 yards to pin Notre Dame back. But clock becoming a factor. 5:52 to go. Heels down 7 in the 4th quarter. From Learfield, IMG College.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we have a number of vaccines, including the Quad-Vac flu immunization at no cost with most insurance plans. If you have any concerns about the flu vaccination, please call our pharmacy and ask to speak to one of our pharmacists. We also have the Tdap, pneumococcal, and shingles vaccinations available. With COVID-19 continuing, we have masks, mask lanyards, hand sanitizers, disinfectant spray, and gloves while supplies last. Seating in our fountain is still limited to 65 patrons on a first-come, first-served basis. We are continuing to offer curbside pickup for the fountain and prescription pickup. Please utilize our drive-through prescription window at the back of the store. And remember that our back entrance is still closed to the public at this time. Please check our Facebook page for any updates on over-the-counter and gift shop items. Our home medical equipment department is ready to help you with any of your CPAP needs, mobility, bathroom safety, lift chairs, and any diabetic needs to include meters, test strips, and shoes. Please call us with any questions you may have about any of our services or message us on our Facebook page. We are located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City. Our phone number is 245-4591.
We all have the power to do something, to change something.
To stand up to cancer.
When we join together,
you don't stand a chance.
Help take down one of the biggest villains of all, cancer. Join us now at standuptocancer.org/MasterCard.
This has been a close, competitive, physical game. 24-17 Notre Dame, 5:52 to go. Irish will have the ball at their own 11-yard line, 1st and 10. Tar Heels down 7, needing the ball. Do have 3 timeouts if they need to stop the clock. Big story has been the Notre Dame defense in the second half. Carolina's had the ball 5 times, had to punt all 5. 4 of those 5 drives have been just 3 or 4 plays. That last drive, Carolina was able to snap it 7 times, moved to midfield before things bogged down. But the pressure Notre Dame has applied at the line of scrimmage defensively, either to slow down Carolina's rushing attack or get pressure on Hal, has been the difference to this point. But still just a 1-score game. The Tar Heel defense has forced 3 consecutive stops this half, a missed field goal, and then 2 punts. They'll try one more time to get the ball in the hands of the offense with the Heels down 7, 5:52 to go. Jones Angel, Lee Pace here with you. Tar Heels with 2 touchdowns, 1 All-State, good hands field goal. Notre Dame 3 touchdowns and a field goal. Book in a short shotgun. He's going to hand off. Coming to the near side. With room to run. A lot of room to run. Kyron Williams down the near side at the 40. Boy, almost. It was a stiff arm punch at Trey Morrison as he got Morrison off of him late, but an explosive run into Tar Heel territory as Notre Dame, for the first time this half on the ground, gets a big gainer and flips the field after the 47-yard run.
What a huge hole up the left side of the right side of the Tar Heel off defensive line there, Jones.
Kyron Williams now over 100 yards rushing, 18 carries, 104 and a touchdown. And that just changes the feel of what the Tar Heel D can do. Notre Dame with 3 tight ends on the near side of the line as they go from right to left. Have to think they're going to try and pound the ball, and they do. Up the middle for about 2. Kyron Williams again to the 40.
They will try and get 4 yards, 4 yards, 4 yards as much as they can, Jones, and keep that clock moving.
Officially got 3 on that one, Lee, to the 39. Clock a factor, 4:45 and counting. Heels do have 3 timeouts. Don't want to use them just yet. Notre Dame will huddle as it has most of the day and milk the clock. One more first down from the Irish. Tar Heels probably do have to start thinking about the timeouts. 2nd and 7 from the 39. Trimble goes in motion from left to right. Now circles back to the near side. Book going to throw it. Quick screen to Javon McKinley. Crosses the 35. Gets near the first down marker. Needed the 32 and does have it at the 31.
And Book got all the way down to 1 second before he called for the football there, Jones.
So 1st and 10, they're going to say at the 30 for Book, who is now 21 of 31 for 257 and a touchdown. 4 minutes and counting. Tar Heels down 7, needing a stop, although the Irish now in field goal range, even if they don't gain another yard. 6 catches for McKinley, 135 yards. He's been a star for the Irish in the pass game. Notre Dame keeps it on the ground. Big hole right side for Williams. Tries to shake by McMichael. He's at the 20. And finally, McMichael and Surratt drop him inside that 20-yard line. But another first down. So Notre Dame starting to impose its will offensively. Gain yards and run the clock. That one gains 11. And I don't know if it was the same play, but it was a similar result as what we saw earlier in the drive, just to the opposite side. As Williams able to get around an edge for a big gainer. Tar Heels not using a timeout. Clock down to 3:08. First and 10 now from the 19. Heels need a turnover in a bad way. Hand off to Williams, going to the right side. He's hit hard, taken down at the 14-yard line, maybe the 15, right in that range. Carolina not using a timeout. Gimmel and Kyler McMichael combine on the stop after the gain of 5. 24-17 Notre Dame. In field goal range, trying to make it a 2-score game late. Tar Heels still not using their timeouts. It's down to 2:30.
They will get close to 2 minutes by the time they have to snap this.
2nd and 5. Notre Dame keeping everybody bunched to the line. 3 tight ends to the far side of the line. And Notre Dame will run it again. Tar Heels make the stop in the backfield. Miles Murphy gets back there and drags down Williams for no gain. And it'll bring up 3rd down. Clock still running. 2 minutes to go. Carolina not using its timeouts. Notre Dame will be able to snap this, assuming Carolina does not call one, with about 90 seconds left. $15 on the play clock. 1:45 on the game clock. 7 on the play clock. Notre Dame's going to run it down and take a timeout. They do so with 1 second left on the play clock.
1 second, timeout of the half. 30 seconds, timeout.
So the Tar Heels, with 3 timeouts, elect not to use any. Notre Dame takes its 2nd timeout of the second half. And the Irish will have a 3rd and 5 from the 14-yard line. Again, a field goal here would make it a 2-score game.
Alongside Mac Brown during that passage, Jones, was Sparky Woods, one of his senior associate consultants. Sparky manages the analytics. He's got a thick book with him that has all these situations, when to go for 2, when to kick field goals, when to go for it, when to use timeouts. It's all processed out computer-wise, very in-depth analytics. So I'm sure Mac was in conversation with Sparky through all that, and something in the book is telling him to say the timeout.
90 seconds to go. First things first, Heels need to get a stop here on 3rd and 5. Book play action, rolls out to the right. Holy smokes, wide open for the first down at about the 5 and diving towards the end zone, but coming up short for the Irish was another tight end, George Takis. Miles Murphy bit hard on the play action fake. And because of that, Book was able to roll out. Takis advance it to the 2. And Notre Dame
is a catch for a first down. Previous play is under further review.
I think they're going to look to see if Takis may have scored as he jumped for the pylon.
And knocked the pylon down.
He had his right hand and elbow hit out of bounds before Takis got to the pylon. They have the ball marked at the 2. I think they may actually move it a little closer after this review. But the end result is immaterial. Notre Dame got the first down and can now run more clock. Tar Heels still have those timeouts, but Notre Dame now, worst case for them, a chip shot field goal to go up 10.
And for Carolina to score twice in a minute and however many were left would be very slim odds.
After the game,
after further review, the ball carrier's right hand touched out of bounds when the ball was at the 1/2 yard line. The ball will be moved to the 1/2 yard line, be 1st and goal.
Yeah, I thought that's what the replay appeared to show, is that wasn't a touchdown, but that the ball should be moved up some.
On my signal.
Now Carolina will take a timeout.
Timeout. North Carolina.
Although if the receiver went out of bounds, it's under 2 minutes. The clock should stop. instead of starting on the referee's whistle, as Dwayne Hates said. Maybe I misunderstood what he meant, but Carolina's taking a timeout to stop the clock with 1:23 to go. But again, if Takis was ruled out of bounds at the 1/2 yard line, the clock should stop regardless.
Interesting here for Notre Dame that the Irish almost would rather not score immediately, run a couple plays, and take some more time.
Therefore, we're going to go on the snap. North Carolina will not be charged a timeout.
Yeah, there's the officials. Yeah, fixing that clock question mark. So Carolina not charged with a timeout. The runner out of bounds, so the clock stops. It'll start on the snap. But again, all of this is around the fact that Notre Dame has first and goal from the 1 with a 7-point lead in just 1:23 to go. Tar Heels next action next week against Western Carolina. Don't know the time yet. Notre Dame faces Syracuse at home at 2:30. So, Irish looking to punch in a score to go up 2 touchdowns. Book gives it to Williams, and he does indeed hit pay dirt. So with 1:20 to go, Williams and the Irish up 13 now with the extra point coming. Couple of big runs on that drive by Kyron Williams. Has him at 124 yards and 2 scores on the day. Notre Dame goes off its own 11 and able to go 89 yards for the touchdown. 8 plays. Dorer to try and add the extra point, which he does, to make it 31-17. So, with 1:20 to go, Notre Dame now up 2 scores. They've outscored the Tar Heels 14-0 in the second half and 17-0 since the Heels led it 17-14. And the Tar Heel defense had a couple of stops in this half to give themselves their offense a chance, but unfortunately, Carolina never able to move the football enough to make those stops pay off. Not over yet. 1:20 to go, 3 timeouts, but the Tar Heels have to score twice. Got to score onside it, score again.
Penalties, the elusiveness of Ian Book, and Carolina's inability to protect Sam Howell and give him any time in the drop-back passing game, Jones,
Yep.
I think are the 3 elements of this game.
Yep, I agree, Lee. Tar Heels started hot offensively, but Notre Dame's defense has clamped down. Short kick. See if Carter calls for the fair catch. He does. So the Heels will have it at the 25, again needing 2 scores. With just 1:20 to go, but they do have those 3 timeouts to help save some clock if needed. It's been hard just to move the football, period, for the Heels in the second half. Carolina with 294 yards of offense. They came in averaging 563. And Carolina has just 74 yards of offense in the second half, and that's going to go backwards as Howell is sacked again. Taking him down was Ade Ogundeji, sacking Howell back at the 15. Or excuse me, back at the 20 for a loss of 5. That's the 4th sack of the day for Notre Dame, but I don't even think that accurately tells you how much pressure Howell has been under. Even though Notre Dame 4 sacks, not a small number, not a huge one. Well, they've got Notre Dame listed as 6 sacks here, so let's adjust that. That does feel a little bit more like the type of pressure that Sam Howell's been under. Dropped officially 6 times today. Notre Dame with 8 tackles for loss in total. So it'll be 2nd and 15. Coke postgame report coming up. We'll talk to Mac Brown. No, he's going to be disappointed, barring a miracle comeback here. We'll pick player of the game, play of the game as well, as the Tar Heels went toe-to-toe with the Irish for a majority of the night, but it looks like it's going to be Notre Dame to win its 15th consecutive game, but not done yet. Howell, lots of time to throw. Comes to the near sideline, but incomplete. Emery Simmons had it in his hands, but he was hit by Clarence Lewis, and that contact popped it free. That was a long throw from Howell back on the far hash as the Heels go left to right to the near sideline. 31-17 Notre Dame, 1:09 to go. 3rd and 15 for Carolina. Notre Dame rushing just 3, dropping everybody else into coverage as Carolina's got to do something wild here. Hit it in the seam near side to Walston, the tight end. He advances it out to the 29 for a gain of 9, and it'll bring up 4th down. Tar Heels are just 2 of 11 on 3rd down today. 50 seconds to go. Could be the final play of the game. Heels need some yards for a 1st down, and they don't get it. Throw from Howell off the mark to Newsom. And Carolina will turn the ball over on downs with 47 seconds left. So Notre Dame going to improve to 9-0 on the season. Carolina will fall to 6-3 on the year. And again, the story, the Tar Heel inability offensively to crack this Notre Dame defense in the second half. The Heels will have gone 6 possessions with 5 punts and a turnover on downs.
That Notre Dame defense, Jones, is just too deep, too big, too strong, and they were good enough that and deep enough that they could substitute 6 guys in and out on 3rd and medium to 3rd and long and not lose anything.
Irish look like they'll just come up and take knees. Tar Heels do have 2 timeouts, but don't know if they'll choose to use those here. That would just be semantics. Book does take the knee, and the Tar Heels aren't going to stop the clock. Notre Dame does need to snap it one more time. So again, Tar Heels back here for Senior Day, finish things out next week at home against Western Carolina. Then have a trip to Miami after that. Notre Dame will be back in South Bend against Syracuse next week with a 9-0 record and 15 consecutive wins. Tar Heels in the second half gained just 78 yards. Notre Dame puts up 255 in the second half of play. Irish will have to snap it once more. They do so. Book takes the knee, and that will do it. A competitive game here in Chapel Hill, but Notre Dame's experience and physicality wins out in the end as the Irish improved to 9-0 on the year, stretched their winning streak to 15 games going back to last season, the longest in the FBS. And the Tar Heels will leave disappointed with the result. They've certainly taken some steps forward, but as today showed, still have some strides to go before they get ultimately where they want to be. 31-17, the final score, Notre Dame over Carolina. Okay, with that fourth quarter playing out the way it did, we're behind a little bit on breaks. So stations, we need to take 2 in-game breaks still to catch up on that inventory before getting to our postgame. So we're going to do that real quickly here. Then we'll get rolling with our postgame, but we need to take a timeout. Notre Dame wins it 31-17. And by the way, also, that is the first loss for Carolina under Mac Brown by more than 7 points in his second go-round as the head coach of the Heels. Notre Dame outlasts Carolina by 14 from Learfield. I'm G. Collins.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we have a number of vaccines, including the Quad-Vac flu immunization at no cost with most insurance plans. If you have any concerns about the flu vaccination, please call our pharmacy and ask to speak to one of our pharmacists. We also have the Tdap, pneumococcal, and shingles vaccinations available. With COVID-19 continuing, we have masks, mask lanyards, hand sanitizers, disinfectant spray, and gloves while supplies last. Seating in our fountain is still limited to 65 patrons on a first-come, first-served basis. We are continuing to offer curbside pickup for the fountain and prescription pickup. Please utilize our drive-through prescription window at the back of the store. And remember that our back entrance is still closed to the public at this time. Please check our Facebook page for any updates on over-the-counter, and gift shop items. Our home medical equipment department is ready to help you with any of your CPAP needs, mobility, bathroom safety, lift chairs, and any diabetic needs to include meters, test strips, and shoes. Please call us with any questions you may have about any of our services or message us on our Facebook page. We are located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City, and our phone number is 828-245-4591.
We all have the power to do something, to change something.
To stand up to cancer.
When we join together,
You don't stand a chance.
Help take down one of the biggest villains of all, cancer. Join us now at standuptocancer.org/MasterCard.
8-0 in conference play. Carolina falls to 6-3, both overall and in the ACC. Ian Book, the Notre Dame QB, and the Irish defense. A couple of the big winners for the visitors today helped them to the victory. Stations, again, we need to take one more in-game break. We'll do that. Come back and start getting to our Coca-Cola post-game report. Tar Heels fall by 14 from Learfield, IMG College.
Hey Carolina family, this is Athletic Director Bubba Cunningham. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off-season. With the Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2020 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
This season, Fox Sports South is your ticket to ACC football, including the UNC Tar Heels. Every week, get the latest with Coach Mack and UNC football with Carolina Insider on Mondays, followed by live ACC action every Saturday on Fox Sports South. Watch on most video providers, including Uverse Channel 1726, DirecTV Channel 646, and Spectrum Channel 50, or stream on the Fox Sports Go app. Fox Sports South, your home for ACC Saturdays.
31-17, again, the final. Notre Dame with the victory. One more commercial to take. Told you we had to catch up a bunch after that fourth quarter stretched with Notre Dame holding the football. We'll do that, get into our Coke postgame report after this. Dave's going to get you up to date on scores and stats. Plus, we're going to talk to Mac Brown here coming soon as well. Notre Dame wins by 14 from Learfield, IMG College.
Today tastes like game day at home. Like assigned couch seating. Tastes like coffee table dining. And an ice-cold Coke to cool down the heat. It tastes like the game you've waited for all week with friends you've known your whole life. Today tastes like watching football is supposed to. And it never tasted this good. Coca-Cola. Together tastes better.
What does Julie, who runs a thriving local business, have in common with the starting quarterback? Well, they both know how to hustle. As a small business owner, you rise before the sun and push till well after it sets. Outpace and defy expectations. Every quarterback needs a great team. UPS is here to support the hustle with tools and expert advice to help you be unstoppable. Visit ups.com/pivot for details. UPS, the official logistics partner of Carolina Athletics.
This is your radio home for the Tar Heels on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
Don't put away your golf club's Tar Heels. There's plenty of golf to be played on the Tar Heel package at Pine Needles, Mid Pines, and Southern Pines Golf Club. Play 3 of the top courses in North Carolina with unlimited golf, accommodations, and breakfast starting at just $145. Take on your choice of 3 Donald Ross courses, one of which will host the 2022 U.S. Women's Open Championship. Call Pine Needles, Mid Pines, and Southern Pines Golf Club at 800-747-7272 and ask about the Tar Heel package. Rates per person, double occupancy, 2-night minimum, taxes not included.
This holiday season at Dunkin', we're cheersing to all with drinks that will really get you into the holiday spirit, like the signature peppermint mocha latte, the signature gingerbread latte, and the new chai oat milk latte. Whether you're visiting friends or getting the whole family together on a video call. Now if some of them could just find the mute button. That's better. Bring the cheers in with holiday-inspired drinks from Dunkin' and make this season a little extra special. And now you can send a virtual cheers in via the Dunkin' app with an e-gift card. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer.
At long last, it's time for the Coca-Cola post-game report following
Carolina's 31-17 defeat to Notre Dame. Other scores in the top 25 on this Black Friday. Tight one in Austin, Texas. Iowa State notches the 23-20 win over the Longhorns, who missed a 57-yard field goal as time expired. Nebraska falls to Iowa 26-20 as well. ACC basketball, one game in progress. NC State 72, North Florida 43. 5.5 minutes left to play in that matchup. Virginia also upset on the hardwood today by San Francisco 61-60. Syracuse ekes out an 85-84 win against Bryant. And Louisville tight against Seton Hall, but the Cards win 71-70. That'll do it for your drive around the ACC and the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard as the Tar Heels fall to Notre Dame 31-17. We've just crossed over the top of the hour, so we'll pause 10 seconds for a station ID down the lines on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
You're listening to Tar Heel Football on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Notre Dame takes control in the second half and knocks off Carolina 31-17. We'll try to be in touch with the head coach of the Heels, Mack Brown, after this from Learfield, IMG College.
It's bow time.
So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of gas. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea.
It's bow time.
Whether it's 12 miles to the Pee Wee football comeback of a lifetime, 80 miles to your first hole-in-one, or more like 8 shots to the first hole. Whether it's 240 back road miles to sleeping under the stars, or just a few blocks to the grocery store, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance. Because you never know where life is going to take you. For quality fuel through every mile, fill up at Marathon.
Have you been injured in an auto accident and need to know your rights? Dial 919 all fours. Have you been hurt at work? Do you know if you're getting every single workers' compensation benefit within your rights? Dial 919 all fours. Fighting for disability benefits and need someone in your corner? Dial 919 all fours. Have you been injured by a prescribed medication? Dial 919 all fours. For all injuries and disability questions, call Hardison and Cochran Attorneys at Law. 919 all fours.
As North Carolina goes back to school and to work, let Janney King Professionals ensure your facility is properly cleaned and disinfected for your employees, students, and customers. Our fogging and electrostatic disinfection services use EPA-approved disinfectants that mitigate pathogens at the cellular level and are safe in all applications. For schools, food services, hospitals, and office buildings, call Janney King at 919-852-1555 or go to JanneyKingRDU.com.
Owning an LS tractor is about a lot of things.
For me, it's about lift capacity.
It's about the hydraulics.
Owning an LS, it's about how well it's made.
Steel, baby.
More features. Standard features.
It's about the land. Making it better.
Having something to pass down.
It's about owning the best.
Find your local LS dealer at lstractorusa.com and see what it's about for you.
Back here in Kenan Stadium, Carolina falls to Notre Dame 31-17. Irish with the 14-point win. Head coach of the Tar Heels, Mack Brown, nice enough. He's been hanging on with us through most of that commercial break inside the Continental Tire Coach's Corner. Coach, thank you for joining us. And a physical game, a close game. Notre Dame's experience and defense, which you knew was very good, seemed to win out in the end. How did it look to you from the sideline there?
Well, John, I think just that is a great football game. Came down to a minute something before it was over for the number 2 team in the country. So our guys fought. They were very physical, especially on defense. It's the best defense we've played probably since Clemson last year against a good team. Still didn't get many sacks because Ian Book is really a good football player. It's 29-3 in his career for wins and losses. And he's so slippery time and time again. We thought we had him tackled. And those underhanded throws that he was making. He's a special football player. But we knew it was going to be hard to run the ball against them. They're giving up 85 yards a game rushing. We got 87. We knew it'd be hard to stop the run. They had 199. They're really good. And defensively, we got better as the game went on. And then offensively, we just couldn't handle them the second half. They're really, really good on defense. And between their blitzes and harassing Sam, we had 6 sacks. We just we didn't play well enough on offense the second half to give us a chance. And I was disappointed because we were moving it so well the first half until we had really bad field position, and even one of those we took down for a field goal. So give Notre Dame credit. They're one of the best teams in the country, and I told our guys, this shows you what it's like to be a top 5 football team, and we've got to keep working so we can get in that neighborhood.
Coach, you referenced the pressure on Sam. It felt like he was, I think you said the word harassed, which is what it felt like he was a lot tonight during this game. Was it a matter of just Notre Dame's physicality up front? Did you not like something that was happening up front for you guys? Where did you think the biggest issue was there?
Well, we'll need to watch the video. You saw it. Everybody saw it. Phil will talk about it on Monday, but it looked like we had some mismatches and got whipped in certain situations, and we'll just have to go back to work.
Coach, I know penalties are frustrating for you. You've talked about them a lot, about trying to clean that up. 9 penalties for 90 yards today, a couple of really important ones against your defense on a scoring drive, and it's hard to beat a top 5 team when you have those kind of numbers. I know that's one that you're disappointed to see.
Well, yeah, Jones, when they're a lot better than you are, it's hard not to have penalties sometimes, too. You're trying to protect, so you hold. The worst one, there were some bad ones, but the worst one was the 4th down and 1 where we jumped off sides. That was just inexcusable. It gave us another possession, and we've got to be smarter than that. Everybody in the stadium knew what they were going to do, and we jump off sides.
Coach, you still have, of course, a lot to play for here and 2 games remaining, including Senior Day coming up against Western Carolina. I know you poured a lot into this game. I know everyone was excited for this game, and yet the season churns on. How do you make sure that you hit the reset button here and try to come back with that same effort and emotion starting again next week?
Well, I told our guys in the locker room I was proud of their effort. We can sure play better, especially on offense, and if we play that well on defense and pick our offense back up like we were, then and special teams were pretty good tonight. They really helped us with field position, and we kicked the ball in the end zone again on kickoffs. We made our 1 field goal, so I thought that gave us a chance to hang in there. So with special teams improving and defense very much better tonight than we've been at times for sure. Offense was good in the first half, just went dead in the second half. So we've got to continue to try to be the best team we can be over the next 2 weeks. And really good teams play well each week, so it shouldn't be who we're playing. We just got to go back to work. I told them to enjoy their Thanksgiving tomorrow because they didn't have one yesterday, and take care of themselves and be careful with COVID because it's all over the place, and come back Sunday and let's get ready to go to Senior Day and play Western Carolina and figure out what went wrong in this game and correct it and go back to work.
To Coach's point just about some of the special teams, Ben Kiernan, a great day, finished averaging nearly 51 yards per punt on 7 kicks. His shortest kick of the day was 47, longest was 62. Certainly helped the Tar Heels flip that field and keep Notre Dame with some long fields to go. Coach, as always, thank you for your time. I know disappointed after this one. Appreciate you hanging on the phone with us while we got through the commercial there and giving us some comments. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, John.
That's Mac Brown inside the Continental Tire Coach's Corner, brought to you by Continental Tire. And whether you're looking for summer, all season, or winter tires, Continental Tire has something to fit your needs. ContinentalTire.com and find your ideal tire. Continental Tire is a proud partner of Carolina Athletics. We'll take a break, come back. Brian Simmons going to join us on the telephone. We'll talk about Brian's view of this one. We'll have our player of the game and play of the game as well. Dave then eventually will take control and get you through the rest of our Coke postgame report, brought to you by Coca-Cola. Notre Dame looked every bit of the number 2 team in the country, particularly in the second half. The Irish outlast the Heels 31-17 from Learfield IMG College.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we have a number of vaccines, including the Quad-Vac flu immunization at no cost with most insurance plans. If you have any concerns about the flu vaccination, please call our pharmacy and ask to speak to one of our pharmacists. We also have the Tdap, pneumococcal, and shingles vaccinations available. With COVID-19 continuing, we have masks, mask lanyards, hand sanitizers, disinfectant spray, and gloves while supplies last. Seating in our fountain is still limited to 65 patrons on a first-come, first-served basis. We are continuing to offer curbside pickup for the fountain and prescription pickup. Please utilize our drive-through prescription window at the back of the store. And remember that our back entrance is still closed to the public at this time. Please check our Facebook page for any updates on over-the-counter and gift shop items. Our home medical equipment department is ready to help you with any of your CPAP needs, mobility, bathroom safety, lift chairs, and any diabetic needs to include meters, test strips, and shoes. Please call us with any questions you may have about any of our services or message us on our Facebook page. We are located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City, and our phone number is 828-245-4591.
Post-game coverage continues now on the Tar Heel Sports Network. You're listening to the Coca-Cola Post-Game Show. Coca-Cola, together tastes better. This is the Coca-Cola Post-Game Show.
A one-score game, a large majority of this game. Even closer than that, really. Tar Heels led 7-0, then it was tied. Tar Heels led 14-7, then it was tied. Tar Heels led 17-14, then it was tied. Notre Dame went up 24-17, and the game sat there for a large majority of the second half before Notre Dame scored a touchdown in the final 2 minutes to go up 31-17, which was the final score of the ball game. Irish improved to 9-0. That is now 15 straight wins for them, and now 32-3 in their last 35 games. So certainly Brian Kelly in his 11th year as the head coach at Notre Dame, and it feels like it. He has that program very much established as one of the best in the nation. They proved it again today and have a great chance to move on to the college football playoff. Of course, still have some work to do, 2 regular season games and a potential ACC championship matchup with likely Clemson. Miami could still sneak in there as well. But let's talk about the Tar Heels first, and to help us do that is Brian Simmons joining us via telephone. Of course, Brian, an all-time great linebacker here for Carolina. Normally our on-site analyst, but with COVID this year, Brian joining us via the telephone during pre and post. And Brian, we talked about Notre Dame's defense in the first half, or in the pregame, and in the second half, that Notre Dame defense really flexed its muscles, dominating the game in half number 2, and it felt like particularly at the line of scrimmage where, as Lee and I talked about, the Tar Heels had trouble running and they had trouble with any kind of drop-back pass in half number 2 and being able to protect Sam Howell. And when you can't do either one of those two things, it's hard to move the football.
Yeah, no question. And that's why we talked about it in the pregame about the game basically being won at the line of scrimmage, and Notre Dame did that today. They were really good, obviously, running the football. They ran for 200 yards with 199, and then they kept us from running, basically kept us to their average at 87. They were giving up 85. And then we couldn't protect Sam. And Sam was uncomfortable the whole day. And you could see he had a couple throws that he would like to have back. And Notre Dame just did a good job, even when they didn't blitz, just getting after him with the front four, with the 2 big defensive ends. They did a really good job. I mean, listen, Notre Dame is a good team. And you kind of talked about the scoring chart. And we were down 24-17 for the bulk of the second half, and that 24 came on that fourth down where we jumped offside. So if you don't do that when Coach Brown says everybody in the stadium knew what they were going to try to do, and to give up that penalty to prolong that drive for Notre Dame and then allow them to go score a touchdown to put them up 24-17, that was huge. And those are the kind of mistakes that you just can't make when you're playing a team as good as Notre Dame. You have to make them earn every single thing that they get, and we gave them a free one on that one.
Brian, to your point about Sam Howell, I agree with you. It felt like, and of course, look, we know Sam's been unbelievable in his time at Carolina, but it did look like he was rushed today. And when you're hit, as often as he was hit today, that's understandable. And so to that point, it felt like even when Notre Dame wasn't getting a sack necessarily, that constant pressure forced Hal out of the normal pocket composure that we see from him.
Yeah, no question. Listen, that is not a knock on Sam. That is what quarterbacks do. And I don't care. You can fill in the blank. You could put Tom Brady name, Peyton Manning. It doesn't matter. If you get after him and you hit him as much as Sam got hit today, that is going to be the result of it. So it's not a knock on Sam. That's just a byproduct of Notre Dame's pressure, and that's just the way the game of football goes. If you can get to the quarterback, not even having to sack him, but just be able to get to him, make him feel you, touch him, hit him as much as you can, what we saw today is going to be the result of that. You're going to speed up the quarterback's clock, and he's going to be inaccurate.
Brian, when you're rebuilding a program like Mac Brown is trying to do, and the recruiting effort, it really starts on those two lines, on the offensive line and the defensive line. And the frustrating part is traditionally those are the guys that it takes the longest for them to be ready to play at the college level. But it just felt like today that was the difference, that Notre Dame's experience and physicality on the two lines was really the difference of the game. And that's not to say that Carolina did something wrong. It's just that the Tar Heels are still trying to get to that point. And that's where it seemed like, hey, one of these teams is in year 11 with their head coach and been on the national level and ranked number 2. The other team is ranked number 19 and trying to get there. Would you agree with that really it's that experience and physicality in those two spots where Carolina needs to continue to make the most improvement and continue to bring in some more dudes on the recruiting trail?
No question. And Coach Brown will do that. Listen, Notre Dame, their front four on defense was a graduate student, a senior, and another graduate student. So they had grown men over there. So, but listen, we can't forget they're the number 2 ranked team in the country for a reason. So they're a very good football team. And listen, I've been coaching high school football for the last 5 or 6 years, been around a lot of pro, been around college. The difference in football teams, the very good one, is always up front, because you can find skilled guys all over the place. But it's the teams, the Alabamas, the LSUs, the Georgias, that consistently have very good guys up front on both sides of the football. That is how you build a great program that is able to sustain success over years.
Yeah, and particularly on the defensive side, Carolina feels like they're starting to have some of those guys. Clyde Pender, Kevin Hester, Miles Murphy, Kamen Rucker, Des Evans at an outside backer spot. They feel like they're starting to get some of those guys, but they're all freshmen. So it just takes a little bit of time, certainly, to get to that point. But I think Brian is a firsthand example of when you do get to that point and you have older, experienced guys on that defensive front, for example, like Carolina did in the late 90s when Brian was one of those guys at the linebacker spot. It makes a big difference with what you're able to do. So, Brian, where now, final thing before we let you go, I mean, you got 2 weeks left. Carolina's going to be expected to beat Western Carolina, of course, next week. Still have to go there and do it, but you're going to be expected to do it. And then a big game at the end against Miami, which feels like a really important game for the feel of this season for the Tar Heels. And worth noting, too, this has been a long year. I mean, Carolina started practicing in early August. It's going to be December before the Tar Heels play another football game. So, Brian, I would just be interested in your thought just on being able to get that mentality where you need it here over these last 2 weeks in what has been a long season for the Heels.
Yeah, normally this game after correct me if I'm wrong, this is usually the game after Thanksgiving, usually the last regular season game, right?
Yep, you're right.
Yeah, so you have 2 weeks left. But, in terms of how to approach the next 2 weeks, and Coach Brown talked about it, if you want to be a really good football team, you have to be consistent. And that means be consistent in the way you practice, the way you watch film, regardless if you won or lost the previous week. You just put your head down and you continue to do the work, trust the process, and knowing that the concentration has to be on the process and not the results of the game. You don't go chasing results of the game. And I know people say, they may say that sounds crazy. You want to win the football game. That's an obvious. You want to win the football game, but you want to be consistent in your process, because you can win a game and then get too full of yourself and not put in the work the following week and then lose the next game. So the concentration has to be on the process, win, lose, or draw, and just put your head down and practice the way that you have to practice in order to win games. Watch the tape, eat, lift, and do all those things. And then the next opponent is Western Carolina. You take the decal off the helmet and you go out there, and the results of your process take care of itself on Saturday.
So that is coming up next Saturday for the Tar Heels. Still don't know the time of that game. Should hopefully get that on Sunday. Know the time of the game for Carolina and Western next Saturday for what will be the final game in Kenan Stadium this season. Don't know the time of the game of the Miami game either, the week after that. So we'll hopefully get all that information. The Miami time could potentially come this upcoming Monday. So hopefully we'll know a lot more about the times of those final two here in the coming weeks. Brian, man, thank you as always for your time, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right, thank you. And Jones, let me just say this, finishing up. Listen, if you're a Carolina fan, you just got through playing the number 2 team in the country. Obviously, we made some mistakes, and there were some things that we could have done better. But all in all, you got to feel pretty good about the performance. They played hard. They made plays. The defense gave us an opportunity to win the football game right until the end. So you got to hang your hat on that and feel good about that moving forward for the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's a great point. Certainly disappointment with how the final score ended up, but you also don't leave this game thinking that Carolina has so much more to go to get to where it wants to be eventually. All right, 31-17, the final score. Thanks again, Brian. We'll take a timeout, come back. We've got play of the game, player of the game upcoming as well. Plus, we'll get final thoughts from Lee. Tar Heels fall by 14 from Learfield, IMG College.
From the mountains to the coast, 2.5 million North Carolinians are members of an electric cooperative. And as a co-op member, you are part of exciting efforts to build a brighter future in the Tar Heel State through new energy services, support for local communities, and innovative energy programs that make the electric grid more efficient and sustainable. Learn more at ncelectriccooperatives.com/brighter.
Texting while driving takes your eyes off the road for an average of 5 seconds. That's like driving the length of a football field with your eyes closed. Research shows you are 3 times more likely to get into an accident when distracted by a cell phone. I'm joining Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents to urge you and your family to put down your phone. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
To learn more, visit your local Trusted Choice Independent Agency, Insurance Service Associates in Forest City, or go to insureisa.com.
This is Carolina football on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
The yard work, the shopping list, the in-laws.
There are plenty of things that can keep you from seeing the Tar Heels play on Saturday.
The garage cleanup.
But nothing can keep you from enjoying the game.
Tar Heel football, hear every game, home and away, on 106.1 FM Talk.
Want to turn up the excitement on your Saturdays?
You just got to turn up your radio.
You just got to turn your radio Carolina Blue.
Tar Heel football, hear every play of every game, home and away, on 106.1 FM Talk.
Our mailbox is painted Carolina blue. So are my kitchen appliances. My husband is a huge Tar Heel fan. He never misses hearing a game.
Once.
It was our daughter's wedding.
Tar Heel football. Every game, home and away, on 106.1 FM Talk.
The yard work, the shopping list, the in-laws.
There are plenty of things that can keep you from seeing the Tar Heels play on Saturday.
The garage cleanup.
But nothing can keep you from enjoying the game.
Tar Heel football, hear every game, home and away, on 106.1 FM Talk.
31-17, Notre Dame outlasts the Tar Heels in Kenan Stadium today. Coke postgame report rolls on. Jones and Lee here on site. We've been joined all day by Ben Alexander, our chief network engineer, Jody Zorgner, our statistician and spotter. You've heard from Dave Nathan back in the Chapel Hill studio as well. Of course, you've heard from Mac Brown and Brian Simmons here in the postgame. Let's go through the stats of this one with Notre Dame winning by 14. Irish finished with 478 yards of offense. Tar Heels 298. Carolina had just 78 yards of offense in the second half. Carolina 211 passing, 87 yards rushing. Notre Dame 279 passing and 199 on the ground. We mentioned the penalties. They ended up being significant. Notre Dame 4 for 24 yards. Carolina the 9 penalties for 90 yards. Although I thought Mac Brown made a good point. Sometimes when you are going against a better player or a more mature player, that sometimes those penalties will find you just as you try and catch up to that player. Possession time significantly in advantage of Notre Dame. 35-04 for the Irish, 24-56 for Carolina. Again, that's right on Notre Dame's average, actually a little bit more for their time of possession on the season. 34.05 is what they came in averaging, so about a minute more than what they normally get. But that is a part of their game plan, is to have the football and possess it, keep it away from you, and be physical, which Notre Dame did plenty today. Third downs, neither team did well. Carolina's defense held Notre Dame to 4 of 11 on third down, but the Tar Heels were just 2 of 11 on third down. Tar Heels did go for 1 fourth down. That was late once they were down 2 scores and did not convert. Red zone chances. Heels got there just twice, did score both times. Notre Dame 5 of 6 in the red zone, did not score on the missed field goal in the third quarter, where they had an opportunity to go up 10 but could not do so. Individual numbers, Michael Carter, the leading rusher, with 57 yards on 8 carries. Good average per carry at 7.1. Javonte Williams did not have the same success today. 11 carries, 28 yards. That's an average of 2.5 yards per carry. Howell was 17 of 27, 211 yards, a touchdown, and no interceptions. Daz Newsome, the leading receiver for Carolina as far as number of catches, he had 6 for 64 yards. De'Ami Brown, 4 catches for 84 yards. Emory Simmons, 2 for 11 and a touchdown. Leading tackler, Kyler McMichael and Chaz Surratt each have 7. Don Chapman finishes with 5. On the Notre Dame side of things, Kyron Williams finished with 124 yards, and he had a big day. He had 2 rushing touchdowns and a receiving touchdown, so 3 total touchdowns for him. And yet, Ian Book, probably the guy on offense you'll remember the most, 279 yards passing and a touchdown. Also had some rushing yards, too, at 48 yards on the ground, and just time and time again seemed to get out of trouble, extend plays, extend drives with his ability in the pocket and with his legs. McKinley, that's Javon McKinley, had the best day receiving, and he certainly did have a big one for Notre Dame with 6 catches, 135 yards through the air. On the defensive side, where Notre Dame was so effective today, it was Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, their leading tackler, with 9. Some other guys also involved. Kyle Hamilton, who was the player ejected for the targeting. Before that happened, he had 6 tackles. Also, Drew White, the middle linebacker, a good day. He had 5 tackles, including 2 for loss for Notre Dame. So it all adds up to 31-17. Let's get to our player of the game, brought to you by LS Tractor. And the LS Tractor difference-making player of the game. Man, I know you don't normally do this, but you got to go to Ben Kiernan for this one, right on a game where the Tar Heels struggled offensively but kept pinning Notre Dame back, which helped their defensive efforts. Kiernan, the punter, was terrific. 7 punts for an average of nearly 51 yards. 5 of his 7 punts were downed inside the 20, including a long of 62, which is just 1 off his career high. So a terrific day for him. And the LS Tractor making player of the game, brought to you by LS Tractor. And the difference that LS Tractor provides is redefining what comes standard. LS Tractor gives you more standard features, more performance, more warranty, more satisfaction for less money. See the LS difference today at lstractorusa.com. How about our play of the game? It was a terrific catch early in the contest for Emory Simmons. This was after Carolina had forced a 3-and-out on Notre Dame's initial offensive drive. Tar Heels then went down the field, and on a 3rd down fade route, Howell hit Simmons for a big-time grab in the early lead. 3rd and goal for Carolina from the 6. First possession of the game for the Heels. Notre Dame had to punt on its initial possession. Howell immediately looks to the right, is hit hard as he throws, and it is caught. Touchdown, Carolina. What a grab by Emery Simmons in the back right corner for the score. Boy, he went way up in the air and grabbed it over the top of the Notre Dame corner, Tariq Bracy, and falling back down to his backside, and Emery held on for the big score. First of 2 touchdowns Carolina scored on its initial 2 drives, but unfortunately things bogged down dramatically after that. Carolina on those first 2 possessions, 14 plays, 135 yards. That's an average of almost 10 yards a play. The rest of the way, though, 43 plays, 163 total yards, an average of less than 4 yards per play. All right, we're going to take a timeout, come back, get final thoughts from Lee, and then wrap things up from Game Site. Notre Dame wins 31-17 from Learfield, IMG College.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers of Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. They continue to strive hard to keep that honor. Come on in and see for yourself. Take a look at the all-new design 2021 F-150 or reserve an all-new 2021 Bronco coming in the spring. Don't miss out on the automobile you've been wanting at the Sisk Family Ford price. Take your pick while the picking is good on Oak Street in Forest City.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Indoor baseball, anyone?
Most party fouls are pretty dumb, but if you decide to drink and drive underage, you could lose your license and your freedom. Learn more at ultimatepartyfoul.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Continue to stand up for you. Go Crumley Roberts and go Heels.
Carolina football has been brought to you by Wells Fargo, official retail bank sponsor of Carolina Athletics. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. This is the Coca-Cola postgame show.
31-17, the final score. Notre Dame gets the win against Carolina, finishing off with a touchdown late to make a 2-score final. After this game, neither team led by more than 1 score for a large majority of it, but the Irish get the late touchdown to win it by 14. Finishing things up, at least here from Game Site. Don't forget, Dave Nathan, a lot more to do on the Coke postgame report. Lee Pace joining me, Jones Angel, here as we wrap things up from Keenan. And Lee, I think we've hit the high points pretty well here. I mean, Notre Dame, a little bit older, a little bit more experienced, certainly very physical up front, and that was a big difference maker. And I do think, to one of Brian's last points, you're not playing for moral victories, but I do think you leave this, if you're the Tar Heels, understanding there's still work to do, but hopefully not discouraged, because I think it's clear that you're not that far away against a really good football team.
Well, you stand eye to eye, Jones, through 30 minutes with the number 2 team in the country. I mean, it was just amazing how symmetrical that first half was. We talked about it earlier with Notre Dame 225 yards, Carolina 220, both 2 touchdowns, both a couple of punts. I mean, it was very equal, but Notre Dame, its size, experience, strength won out in the end. And, one thing Carolina can do is look at Notre Dame and see how the Irish do not help you at all. They're not going to contribute to your cause. They made only 4 penalties, no turnovers, no pass interceptions by Ian Book. He's thrown only 1 all year. And to me, he was really the difference in the game. I mean, the stat line just says he was, an outstanding 23 of 33 for 279 yards and 1 touchdown. But those stats don't show 2 plays that really stick out in my mind when he was dead to rights. And once he spins out, rolls to right, and hits the touchdown pass, and the other, he's seemingly hemmed in by the Tar Heels, and he flicks it out underhanded and keeps the drive alive. But I'll go back to what Jay Bateman said on Monday, just talking about Book and how athletic he was, how underrated he was as an athlete, and he just doesn't seem to kind of register with some of the greats in Notre Dame history. But good gracious, he's a winner, and he just wins year after year. And not a bad day for the Tar Heels. Overall, they stood eye to eye for 30 minutes, but just in the end didn't have enough firepower, didn't have enough depth, enough power up front.
Yeah, I do think the one thing Carolina probably leaves is frustrated that it couldn't protect Howell better. I think they knew it was going to be a challenge to run the football. Certainly we know Notre Dame giving up just 85 yards a game on the ground, which we have talked about. That they knew that they were not going to have more than likely one of those big rushing days, but they hoped to be able to rush enough to keep Notre Dame off balance. And it felt like kind of did that. They got some rushing yards, but I think that the fact that Howell really was so bothered, and I'll use Coach Brown's word, harassed in the pocket, that I'm guessing Carolina's going to leave a little frustrated by that.
It will be interesting to hear from the Notre Dame side of it what they saw early in the game, how they adapted, if they did anything different. Because Carolina came out and popped them in the face. Which is the first 2 possessions. Carolina forces a 3-and-out on defense, goes down and scores very quickly, 70 yards in 5 plays. I mean, you couldn't ask for a start of the game any better than that. It'd be interesting to hear what Notre Dame says happened after that. But as Brian Simmons said, those guys are all old. Their experience, they remind me of that 96-97 Carolina defense. They were all 4th and 5th year guys who've been around for a long time, and they've been through a lot of wars.
So certainly this game had a lot of excitement and build up to it. There will not be the same thing for next week with Western Carolina here in Kenan Stadium, and the final game is on the road at Miami, although, again, that has the potential to be a pretty important ball game for the Tar Heels as far as how you feel leaving this season. And so lead to that same point that I made to Coach Brown and to Brian. It's been a long year. I mean, you're looking from the beginning of August. Now your next game is going to be in early December. I think it will be interesting to see how the Tar Heels can. They do what Brian was talking about and, keep focusing on the process. You're going to be frustrated and down after this game's over, and can you go back to work and try to get better here over the last few weeks of the regular season when some of the things that you were hoping to play for an ACC championship game berth, most notably, is out the window. So I think we'll learn a little bit about Carolina next week and how they come out and how ready they are, which you would expect them to be fully prepared, certainly.
Well, they did a very good job of that last year against Mercer in the same situation. And it's going to be a whole new environment now because first semester is officially over. Classes are over, exams are over. So it's more into a football players in their bubble here on campus without anybody else around. Coach Brown and his staff have done an outstanding job keeping them focused and keeping them in that bubble, knowing what you have to play for, that if you want to keep playing football, that you got to toe the line, you got to do the right things. And so far they've done a marvelous job of that. And I think they realize they're lucky to be playing football each week when they have an opportunity to play, because a lot of people aren't. And it's remarkable that since that hiccup back in July, Carolina has been scot-free in terms of the coronavirus.
Yeah, we'll knock on wood, hope that continues here over the last few weeks of the regular season. Okay, let's get you set here for what's coming up soon. So Carolina basketball going to be over in Asheville for the Maui Invitational being played in Asheville this year. So our next broadcast will be basketball. That is Monday night at 7 o'clock. We'll be on there at 6 o'clock. That's Carolina and UNLV in the first round of the Maui Invitational to be played in Asheville. That is going to force our Mac Brown show, which is normally on our affiliates on Monday night at 7 o'clock. That show is going to have to move to Tuesday night. It will be around the basketball game. Of course, we don't know what time the basketball game is on Tuesday because you have to wait to see if the Heels win or lose. But the plan is to have the Mac Brown Show available for affiliates on Tuesday night, somewhere either before or after the basketball game, depending on the timing of when the Tar Heels play. So our next game will be Monday basketball, 7 o'clock against UNLV. Next football game is next Saturday. Again, we don't know the time yet of that game. Should learn that information on Sunday. The Tar Heels and Western Carolina. Western has played 2 games. They've lost them both. They're playing their full conference season in the spring. So a weird year for Western as they'll come in here to play Carolina already their 3rd game of the year, and then they'll have a big break and not play again until I believe it's March. So a really odd year for them, of course. And keep your eyes on all the different Carolina social media channels and how you get your information on when that game time will be. We're not done yet on the Coke postgame, though. Dave's going to get you through the rest of the way, scores, stats, and more. But the final here in Kenan, 31-17 Notre Dame with the win. From Learfield, I'm G. College.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers of Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. They continue to strive hard to keep that honor. Come on in and see for yourself. Take a look at the all-new design 2021 F-150 or reserve an all-new 2021 Bronco coming in the spring. Don't miss out on the automobile you've been wanting at the Sisk Family Ford price. Take your pick while the picking is good on Oak Street in Forest City.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Indoor baseball, anyone?
Most party fouls are pretty dumb, but if you decide to drink and drive underage, you could lose your license and your freedom. Learn more at ultimatepartyfoul.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
The Coca-Cola postgame report continues from our studios here in Chapel Hill following Notre Dame's 31-17 win over Carolina. Dave Nathan taking you the rest of the way towards the top of the hour. And we'll get some help along the way. Deems May set to join us here on the phone to give us his thoughts after this one goes final. Deems, I was struck by how easily the Tar Heels scored on their first couple of possessions. It was 7-0 and then 7-7 and then 14-7, then 14-all. You've seen this game at every level. I'm just curious to know, what did Notre Dame do defensively after those first couple of touchdowns to keep Carolina under wraps for the better part of the rest of the game?
Well, you got to give them credit. First of all, we talked about it in pregame. They're better than us up front. And I think they came in early right away saying, you know what, we're going to press these guys on the outside. We're going to play some tight man. We're going to rush 4, and we're going to put 6 or 7 in the box and get after it. And we hit some big plays on them, and then they realized they could get pressure with 4 guys up front without doing that and started playing a really soft zone coverage the whole time. And still got pressure on Sam, especially in the second half, rushing 4 people and dropping 8. And I don't care. Patrick Mahomes can't complete 8 on 5 in the secondary. If they're dropping 8 in there and getting pressure with 4 people up there, the numbers don't add up, and this is a numbers game. And give them credit. You know, they came out and they pressed us. Give our receivers credit and Sam credit early. They showed them, no, you can't do that. And they realized that they didn't have to do that. And I think it was just a coaching switch that really good coaches see, and they realized that they had mismatches up front with their front 4 against our line, and they just won up there and dropped 8 into coverages. That basically is what I saw, and as simple as it can be in the game of football. Get pressure with 4, put 8 in coverage, soft coverage. I mean, their zone coverage was so soft, kept everything in front of them, and got after the quarterback.
All that being said, Carolina held to just 298 yards of total offense. Deems, it was 2 weeks ago we were lamenting the state of college football when Wake and Carolina went 59-53 and put up about a mile's worth of total offense. Tonight's game, though, it's the way that big-time college football has been played over the course of time, and I felt like we kind of got brought back to some of the old glory days where games were decided inside of 30 points or so.
Yeah, I tell you, and to speak on just some great positive stuff defensively for us. I mean, we had true freshmen all over the field out there. I thought we played our best game of the year defensively. We got after, we showed multiple looks, played extremely well. Just kind of gave out at gas there at the end. They were on the field a bunch in the second half. Notre Dame came in with their 4-minute offense and started, have one big break on the run. Would have loved to have seen us stay on side on that 4th down. 6 inches, down there on the 24-yard line where they had the one long scoring drive of the half, difference in the ball game. But, man, I tell you, if you like Carolina football, you got to be excited about the future of that defense with those young guys running around out there, kind of trial by fire. Tony Grimes out there on the corner by himself, locked up against the number 2 team in the country, and kids should be in high school. And we got Miles Murphy getting penetration, and Rucker and Conley, and just, man, it was a Pender. I mean, just got to be excited about what we did defensively and how well we played compared to Wake Forest. And I'm going to tell you, this quarterback was a lot more athletic than I thought. We had him in a couple spots, and, I mean, the flip passes on 3rd down, just some of the stuff that he created was impressive. But even more impressive was our young guys out there on national primetime game against the number 2 team in the country and getting some just invaluable experience.
31-17, Notre Dame pulls ahead of Carolina after the half and wins by 14 to improve to 9-0, 8-0 in the ACC. Carolina now 6-3, both overall and in the ACC. And Deems, you've been so good over the last couple of years of letting us know what life is like inside the Carolina football program when you play for Coach Brown. You go from having a week to get ready for a game like this, really 2 weeks to get ready for a game like this, to now having a week and a day to prepare for Western Carolina. I don't think there's going to be national TV or all the hoopla of the number 2 team in the country coming to Chapel Hill. What does Coach Brown now do to keep what is a very young football team captivated in the moment and still focused on the next opponent?
Well, I mean, I think you got to look at all the positives from today. I mean, that was a better football team. Until you really realize that, until people admit it, you get all kinds of things happening where people say we should have done this, we should have done that, but they didn't turn it over. Refs didn't give us one call. I mean, let's face it. I mean, they didn't commit penalties. They're good. They have depth. They've got a coach that's been there for 11 years, 10 or 11 years. They're a good football team, and we went toe-to-toe with them for 3.5 quarters, and you got to be proud about that. You got to be proud about your future. Hey, it's a little too early to think about Western Carolina. That's not going to be any kind of game. So I don't think Coach Brown's going to even address Western Carolina for a few days. But I do think that Stacey Searles up front on the offensive line and the guys on defense, they're going to look at this film and look at 2 defensive ends that got after us and penetration up front and a linebacker that was containing backside and shooting A gaps. They were good. I just haven't seen a defense that good this year. Maybe I'm wrong, and I'm all this SEC bias, but I put that defense up against any team in the country going to shut Sam Howell out in that offense in the second half. So I tell you, there's 2 ways to do. You put your head down and say we lost, or you can look at the bright side and say, the future's bright. And we played a damn good football team that just ended up pulling it out at the end, and there's a lot to learn from.
All right, Deems, hey, listen, we always learn a lot from you. Appreciate the time. Try to enjoy the rest of your weekend, and we'll talk next week when the Catamounts are in town to take on the Tar Heels.
You got it. I was proud of those guys, and I think everybody listening to be too. So we'll be fine right here in Chapel Hill.
All right, sounds good. Deems May joining us via the phone following Notre Dame's 31-17 win over Carolina. And just to underscore the stability in the Notre Dame program and what Brian Kelly has been able to accomplish, this was win number 101 for Coach Kelly at Notre Dame. And you go back over the history of a program like Notre Dame, and you'll find that Kelly is now the second winningest coach in Fighting Irish history. He's now just 4 behind Knute Rockne, and so there would be a plan in place if Notre Dame can keep winning this year that Brian Kelly at the end of the 2020 season would be the winningest coach in Notre Dame football history. And you just let that sink in and marinate for a little bit with all the history that program has and what Brian Kelly is doing here in the moment. That's a pretty darn good number to have on anybody's resume. And Coach Kelly now just 4 wins away from tying the great Knute Rockne for most wins ever in Notre Dame football history. As for Coach Brown and the Tar Heels, we'll look ahead to Western Carolina and then Miami to see if the Tar Heels can close out the season with a couple of victories here, as the Tar Heels will take on the Catamounts now with a record of 6-3. Notre Dame again improves to 8-0 in the ACC and looking more and more like it'll have a spot in Charlotte in the ACC championship game against either Clemson or Miami, depending on how things shake out over the rest of the regular season. Take another break here and come back with a final look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau's scoreboard. Again, the score that matters for us here tonight is this one. Number 2, Notre Dame gets by Carolina 31-17 from Learfield IMG College.
For any surface in every season, there's a Continental tire that delivers superior performance. From ultra-high-performance tires like the Extreme Contact Sport to passenger touring tires to all-terrain light truck tires like the Terrain Contact AT, Continental has a tire that gives you confidence no matter the road conditions. Whether you're looking for summer, all-season, or winter tires, Continental Tire has something to fit your needs. Visit ContinentalTire.com to find your ideal tire. Continental Tire, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
This season, there's one thing I'm looking forward to. Yeah, that. And the great game day food. We can still celebrate big because I shop at Food Lion. Like topping my sliders with bacon and cheese, adding a twist to my guac with roasted tomatoes, turning up the heat on my hot wings with jalapeno poppers on the side, and I'll pick up some treats in the bakery.
Food Lion's got the fun and affordable food you need to keep your game day spirit high, because this is our home. And that's our Food Lion.
This is Carolina football on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
As North Carolina goes back to school and to work, let Janney King Professionals ensure your facility is properly cleaned and disinfected for your employees, students, and customers. Our fogging and electrostatic disinfection services use EPA-approved disinfectants that mitigate pathogens at the cellular level and are safe in all applications. For schools, food services, hospitals, and office buildings, call Janney King at 919-852-1555 or go to JanneyKingRDU.com.
Owning an LS tractor is about a lot of things.
For me, it's about lift capacity.
It's about the hydraulics.
Owning an LS, it's about how well it's made.
Steel, baby. More features.
Standard features.
It's about the land. Making it better.
Having something to pass down.
It's about owning the best.
Find your local LS dealer at lstractorusa.com and see what it's about for you.
It is the Coca-Cola post-game report from our studios here in Chapel Hill. Notre Dame and Carolina tied at 17 at the break, but the Irish put up touchdowns in quarters 3 and 4 and shut out the Tar Heels in the second half to win 31-17. You've heard from Jones and Lee, as well as Brian Simmons and Deems May. Mac Brown also joined our post-game wrap-up show. For local affiliates, by the way, for select affiliates in the Triangle, we've got the Carolina Ford Dealers wrap-up show following network coverage. And in case you missed Coach Brown, we'll replay some of his comments and get into more of what unfolded here today in Kenan Stadium. As for right now, a final look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau's scoreboard. Helping you is what they do best. Number 13, Iowa State squeezes by Texas 23-20. The Longhorns miss a 57-yard field goal as time expires. And the Cyclones get the 3-point win in Austin, 23-20. Iowa improves to 4-2 on the year, beating Nebraska 26-20. The Huskers now 1-4 on the 2020 campaign. Oregon and Oregon State tied at 7. That game about 4 minutes old in Corvallis. And, of course, tomorrow, all sorts of activity up and down the ACC and top 25. North Carolina State and Syracuse kick at noon. Pittsburgh and number 3 Clemson go at 3:30. Then at 4 o'clock, it's Louisville and Boston College. Under the lights at 7, Duke visiting Georgia Tech and Virginia at Florida State. That game kicks off at 8 o'clock. Over in the top 25 tomorrow, Ohio State and Illinois begin at 12 noon. Ryan Day of Ohio State will miss that game, testing positive for COVID, so Ohio State will be in somebody else's hands against the Illini. Kentucky and Florida kick at noon, as do Maryland and number 12 Indiana, Texas Tech and number 23 Oklahoma State, also an early start. Then at 3 o'clock, number 20 Coastal Carolina puts its unbeaten record on the line at Texas State. The Iron Bowl kicks at 3:30 from Tuscaloosa, number 1 Alabama, and number 22 Auburn from Bryant-Denny Stadium. Northwestern, ranked number 8 in this week's college football playoff rankings, in East Lansing to battle Michigan State at 3:30. LSU and number 5 Texas A&M kick from Kyle Field at 7 o'clock. Staying in the SEC at 7:30, number 9 Georgia is at South Carolina. And then a number of cancellations and postponements. Cincinnati and Temple have been canceled. Same goes for Minnesota and Wisconsin. Oklahoma and West Virginia have been postponed, along with Tulsa and Houston. Quickly to update what's been happening with ACC basketball today and tonight. Wake Forest, after putting up 111 points in its opener, the Steve Forbes era looked to be well underway. Well, Wake Forest now tied with Longwood at the half, 34-34. Upset in the top 5 today involving an ACC team. San Francisco knocks off Virginia 61-60. USF knocks down 13 triples and goes on an 8-0 run late to beat the 4th-ranked Cavaliers. Some other tight games in the ACC, or at least involving ACC teams. Syracuse 85, Bryant 84. Seton Hall falls to Louisville 71-70. North Carolina State dispatches North Florida 86-51. Georgia Tech and Mercer tip at the top of the hour. Gardner-Webb and number 21 Florida State have been postponed. So that's what's happening on the ACC basketball front here on this final Friday in November. Of course, in football news, Notre Dame knocks off Carolina 31-17. That'll do it for our broadcast here tonight, produced by Tar Heel Sports Properties, a property of Learfield IMG College. Remember, for select affiliates here in the Triangle, we've got the Carolina Ford Dealers wrap-up show following our network coverage. Our general manager is Chuck Schrader, network manager Phil Brame. Evan Williamson is the network coordinator, and our thanks to Chief Network Engineer Ben Alexander, as well as John Essick back in the studio. Jody Zoigner providing the statistics. For Jones Angel, Brian Simmons, Lee Pace, Deems May, and the rest of our crew, my name is Dave Nathan, reminding you that our next broadcast begins with the Reed's Jewelers pregame show on Monday night at 6 p.m. when the Tar Heel basketball team plays UNLV. Once again, our final score, Notre Dame 31, Carolina 17, and you heard it all right here on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
Carolina football has been brought to you by UNC Health, proud sponsor